I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just look to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, what's up?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Happy December. Happy days. Happy nights. Happy life. Hello, good morning. Good morning, jurors. It's December. Holy crap. Holy bazolies. Or moly. Cannoli. Holy something. It is good to see y'all on this bright and sunshine. I don't think it's bright and sunshiny. It's actually pretty overcast, but that's okay too. It is good to see y'all today. Shunka Bake said, Feisty Friday. Feisty Friday. Oh yeah. I am so glad to see y'all. I'm in a good mood. I woke up this morning and I was like, man, and I slept in my own bed again last night, which was fantastic. So amazing. So it was so nice, and which automatically just puts me in a much better mood because y'all know I love being home. I'm a homebody. I love being home. And I haven't been able to be there in so long. So just being home and waking up and seeing, my view and my bed and my everything, it was just lovely. And then what had happened was I woke up and I was laying in bed and I was like, man, it feels so good. I don't even want to get out of bed. And then all of a sudden the grinding started at like 7 this morning. And I was like, guess we're getting up now. Guess it's time. Because the grinding is so loud. It sounds like there's a jackhammer and they're trying to Wile E. Coyote themselves like a hole to drop down into my condo and, hang out with me and Lucy. It's miserable. The sound is so bad. It is so bad. But the perk of that is, what's the perk of that? There's got to be a perk. It made me get up. All of a sudden, I didn't want to be laid in my bed anymore. So there's that. There's that. Lori Daybell is loving the attention Court TV has given her. I refuse to watch her. She's gross. She's gross. You know what? It's the end of the year. Officially. Oh my gosh, it's Mermaid Mary's 60th birthday. Mermaid Mary, happy birthday. Happy birthday to Mermaid Mary. That's so exciting. Happy birthday. It's your birthday, and it's December, and it's Friday. What? Best day ever. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Jeez. Lucy just came up and licked the side of my foot. It scared the shit out of me. It's too early for that. I am glad you're here. And I was thinking, it's the end of the year. I have an idea. Karaoke night here on 13th Jury. Yes. Oh my gosh. Did y'all see? I can't play it because I'll get a copyright strike because he included the actual sorry. I have so many friends that are texting me Who am I? Wendy Adelson. Remember, she's like, I have so many friends. Oh my God, I just have so many friends. I'm so super popular and everybody loves me. I have an idea. I just now took my medicine, unmedicated Brandi for 20 more minutes. I have, that's cute. I have law and crime up over here, just watching to see when they come. And I see a message. I'm going to 13th juror for a while. I'll see y'all later. Yes, come on over. Come on over. Sorry, I have an idea. So here's my idea. And y'all can tell me what you think about this. It's the end of the year. And what happens at the end of the year? Well, another year starts, but that's not where I'm going with this. You know how they do like awards ceremonies at the end of the year, but they really don't do them at the end of the year. They really kind of wait until most of the awards season is like February, March. But you know what I mean, like Oscars and Grammys and all that stuff. So I was thinking we should do, with it being the end of the year, we should do an awards ceremony. We should have, and we could come up with, I want y'all to come up with categories. And we could do it like towards the end of this month, or we could do it at the 1 year mark for the channel, which is not far after the first of the month. What did I start? In March or something. And that would give us a full year of doing it. Or we could do the 2023 awards and award like, you know, worst mom, Lori Vallow, worst stepmom, Letitia Stock. We could have like a whole like hour-long stream of just some of our top moments. Some of our top moments. I think that'd be fun. The like a little trip down memory lane. Some clips and stuff. I think we should do it. And if y'all have suggestions, because y'all are much smarter than me and y'all outnumber me, any fun ideas that y'all have, like different categories or different, you know, clips, like we could do like awards like that, you know, too. And then we could do like our top moments of whatever, like, you know, the top Brandi meltdown. Just joking, we don't want to see that again. Like the, you know, some of the top guests and, you know, just different moments and stuff like that. I think that'd be a lot of fun. So I think that would be fun. Maybe I'll set something up, see if we can set something up on the website where you can go into the website and like make a suggestion on different, we could do the WTF awards. We could, because we were just talking the other day about, you know, how I miss doing the WTF show, and somebody was asking to bring the WTF show back. And I was like, I would love to. It's just so much time, you know, so time consuming. So this could be like a way of doing that. But if y'all help out coming up with some of the categories and stuff, then I could make it work. It'd be fun. It'd be so fun. And maybe we'll have like, you know, I don't know. We'll do something. We'll have all kinds of fun stuff going on. It's the end of the year. We need to celebrate. Every new year that I see, I want to celebrate, because I didn't think I was going to be here for any of these. So it's a celebration. Gina Haley, new member, welcome, welcome. This is where you live now. Report every single day. This is where you live. We are your family. We are your friends. We are your everything. Okay, maybe not your everything. You're allowed to still like have other people, but just understand that we're still going to be the most important. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're here. Betsy Jean, you heard the rules. You live here now. Welcome. Glad to have you. So glad to have you. Welcome to the jury box. Ricky Watson, hey Ricky Watson, gifted 5 memberships. Hello to everybody who is officially in green because of Ricky Watson. Let's see. Jess Dawson, Mermaid Mary got a gift on her birthday. Maddie M, Sally, Lee Holland. We're all gifted members. We're all gifted members. We're not handing out memberships. Two different things. By Ricky Watson. Thank you so much, Ricky Watson. And welcome to our new friends in green. Welcome. Shunk of Bacon member for 6 whole months. Best 6 months with the best chat on the interwebs. And the best cult leader ever. Thank you. And that's saying something because there's some lovely cult leaders out there. Thank you. Shunk of Bacon. Bacon Bit. Love y'all. Glad you're here. Yes, I just live here. Look at our favorite ninja trying to sneak in. Hello, Lacey. Hello. Where are you going? I think from now on, when people need to leave or go do work or something, I think we should take a vote. I think you should have to. New rule. This is serious. New rule. You have to, from now on, new rule over here at 13 Juror. You have to raise your hand. There's an emoji for that. And you have to ask to be excused. And then we'll take a vote and see if you're allowed to go or not. It's a great idea. Everybody's going to lose their jobs. Not be able to pick up their kids. Dogs won't be let out. I think it's a great idea. I mean, not the kids part. Maybe you should get them. Maybe it's a bad idea. You know what? Not all ideas are gold, and that's okay too. I love nomads, Brandi. Not everybody does. Did anyone see the officer talking about Lori Daybell being very chatty in her car ride to Arizona? When asked what she said, he said, "That is for the courts and the prosecutor." Bam! Ugh, that woman. She's something else. She's something else. Do you know what today? Good morning, Kevin. Good morning. Loving your energy today. It won't last. It'll last till about 3. Maybe. Hopefully. I didn't go to bed till, I don't even know. I think I'm just so energized because I love being home. I realize I'm not home right now, but I was last night. JM says, I'm late, but I've been chatting for a while. You know what? Story of my life. I was late to every class in high school because I was out there chatting it up. Good morning. Hello. Oh, you're already here. Okay. Well, you get a pass this time. I got to go to the grocery store in case it snows. Snow. Okay, you're excused. Go get your bread and milk sandwiches. Okay. Can Krista be excused for an hour? All right, I guess so. Everybody said, yeah, you're good. Hello, Kelly Brown. Hello, welcome. Good morning. Glad I'm on my, with all these new rules, for bathroom break. I'll allow it. Look, if you're going to be gone more than 5 minutes, then we're going to take a group vote. And then I'm just going to surprise, every once in a while I'm going to surprise y'all and be like, roll call, and then I'll call out 3 people's names. And if you're not here, you get blocked for a week. I should never be allowed to make up rules before my medicine kicks in. Bad idea. Okay, let's just keep it moving. I need some of Brandi's energy this morning. Yeah, I'm super perky in the mornings usually, unless I'm sick. But I haven't been sick in 2 days. I've held food down. I think the food is the biggest thing because that has given me energy. I ate last night and I ate, what did I eat this morning? I'm I'm sure I had something. Let's see. People are voting. Nope. Can't go anywhere. Boss Brandi is tough. You're not the first person to say that. I mean, I managed multiple businesses throughout my career before I got sick, but I wasn't like a mean boss, but I was pretty strict about certain things. Same way I'm a parent. I'm very strict about certain things. I'm very, like with my kid, I was very, very strict about like manners. Like he wasn't allowed to say yeah. If I asked him a question and he said yeah, I'd be like, oh, yes, ma'am. Like, that's better. Like you don't say yeah to me. Who do you think you are? Stuff like that. Like you're going to clean up after yourself. You're going to, be respectful. You're going to open doors for the ladies, that type thing. Very, very strict about that. I expected good grades out of him. I was strict about that. But as long as all those things were happening, I was really lenient on a lot of other things. Like I knew exactly how many days he was allowed to miss during the year, and we missed every single one of them. I would like keep him out of school and like we'd go do something fun. It's like as long as your grades are good, why not? And some of those are like some of the best memories, like just him waking up thinking we're going to school, and then we'd pass the school and go do something else fun. So I was always tough on some things and very lenient on some things. Let's see. My hometown is having our Christmas on Main tonight, so I'll be carrying you around with me as I finish Christmas decorating. Guess I'm creative lurking. I love it. Love it. Good morning. I see y'all still coming on in here. We're still waiting on them to get started. They haven't got started yet. As soon as they do, we'll get going. Whoa. Well.
Any input?
Jury instructions, they're going right into it.
We don't have any objection to the jury instructions. The only thing we did want to put on the record, or just clarify, because I know there was a lot of back and forth with all the jury instructions. We just want it clear for the record that the state does not want provocation manslaughter. The state does not want manslaughter, reckless. This is murder and nothing less. So if those instructions are given, that's at the explicit request of the defendant. So I just want to make that crystal clear on the record.
Okay.
So we're not objecting to it, or that it's lesser included, but I just wanted to clear that part up.
Understood. Okay.
And we're requesting that they be given.
Okay. So I do think there is some evidence to support both, so I will give them. And other than that, it sounds like you don't have any other input on the content of the instructions.
They did not want the manslaughter of the state. They wanted murder and nothing else, but they're going to include it anyway. Which is not surprising, but got to put it on the record.
Okay.
Just a question of procedure more than anything else. Does
Sure.
Your Honor give the instructions on the elements before closings or after closings?
After closings. I don't want to put them to sleep by going on for 20 minutes or a half an hour before your closing arguments. So I think it's generally better to do it after they're awakened by your impassioned arguments from both sides, and then I can launch into the final instructions.
That's fine. And then secondly, does Your Honor intend to send a written copy to the jury?
I do, yeah.
And I did notice, at least during the pre-charge, there were some stylistic deviations from the oral. Did they get an instruction that the oral controls over the written?
No, I mean, you're right. It's not word for word because I try to be a little more engaged than that, but I don't think substantively they're different. So, no, I don't give them any instruction about that.
And then I guess one last comment. We had requested an instruction about the right to carry I noticed that's not in those instructions. I presume Your Honor is not giving that.
Well, I mean, I didn't get a response from the state. What's your position on?
We would object that they need to instruct on what is legal. They need to be instructed on the elements and what involves this case. So the legality of whether he can carry it, especially in this case where he's been charged with reckless conduct, and the jury may very well find that he had a lawful right to carry and that he wasn't a felon in possession, but they may find that going to a bar and drinking and carrying a gun is part of that recklessness that goes to his actions. So I don't think it's proper for I think it will just confuse the jury.
Okay. Faulkner, any response?
Yes, he's not, that's not what he's charged with. He's charged with reckless conduct by means of firing the pistol, not by means of carrying it. The indictment is pretty clear on its face that it charges him with firing it in proximity to occupied motor vehicles against pedestrians.
Yeah, I mean, although the total sequence of events, I guess, is relevant to the reckless mental state. But,
And if I may, Your Honor, I would say that, for example, I think it's DeMont Ross is the case where the Jeep took the left-hand turn and motorcyclists struck the Jeep. And in that case, the court had ruled that the state was not allowed to get into whether or not the operator was impaired. However, they were able to consider the consumption of her alcohol as part of her mens rea for that offense. So she wasn't charged with driving under the influence, but the jury was allowed to consider her impairment as part of the mens rea. Similar here, as part of the recklessness of his actions, the jury can very well consider the fact that he had been drinking and was using a firearm while drinking.
yeah, no, I think that's correct as a matter of law. It goes to the conscious disregard of a known risk. I guess that doesn't answer the question about whether to give an instruction about the use of the firearm or possession of a firearm. The reason I didn't give I didn't include the instruction as written by the defense is I think it's broader. I mean, it's not a correct statement of the law. I mean, there is no absolute right to carry a firearm, and no First Amendment isn't an absolute right. So, so I'm trying to think if there's another way to phrase that. I think it probably, to the extent, I mean, I think having the jury have some information about, not having them speculate about whether or not the defendant needed a, permit or anything like that, is appropriate. And I think it probably makes sense to put it in the context of the instructions about defensive use of a firearm. So maybe to say, maybe to say something like, except for circumstances not relevant to the case at bar, all individuals in New Hampshire have a right to possess and carry a weapon. I was looking for my Constitution here, because I think it's pretty clear in the state Constitution what the right is.
I love that. I was just looking for my Constitution here.
I would also say, Aaron, that's requiring the jury to speculate because there's no facts and evidence clarifying. No one's suggested that he is or is not lawfully allowed to carry a firearm as far as constitutionally. And what I mean by that is criminal record-wise or any other restrictions. So there's no facts to apply that law. There's been no suggestion. The state's happy to make it clear, even in its closing, that the defendant lawfully bought and possessed that firearm. No one's going down the road that he shouldn't have been carrying, and no one has suggested that as a witness.
Okay. What's your response to that? I mean, so that's like saying, some people can drive and some people can't drive, and we don't instruct in driving, reckless driving cases that it's lawful to drive a car.
Right, I think it's just that it's a little bit, number one, it's a constitutional right, but also I think there's potentially a false perception out there that it's, that somebody doesn't know that it's legal and he has a constitutional right to carry it. We're not looking to undermine the recklessness instruction, just that the jury is instructed that, and looking at Article 2, -A, all persons have a right to keep and bear arms in defense of themselves. I don't even know if the in defense of themselves needs to be added in, just that, even perhaps just an instruction that there was nothing unlawful about the defendant's possession of and carrying of a firearm, and that they're only to consider that in the circumstances of the case as to whether the state has proven the elements of the offense.
And that's the state's very concern, is that exact statement implies that the defendant in that moment is lawfully allowed to carry. Sure, he was allowed to carry as a constitutional issue, but whether or not the jury thinks he should not have been carrying and using a firearm is up for them to decide. I think Your Honor's point about the car is very apropos, given that we don't instruct on every legal thing that is allowed in any given case. And we had voir dire on this. Your Honor asked a lot of questions of each of the jurors about their inclination to feel passionate about firearms one way or the other. This has been ferreted out through voir dire. There's been no suggestion otherwise that would necessitate such an instruction. So I think the state would just rest on this argument, unless Your Honor has any questions.
No.
Good morning. Hello, those y'all joiners. They're talking about the different
Bear with me a second.
Parts of the jury instructions and different parts that they want to have in, don't want to have in, etc. Yeah, alcohol and firearms are not the best mixture. Oh, so I talked to Mel, said last night, Mel is streaming this trial. He said that their chat is like that he did a poll and theirs was like 70-30. Ours was like 60-40-ish. Somewhere in that area, I think.
Okay, so this is my proposal, which I think balances both sides' concerns. So on page 20 of the current instructions, just before the list of the 4 situations, what constitutes use of a firearm for deadly force versus non-deadly force. So that paragraph would read, except in situations that are not relevant to this case, all persons have a constitutional right to keep and bear arms. Whether the defendant was lawfully entitled to use a firearm for self-defense is a question of fact for you to decide. With respect to the defensive use of firearms, the following considerations apply. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
You know our position.
Yeah, I know your position. I think that balances. I mean, I think in that situation it makes clear to the jury, there was nothing illegal for him to have it. Whether he could use it is ultimately a question for them to decide.
So I guess in that case, the state would request a similar instruction for Mr. Mendoza's actions on brandishing the pepper spray. because to the extent that any defense has indicated that they're going to say that he is a felon and that he was in possession of pepper spray, which is obviously not unlawful, and it is also not unlawful to use non-deadly force in response to non-deadly force, which is what he did. So the state would ask for a similar instruction about the use of non-deadly force, such as displaying or brandishing pepper spray.
Okay, so, fair point. So to that point, then I propose making the following change to that instruction that I just read, which is except in situations, because, right, part of this is who's acting in self-defense. Is Mr. DeLee acting in self-defense, or Mr. Mendoza, or one of the other individuals with Mr. Pouliot's group? And that's, again, going to be a question for the jury, so they're going to need to put together these self-defense instructions. So with that consideration, I would say, except in situations that are not relevant to this case, all persons have a constitutional right to keep and bear arms. Whether a person is lawfully entitled to use a weapon for self-defense is a question of fact for you to decide. With respect to defensive use of a firearm, the following considerations apply. So, okay. Okay. Okay, so with that, I will print these instructions, and do we have the jury? Okay.
We have the jury.
Okay,
Good
so
morning.
we'll continue then with the witness. Do you want me to start, do you want me to read the stipulations first, or do you want to finish? Like, I think you were going to begin, or Attorney Harrington, or whoever was going to do the questioning of Mr. Soldano. Do you want to do that first and then the stipulations, or do you want to read the stipulations first? Does it matter? Okay, that's fine.
Also, Shanna Gardner is supposed to be in court today. I'm trying to watch for that.
Yeah, okay, just you bring
I'll
him into
watch
the
that too.
courtroom, that's fine.
Oh gosh, I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. I don't know that there were any witnesses proving he was, but it's like on his it's on his social media and stuff. Yeah, all these poll problems have just been, they've been recent. Oh, did it already happen? Oh,
So Donna, I'll just remind you, you're still under oath from your testimony yesterday. You understand that?
Yeah, I do.
All right, then have a seat.
we'll watch it.
Good morning, Mr. Soldano.
Good morning.
I think you know this, but there's water in front of you if you need it for anything.
When we go into
You know
verdict
where the
watch?
microphone is.
Yep.
We'll watch it.
My name's Rachel Harrington, and I represent the state. We've met before.
We have.
Okay. And as the court just instructed you, you know that you're still under oath from yesterday.
I do.
So that means that you've sworn under the pains and penalties of perjury that everything that you say here today will be the truth.
I do, yep.
And that's important because I want to ask you about some things that you testified to on the stand yesterday, okay? After the shooting, you ran into Soho with Gage Chandler, correct?
I did. Yep.
That's the first place that you went right after this happened?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday that you ran into Soho because you were scared, correct?
Yeah.
In fact, I think you said you were terrified at that point?
Yep.
Your friend had just shot somebody, right?
Yes.
You didn't know where he was at that time?
I did not, no.
Where John was?
I did not.
You didn't know where Michael Mendoza was, right?
I did not.
I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little, just so I can make
Yeah.
sure that we hear you, okay? You didn't know where Trent Nash was at that time, right?
I did not.
You did know where Timothy Pouliot was, right?
I did, yes.
He was bleeding on the pavement outside of Soho, right?
He was.
Now, while you were in Soho, it was a little chaotic, is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was, yep.
Okay. And there were Manchester police officers
Yes.
that were there speaking to people?
There was, yep.
And one of these officers, Officer Munnelly, actually spoke with you, is that right?
Yes.
And he was in uniform? You knew he was a police officer?
I did, yep.
He was speaking with different people in the bar to find out who had seen what happened and kind of sort that out. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And he was actually wearing a body camera at that time and was recording the footage when he spoke with people. Did you know that?
I did, yeah.
And he had a conversation with you that he recorded with that body camera, right?
He did, yep.
He took your name. Is that, I'm just going to
Oh,
say
yes,
yes,
yes.
just for the
Yes, he
record.
did,
No,
yeah.
I know we tend to nod, but I just want to make sure we get a record of you. He took your phone number.
He did, yep.
He took your all your contact information.
Yes, he did.
And he asked you at that point if you had seen or heard anything. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
And you told him no, right?
I did, yep.
So you denied, and this is within, is it fair to say, minutes of what had just happened?
That is fair, yes.
So you denied seeing anything that had happened, correct?
I did.
And you denied hearing anything that had happened.
I did.
You didn't tell them that John had just shot someone, right?
I didn't.
You didn't tell him that John might be in danger.
I did not.
You didn't say that two of the guys that had been attacking John were still out there somewhere, right?
I did not, no.
You were actually smiling when you were talking with Officer Munnelly, weren't you?
I do not remember.
Have you seen the footage from
I have,
that
yeah.
camera?
I have.
Okay. May we approach, Your Honor?
You're right.
I can't remember his name from yesterday. I was just trying to find it. Is it Mendoza? No, what was his? I was just trying to find his name. Having trouble finding it. It was. This is the first defense
the
witness.
footage of this body cam footage. When did you see this?
I believe it was when I made my police statement.
Okay, so your recollection is you think the officer
Yeah.
showed it to you?
I do.
So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to ask you to watch that footage with me. It's going to be a little strange. I'm going to ask you to watch it just yourself, not the jury,
Okay.
and listen to what's happening on there. And then I want to ask you some questions about it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, this is cross. They finished the direct examination yesterday at the end of the day, and now this is cross-examination. I can't find his name. Y'all are split. 52% say that you think he will take the stand, and 47% say they don't think he will take the stand. Saldana, that's what it was.
So I'm going to bring this over to you. After you take that. So I'm going to just have you go ahead and put those on. Adjusted. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on, let me just make sure that get this back so you can see the whole thing. So before this starts, can you see that at that angle?
Not really, no, it's a little dark. Yeah, that's better.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. So Do you recognize who that is?
I do.
Okay, who is that?
That is me.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you just to listen through and watch. Can you see it still? I know I moved it. Okay.
That's what we were saying yesterday too. It's most people who are claiming self-defense take the stand. It's almost like you have to if you want the jury to understand why you feared for your life, you know? Good morning.
Were you able to understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Soldano, when you watch that footage, you're laughing at points of that footage.
I am, yes.
Okay. You're smiling with the officer?
I am.
You're joking back and forth a little bit about your name and the spelling of it and
Yeah.
and that kind of context?
I am, yep.
Okay. You didn't ask the officer for help at any point in that interaction.
I did not know.
You didn't tell him that you were scared in that interaction?
I did not.
Right. You didn't tell him you were terrified.
I did not know.
And you didn't ask him to assist in any way with what had just happened with your friend John, correct?
I did not, nope.
So, if you don't mind me asking, how tall are you, Mr. Soldano?
6 foot.
Okay. And how much about do you weigh?
200 pounds now. I was not then.
Okay. I'm sorry, could you say that again?
I'm about 200 pounds now. I was about 170 back in January.
Okay. Do you know how tall Gage Chandler is about?
I do not know exactly. I'd probably say about 5'10".
It's a little bit shorter than you?
Yeah.
And you talked about the fact that you've been friends with John DeLee since middle school?
Yeah, I knew him in middle school. We became more friendly once high school rolled around.
And you've continued to speak with him after his arrest in this case, correct?
I have.
At least 18 times? So does that sound like a...
That sounds about right, yeah.
Accurate? So I believe you testified yesterday, but please correct me if I'm wrong, that you did not see John DeLee hit the man with the cigarette when that interaction was happening. Is that correct?
I did not.
Do you recall giving sworn testimony under oath on a different occasion on April 21st of this year?
Yes.
And at that time, you said that you saw John punch the man with the cigarette.
No, I did see him punch the man with the cigarette. Yesterday, I did not say that I didn't see him punch the man with the cigarette.
Okay, I'm sorry. Could you just clarify that for me? Maybe I misunderstood.
So I did see him. I didn't see him hit the guy. I saw him take a swing. But yesterday, I did not. I don't remember at least being asked if I saw him hit the man.
Okay, so can you describe for me again when you say you saw him take a swing?
So I was.
Demonstrate for me what you are.
Yeah.
What you're saying.
Yeah. So I was behind John, so I couldn't really see if he landed it or not. But I saw his arm come up and go around.
Okay. So he was partially blocking your view?
Yes.
All right, and that's why you couldn't see the end result of.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for clarifying. And you had said that after that is when things started to escalate and get worse. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want to ask you about something else that you talked about yesterday. You testified under oath yesterday that after you tried to get John to go down the alley near Soho, you said that you told him to stop. Is that correct?
I did. Yep.
So I want to be really clear about that because is it your sworn testimony here today that John DeLee turned around in the alley and came back because you told him to stop?
I told him to stop. I don't know why he turned around and started coming back.
So the shooting happened on January 28th, correct?
It did.
Okay. On January 29th, the day after the shooting, you spoke with an investigator from the defense attorney. Her name is Amy Wallace.
I did
You
indeed,
recall
yep.
that? Now, she was the first person that you gave a statement to, right? Because we just talked about the fact you didn't talk to the police that night, correct?
She is, yep.
And at that point, you knew that John had been arrested,
I did.
and you knew that it was important to share as much information as you had with her, right?
I did, yep.
And you gave her a statement at that time about everything that you remembered.
I did, yep.
And we just talked about how on April 21st, you gave some additional sworn testimony in this matter. And at that time, I gave you a copy of this report that Ms. Wallace had generated that talked about everything that you said in your statement, correct?
Yep.
And you had a chance to read through this all the way then?
I did, yep.
And I asked you to make any corrections that you thought should be made to this at that time?
You did, yep.
And you told me this was accurate, right?
I did, yep.
And there was nothing that should be added to it or changed about it?
I did, yep.
And you also said that if you remembered after the fact that there was anything different, you would reach out to Manchester PD or someone and let us know, correct?
I would, yep.
Okay. You never anywhere in this statement said that you told John DeLee to stop and come back in the alley. Is that correct? And I know you haven't seen it for a while, so if you want to read it.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is, just for the record, this affects page 15 through 18.
So you can take as much time as you want. Just go ahead and read it to yourself.
Thank you, Tori, the seed lady. I appreciate it. Gift and membership. Thank you, thank you. Yep, it's driving me crazy. The thing about their testimony is they had been drinking and there was a lot of adrenaline pumping. So I think that the video evidence is, of course, going to be a lot more concrete than anything that any of them say.
I'm all set.
Are you all set?
I am. No problem.
Now that you've had a chance to read it, Mr. Soldano, you never said in the statement anywhere that you told John to stop.
I did not, no.
You never said that you told him to come back.
I did not.
So the day after you spoke with Ms. Wallace, January 30th, you gave your first interview to Manchester Police Department, right?
I did.
And that was recorded?
It was.
And in that interview, you also never said that John turned around in the alley because you told him to stop, did you?
I did not.
In fact, you told those officers that you didn't even see John go into the alley, correct?
Yeah, I didn't. So I didn't think he even got into the alley. I thought he was at just like the beginning of it.
Okay. You also told those officers that the three guys weren't following you when you were going to the alley.
Yeah. So as we were headed to the alley, they weren't.
And then as we've talked about, on April 21st, you gave sworn testimony under oath.
I did.
And that was recorded. And at that time, you never said that you told John to stop when he was going down that alley, right?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. In fact, at that time under oath, you said that you wanted to get John to go up the alley by Soho to get back to his car, correct?
I did. Yep.
At that point, you said you just wanted to go home.
Yep.
You didn't want to get in any fights.
Nope.
But John pushed past you to go back onto Old Granite Street, and you were worried when that happened, correct?
Yes, I was.
You could tell that it was not going to be friendly if they got back face to face with each other,
I did. Yep.
but they were approaching you guys, and John was approaching them, correct?
Correct.
Squaring off essentially in the middle of the road.
Pretty much. Yes.
And that's when someone lifted your shirt?
Yes,
to see if you had a gun.
correct.
You didn't have a gun.
I did not know.
So you told John one last time, let's get out of here?
Yeah,
And your intention at that point was to go back up the alley away from what was happening, correct?
it was, yes,
You just wanted to get out of there.
correct.
But John wouldn't move.
He would not know.
So you turned your back and started to walk away at that point. That's what we've talked about. And you
Yes,
see in the
correct.
video with your hands up.
Correct.
At that point, you'd been yelling at him, correct?
Yes,
You'd been trying to get him out of there.
yep,
Is it fair to say that was your last ditch effort to get him to leave with you? That
It wa-
point where we see you turning away.
yes, it was.
But then you heard, at that point, you heard the gunshots?
I did indeed, yes.
Did I have a moment, Your Honor?
No further questions, Mr. Soldano?
Yep.
Yes, please.
Good morning, Matt.
Good morning.
We talked yesterday about the moment you left the goat. What was your intention when you guys walked outside of the goat?
To go to the car and go home.
And what was the route to get back to the car?
Walking past Soho down to that alley,
And why was that the route?
because that's the way we came in.
Okay. So at the moment you walk out of the goat, it's fair to say that your intention was to leave the way you came.
Exactly.
Did you try to do that?
I did.
Okay. At the moment you're walking up Old Granite Street, is there anybody following you?
My friends.
Anybody else?
No.
Were you aware of Mr. Michael Mendoza and Trenton Nash at that point?
I was not, no.
Okay. What about the individual that approached with the pepper spray?
Once he approached, that's when, well, I knew something was going on when DeLee started going at it with the kid that was smoking the cigarette on the sidewalk.
Okay. The person who was smoking the cigarette, did he follow you up the street?
As we were moving, yes.
Okay. What about the person with the pepper spray? Did they follow you up the street?
For a period of time, yes.
Okay. So it's fair to say at some point they were following you.
Yes.
When you reached the Soho, did they follow you into the alleyway?
They did not know.
Do you recall what you were doing at the entranceway to that alleyway?
I do not know.
Okay. Were you speaking to anybody? Were you yelling at anybody?
I was yelling at DeLee after I told him to stop.
Okay. Anybody else you were speaking to?
No.
No further questions.
We cross?
I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you can step down. You're all set.
Thank you.
I think he seems
Trenton Nash.
Trenton Nash. I think he seems sincere on, like, he seems like he's, telling the truth to the best of his ability. But like I said, witness testimony isn't always going to be 100% reliable. They're telling it from what they remember and all that, but when you're drinking and, like, there can be inaccuracies. But not in those videos. Defense witness Trenton Nash. Anytime there's a witness who had been drinking, I don't take all of their evidence as concrete for that reason. As far as details go.
Watch on.
Good morning. Before you're seated, if you could just raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, have a seat.
Good morning, Mr. Nash.
Good morning.
My name is Benjamin Faulkner. I'm a lawyer for Mr. John DeLee. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Trenton Nash, Nash.
Okay. I'm going to be asking you some questions, and then an attorney from the state may ask you some questions as well.
Yes, sir.
We've never met before, right?
No.
And prior to January 27th of 2023, you had never met John DeLee before, correct?
Correct.
You didn't know him or any of his friends, right?
No.
How old were you on January 27th?
I was 21.
Okay.
That's my kid's age.
And you live just outside of Portland, Maine, right?
Correct.
But you had come down to meet with Michael Mendoza, right?
Yeah.
How long had you known Michael Mendoza?
At that point, probably about a year.
How did you meet him?
I met him through some other friends.
Did you know Timothy Pouliot as of January 27th?
Not quite. He's somebody that I've met before, but it's not like the same time period.
Fair to say that you knew him through Trenton Nash? Through Michael Mendoza?
Yeah.
Now, at some point on January 27th, you find yourself at the Goat Bar, right?
Correct.
And you went there with Michael Mendoza?
Yeah.
And where had you been before?
Before, I was actually in Portland, so I drove all the way out here to meet up with him.
All right, but didn't you go to another bar before you went to the Goat?
Yeah, but I'm not quite sure what the name of it was.
All right. But fair to say this is your second bar of the evening?
Yeah, it'd be about the second, yeah.
Okay. About?
Yeah.
You think there might have been a few more?
Well, I think we might have went somewhere before, but I don't remember. I just remember there was one place around the corner that we did go to.
At some point when you're inside of the Goat, do you find yourself talking to a group of girls?
I mean, many groups of girls,
At some point, do you find yourself talking to a group of girls alongside Michael Mendoza and Timothy Pouliot, and there's 3 girls and 3 men having a conversation?
Yeah, at some point.
And do you recall that conversation ending when a tall man approached?
No, not really.
Fair enough. How long were you in the Goat?
That's a hard time to remember.
No, just give me your best estimate.
I'd say probably 45 minutes to an hour.
And you're there. Well, who are you there with?
I was there with Michael.
You're not there with Timothy?
No, not necessarily. I never really talked to him much, It was just kind of first introduction and then ongoing.
Do you ever have any conversations with Timothy or Michael about any problems they're having inside the bar?
No.
None at all?
No.
And did anything unusual happen while you were inside of there?
I mean, other than the fight, nothing that I found unusual.
All right. So you noticed some kind of a fight at some point?
I mean, yeah, it was kind of like an uproar on the opposite side of me,
All right. Why don't you tell me in the best words that you can what happened?
Basically, I'm over by the stage. And, I just see security guards rushing towards, I want to say it was like a ramp, kind of going down to like a dance floor. And after that, I see Mike getting escorted out by a security guard, so I follow him because, that's the guy that I was with.
All right. So how far away are you from the ramp at that point?
Probably from me to like the first row of the seating.
Okay. So You don't have to adopt what I have to say. Just let me know if I'm right. Would you estimate that's maybe about 20, 25 feet?
I'd say so, yeah.
And so, do you see the fight?
No, I didn't even realize that there was a fight at first.
And the only thing you noticed is Michael was getting escorted out after something happened.
Well, yeah, there's something that went down. There had to have been, you know. So I kind of just followed afterwards.
Who gets out first, you or Michael?
It was kind of both of us, you know. I was right behind him.
How did you get from Portland to Manchester?
I drove.
What kind of car do you have?
It wasn't my personal car. It was my brother's car at the time.
What did you drive?
It was a Chevy Cruze.
Okay. Where did you park it?
It was right over by the first bar that we went to.
How'd you get from the first bar over to the Go?
I ended up walking.
Did you know where Michael Mendoza's car was parked?
For the first one or the Go?
When you were all at the Goat, did you know where Michael Mendoza's car was?
Not originally, but he was parked out front when we were leaving.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I just forgot your answer. Did you get out first or did Michael?
What do you mean?
Out of the bar.
Out of the bar? I can't tell. You know, we were kind of both right with each other. I don't remember if he was in front of me or if I was in front of him.
Okay. Where did you go?
We went right outside, straight to his car pretty much.
Okay. And both of you got in the car, right?
Yeah.
Did you have any conversation with Timothy before you left the bar?
No.
So when you guys get into the car, what's the conversation?
There wasn't really any conversation. I don't know, I was having a lot of anxiety, so I got out to smoke a cigarette. At the time, I had injured ribs.
Good. Try to listen to the questions and answer the questions. So you didn't have a conversation with Michael Mendoza while you were inside of that car?
No, there wasn't really any conversation.
And does Michael allow smoking in his car?
No, he doesn't.
Did you tell him you were getting out to smoke a cigarette?
Yeah.
What was the plan? Were you going to go somewhere in his car?
I mean, he was going to originally, if I was too, you know, wasted to drive, he was just going to drive me back to his house. But, you know, everything went down, so it kind of ended differently.
When you got into Michael Mendoza's car, your understanding was that he was going to drive you somewhere, right?
Yeah.
But instead you decided to get out and smoke a cigarette first.
Yeah.
And when you got out to smoke the cigarette, where'd you go?
I just went right back across the street. There was a snowbank right next to the car that I wasn't able to stand on at the time.
Was the sidewalk on the other side of that snowbank clear?
Yeah, but it was pretty icy out. You know, on that side, it was pretty icy. It wasn't as big of a sidewalk on that side.
So you decided to cross the street and go back to the other side?
Yeah.
And there was somebody yelling over there, right?
Yeah.
And without getting into what he said, he caught your attention with his yelling, right?
Yeah.
And you were upset about whatever he was yelling?
I wasn't necessarily upset. I just kind of told him, like, you know, it doesn't really matter. It's not, none of this is worth it. I originally didn't even know who that was at first, you know, and then 2 and 2 kind of clicked.
All right. So at some point you realized he was the person that had been in some kind of scuffle with
Well, yeah,
Michael?
When the group on the sidewalk started yelling at me, that's when it kind of clicked, you know, and then a lot of things just happened fast.
All right. Now, I just want to go backwards a little bit, or strike that. You were aware that Michael Mendoza was wearing rings that night, right?
Yeah.
On both of his hands?
I don't know exactly what hands they were. You know, I don't really pocket watch.
Okay. But you remember he was wearing rings?
Yeah,
Because at some point, the police asked you about that, right?
yeah,
And they had asked you whether he had any weapons, right?
yeah,
And you said, I don't know if this counts as a weapon, but he was wearing rings, right?
yeah, but it doesn't count as a weapon. At least I don't think it does.
Oh, now you think it doesn't count as a weapon?
Well, I don't know if it is or not, you know.
But when you were asked whether he had any weapons, you felt the need to disclose that to the police, right?
Well, I mean, if it is a weapon, you know, it's something, but at the same time, in my mind, it's not really a weapon.
Okay. So, did you have any weapons that night?
No,
None at all?
no.
Fair to say the conversation with the tall man goes rather poorly?
Yeah, it wasn't the best.
And by the way, that tall man, he's that man sitting over at the second table to my right, right?
That's correct.
Mr. John DeLee, right?
That's correct.
So how did you realize that he was the person who had been in a scuffle with Mr. Mendoza?
Mainly what he was saying, just going off of what he was saying, and
And he was making derogatory comments about him, is that why?
yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, I can't say who it was aimed towards, you know, at the same time.
Was he telling you to get lost?
No,
Did he push
not
you at some
necessarily. Push?
point? Yeah.
No,
He
he
up, right?
he punched me,
He punched you?
and then he tried shaking my hand, and then he punched me again.
Okay. At some point, did Mr. Mendoza become involved in this interaction?
Well, yeah, he clearly saw me getting assaulted, so you know, as a good friend, you're gonna go up and help your friend.
All right. And he came over with a can of pepper spray, right?
Yeah,
And held it right into John DeLee's face?
he wasn't right in his face. He was probably about 6-7 feet away.
But he held it up at face level, right?
I wouldn't say face level. There's a good height difference there.
Okay. He pointed it at him, right?
Yeah.
And at that point, what does Mr. DeLee do?
I want to say he started stumbling back, and then he pulled the gun out.
Dropped it on the ground, right?
Yeah, but it's kind of like a drop on the pull out of the waistband. You know, it wasn't something that I had a firm grip on and then placed down. It was more of I stumbled it.
All right. And after he dropped it, what did he do next?
Picked it right back up and kept yelling right at us.
What was he yelling?
I can't give exact statements. I don't remember exactly fully what he was yelling.
Something along the lines of, get away from me, I have a gun, right?
No. He didn't state that he had a gun at all.
Okay. But he was holding it.
Yeah, he was holding it.
And was he telling you to get lost at that point?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, but, you know, you get assaulted, you're going to be a little frustrated.
So, right around that point, is that when John walks away with his friends?
He didn't really walk away. You know, it was like a backward strut.
So he struts backwards, and then he turns around and walks up the sidewalk, right?
I wouldn't necessarily say he walked up the sidewalk. You know, he was still talking to us the whole time.
What's he saying?
I can't remarkably put down what he was saying. You know, I don't really remember too much conversation from that night, as I was heavily influenced under the alcohol, so a lot of words just kind of jumbled up in the brain, so I don't really remember the conversations that were going on at the time.
How many drinks did you have that night?
Pretty good amount.
How old is Michael Mendoza?
I want to say 39.
This is as of back in January.
Probably 38 in January.
Oh wow, he's a lot older than
So-
them.
At any rate, Mr. DeLee is moving up along the sidewalk, right?
Correct.
And where do you and Michael go?
I mean, we're on the other side of the street, and we kind of just keep walking parallel with them. You know, but both parties are yelling at each other, so it's
What are you yelling at the time?
pretty much like that. It was uncalled for. The punches in the face, it was uncalled for. You know,
Fair to say that Mr. DeLee and his friends are out ahead of you and Mr. Mendoza as you're moving up the street?
yeah, but not too far.
Did Mr. Mendoza at any point yell back to Timothy Pouliot?
No,
You don't remember hearing him say anything to Mr. Pouliot?
I didn't hear nothing to Mr. Pouliot. Nothing was said to him at that point.
At some point, you left the roadway, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, it kind of all happened in the middle of the road.
You don't remember going into a parking lot or something along those lines?
Well, I mean, after the shots rang out, I started running.
Not beforehand?
I mean, not beforehand. I stepped up onto the sidewalk because there were some people standing over at a truck, and you know, I could kind of hear them just like talking about what was going on.
I see. So you didn't go into the parking lot, but you did get up onto the far sidewalk away from John DeLee, right?
Well, I was still in the road. You know, I was right there. Like I said, that sidewalk was pretty icy.
What about Michael? Is he with you at this point?
And he was right in the road too.
But I mean, is he close to you or is he close to John DeLee?
I'd say probably about 10 feet from me.
And at some point, John DeLee kind of makes it to the head of the alleyway, right? Just past Soho?
Is that the Soho, the one right next to the goat?
Yeah, so if you walk out of the goat and you turn right and keep going up the street, there's another bar, right?
Yeah.
So let's call it the second bar. Does that work?
Yeah.
From now on, when I'm talking about the second bar, I'm talking about the bar that's up the street from the goat.
Yeah.
And on the far side of that bar, there's like an alleyway, right?
Yeah.
Did Mr. DeLee make it to the sort of intersection between that alleyway and the street at some point?
Well, I mean, he was still in the street, but yeah, he was somewhat towards that alleyway.
So more or less across the street from you.
Yeah.
Who approaches him first?
What do you mean?
Does anybody approach John DeLee at that point?
Like, come up to him?
Yeah.
I think Timmy did.
So you stayed behind on the sidewalk while Timmy approached him first, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of focused on, there's a group of kids over by a truck that I was kind of focused on. You know, so I don't really recall who was up there first, you know.
But after Timothy approached him, then you and Michael also approached, right?
Not necessarily approached. It was more of like we were still standing there talking, you know.
What's the conversation like at that point? I mean, even if you don't remember exact words, what's going on there?
I mean, pretty much both sides going at it. One side saying, you know, stop, and the other side saying, put the gun down. There's no need for the gun.
So who's saying stop?
He had a few friends that were off onto the sidewalk, and there was one with like longer hair.
And he was yelling to stop?
Yeah.
To you guys or to Mr. DeLee?
I think he was yelling at him, but I'm not too sure, you know.
What's Mr. DeLee saying?
He's, at that point, I can't really recall what he was saying.
Somehow, All 6 of you come together, right?
Yeah.
Was it you or Mendoza who said, it's New Hampshire pussy, we all have guns?
No.
I don't recall that being said at all.
Awkward.
Was it communicated in any way to Mr. DeLee that you had guns?
No.
Did you have a gun?
No, I did not.
Do you know whether Mr. Mendoza did?
He definitely did not.
Did you check him?
No, but I know I don't have to check him. It's one of those things where you can kind of tell if somebody has a gun.
Okay. So, very cold that night, right?
Yeah.
You're wearing a coat, right?
Yeah.
You remember taking the coat off?
Yes, I do.
That's when you were squaring up for a fight, right?
I was not squaring up for a fight.
Did you take off your coat because you were hot?
Pretty much. Like I said earlier, I did have a rib injury. So my ribs at that point, all the movement going on was just kind of firing up right up on the inside. So, that's the only way that I could get it down. Just wasn't squaring up for a fight. I was pretty much trying to tell him, like, there's no need for any of this.
Do you remember searching the guy with long hair for a gun?
I didn't search anybody.
You don't remember lifting up his shirt and asking him if he had a gun?
I didn't search anybody.
I didn't say the word search. You don't remember lifting up anybody's shirt?
No, I didn't.
At some point, Mr. DeLee's standing in the middle of the roadway with Timothy Pouliot facing him. You remember that?
Yeah.
And to the left of Mr. Pouliot is Mr. Mendoza, right?
Correct.
And to the left of Mr. Mendoza is you, right?
Correct.
So you kind of have like a little semicircle going on around Mr. DeLee, right?
It wasn't a semicircle. It was a, shoulder to shoulder. We were all standing together.
And the tall guy with long hair, you remember him turning around and walking away with his hands on his head?
Yeah.
You remember why that happened?
Not necessarily.
And then the other guy that was with Mr. DeLee, do you remember where he was at that point?
No. I mean, after that point, I didn't see him at all.
By the way, when exactly did you take off the coat?
I don't remember exactly. I just know that it was after I started walking. When I started walking further up the street, that's when it came off.
Left in the middle of the street?
Pretty much, yeah.
Because of your rib injury.
Yeah.
How come you didn't go put it back in the car?
I don't know.
Were you worried it was going to get stolen?
Not necessarily.
Good morning.
So, when you're standing shoulder to shoulder facing Mr. DeLee, at some point, let's strike that. When you're standing shoulder to shoulder to Mr. DeLee and Mr. Soldano, or the other man with long hair, is walking away with his hands on his head, what is being said between the three of you and Mr. DeLee?
I can't really recall too much about what was being said.
Well, do you remember Timothy punching Mr. DeLee in the face?
Somewhat. Not too much. A lot of that night has kind of faded away. But as I can say, I can't really recall too much of the conversation that was going on.
He said it
Mr.
so many
DeLee
times he
didn't-
doesn't remember things.
do anything to cause himself to be punched in the face at that moment, did he?
I have no idea. Not to me, at least. You know, he didn't do anything to me, at least. So,
Yeah. And you didn't see him do anything to Michael Mendoza at that point, did you?
Overruled. Go ahead, you can answer.
no, me personally, I didn't.
And you didn't see him do anything to Timothy Pouliot, did you?
No.
And in the split second after he got punched in the face, you saw him pull out his firearm and start shooting, right?
Yeah.
Directly at Timothy Pouliot, right? Right?
Correct.
And you went running, right?
As a normal person would. You know, you hear gunshots and it's not necessarily something that you want to be caught on.
Where did you run to?
Down the street, there was a parking garage right across. There was a key bank and then a parking garage. I went right behind the parking garage.
Do you remember bumping into the group of girls that you've been talking to earlier in the night?
I think, yeah, when I was coming back to the scene.
Did you have a conversation with them?
No, I didn't have a conversation with them. I apologized. I said I was sorry, and then...
Like, okay, here's the thing. He was a 21-year-old kid at a bar, and this has been January. Like, he's saying he doesn't remember, and I know they're wanting details out of him, but he's not going to remember. And I think, again, with the alcohol, like...
In a case that one side or the other objects,
How much can you really remember?
and before they rule on the objection or before they can get up to object, the witness answers a question. And so when that happens and I sustain the objection and in other words, I rule that the answer is not admissible, that testimony is stricken from the record. So the witness's last answer about what was said as he was returning from the parking lot is not to be considered by you as evidence in the case. It's not admissible. Okay.
Did you ever see Mr. Mendoza take off his rings?
No, I didn't.
No further questions.
Good morning, Mr. Nash.
Good morning.
My name is Rachel Harrington, and I'm an attorney for the state. We've never met before, correct?
No.
Okay. So I just have a few more questions for you, other than what Attorney Faulkner was just asking you. To start off, what's your height, Mr. Nash?
They say about 5'10", 5'11".
Okay. Do you mind if I ask you how much you weigh, about?
Roughly 135, 130 pounds.
So you've been asked a lot of questions about what was said in those final moments when you and Michael Mendoza and Timmy are up there with the defendant and the man you described as having long hair, who's a friend of the defendant.
Correct.
And up at that corner. I know you don't remember exactly what was said, but can you describe for me what the defendant looked like, what his demeanor was like?
I mean, the demeanor was... You know, you could see the anger. It kind of just poured out in anger instead of like how a normal person would be content. If I'd have to describe it, it was kind of barbaric.
Objection and motion to
Overruled.
Did you feel like he was being aggressive to you?
Not towards me at first. I didn't feel, I get it, on the side of the street, he's looking for whoever he's looking for, but towards me, necessarily no.
Did Did you feel like he was being aggressive towards Timmy or towards Michael?
Not until everything came up to where both groups were meeting.
Okay. And that's the part I'm talking about, right in that moment when you guys are up in that corner.
Yeah.
You're facing off right before Timmy punches him and he shoots. Like, did you feel like the defendant wanted to fight somebody in that group?
Yeah.
But not necessarily you? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I wouldn't say not necessarily me, but you could tell that there was the rage in his eyes.
After the shooting happened, I know you described how you ran initially, but at some point that night you spoke with the police, right?
Yeah.
Was that before you actually left the area?
No, so I ended up running, and then I came back, and that's when I started speaking to the police.
And were those officers that were on the street at that point?
Yeah, they were kind of everywhere, in parking lots, on the street.
Right. And did you tell them what you had seen?
Not at first, and then they brought me back to the station, and I kind of just released everything that I had seen from my perspective.
Okay, so just to be clear, on the side of the road, were they doing just kind of quick conversations to figure out who knew what? That type of thing?
Pretty much, informational basis and everything as well.
Okay. But once they realized you were a witness, you went to the station with them to give them an actual interview?
Correct.
Let me just have a moment.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So you felt that the defendant was aggressive and angry during this last sort of meeting?
Yeah, when we were all face to face.
Did you feel that you were being aggressive and angry at that time?
No, I wouldn't say that I was.
What about Timothy? Was he being aggressive and angry?
I wouldn't say that any of us were being aggressive and angry on our side.
No, not at all?
Not that I could see.
What about Michael?
I wouldn't say he was being aggressive and angry.
It's kind of cool, calm, and collected?
Yeah, I mean, we were all just... We were there. Things were happening.
Yeah. No further questions.
Okay. Anything further?
Mr. Nash, just to be fair, though, there's a lot of back and forth that was happening on that corner, right?
Yeah.
It's fair to say there's a lot of words being thrown back and forth that aren't friendly?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, you can step down. You're all set.
I mean, here's the thing. No matter how many witnesses you bring up there, it's not going to make one side,
That's called Michael Mendoza.
Oh, here comes Mendoza. It's not going to make one side super innocent and they were just victims of these bullies, and then the other side was the bullies. There's no amount of witnesses that could make that happen because we saw the video. We know that's not what happened. They were all drinking and angry, and first punch got thrown inside by this dude. Next punch got thrown outside by John. Next punch got thrown by Timmy.
Before you're seated, if you can raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please have a seat.
I knew y'all were going to start calling out the man bun.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
State your name for the record, please.
Michael Mendoza.
Michael, my name is Patrick. Have we met before today?
Briefly in the hallway on Tuesday.
Okay. But before Tuesday, have we met before?
No.
Michael, I want to bring your attention back to January 27th of 2023. That's January 27th of earlier this year, into the early morning hours of January 28th. Do you have a memory of that time period?
Yes.
Could you first set the stage for me? Where were you that night?
In Manchester at the GOAT.
Okay. Were you anywhere else that evening?
I was at McGarvey's.
Where's McGarvey's?
McGarvey's is on Elm Street, and also walked from McGarvey's to Imperial, which is also a bar on Elm Street, and walked from Imperial to the GOAT.
Were you with anybody?
At McGarvey's, I ran into a couple friends of mine. Yes.
Okay. What about at the GOAT? Were you with anybody?
Yes, we all walked down to the GOAT.
When you say we all, who was with you?
At McGarvey's, I ran into a friend of mine, Adam, and his friend Alex, and me and Trent Nash. We went to McGarvey's together. He picked me up from Granite Street from my car that I parked at.
It's fair to say at some point you end up at the GOAT?
Yes.
Okay. Who was with you at the GOAT?
Me, Trent, and Alex, and Adam.
Did you meet up with anybody else at the GOAT that you knew?
Just people that I know from the town.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
Yeah, if you could just slide yourself forward, there's a mic right in front of you, that'd be great.
Do you know an individual named Timothy Pouliot?
Yes.
Okay. Did you meet him at the GOAT?
Yes, I ran into him at the GOAT.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the GOAT?
No.
Do you recall what time you left the GOAT?
Right before closing.
Okay. Do you recall just your best estimate how long you were at the GOAT?
I have no idea. An hour and a half, 2 hours, I have no idea.
Okay. Were you consuming alcohol that evening?
Yes.
Fair to say you consumed some alcohol at each establishment you went to?
Yes.
Do you recall how much you were drinking at the GOAT?
No. I have a limit. So I'm not sure. Maybe 2 beers, I'm not sure.
He has a limit?
I'm going to ask you some questions about Timothy Pouliot.
Why would he not
at
ask
the
that?
GOAT.
Who gave him a limit?
Do you recall at some point standing with Timothy speaking to a group of girls or young women?
Yes.
Do you recall where inside the GOAT that was?
It was at the end of the rail.
And when you say the end of the rail, what other things are around that to sort of give us a sense of what the scene looks
The
like?
beginning of the dance floor.
Okay. Were you there alone with them?
It was me, him, and Trent Nash.
Okay. And how many girls were there again? How many young women?
3.
Okay. And you were having a conversation with them. Talk to me a little bit about that.
We was just conversating.
Okay. At some point, did a larger individual come down the ramp towards that group?
I didn't notice that. I didn't notice.
You didn't notice that? You didn't notice at any point Mr. John DeLee walking down the ramp towards that group of girls?
No.
At some point, did you move away from the group?
Yes, at some point I left the group. Either I don't know, I might have went and grabbed another drink. I'm not sure, but I left the group.
Okay. Were you with anybody when you left the group?
I believe I was with Trent.
Okay. You believe you were with Trent. Did Timothy follow you?
No.
Okay. So Timothy stayed.
Yes.
All right. Do you recall what Timothy was doing when you left?
He was just communicating with the girls. They was just talking.
Okay. You didn't see him communicating with anybody else?
No.
So at this point, you think you may have gone to the bar to get another drink?
Yes.
Do you run into Timothy again within the next 5 or 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Where was that?
I'm not sure exactly where we were standing.
Okay. Is it possible you were up at the bar getting a drink, or were you someplace else?
Possibly. I'm not sure.
Did you have a conversation with Timothy at that point?
Yes.
Now, you said you were with a group of girls, young women, earlier. That group come up to you again or come up to the bar during that period of time?
I can't remember.
Okay. You were having a conversation with Timothy at this point?
Yes.
All right. Were you having a conversation with Mr. Nash as well?
I can't remember.
Do you know if he was present for that conversation?
Possibly, I'm not sure.
Timothy tell you anything about his interaction with the young women?
No. No.
Did he tell you anything about a conversation with Mr. John DeLee?
Yes. I did not know who he was referring to.
Okay, but maybe he had a conversation with a bigger guy.
Yes.
Okay. What did he tell you?
He said that someone tried to fight him.
Somebody tried to fight him. Okay. What did you say to Timothy when that happened?
I told him to forget that guy. We're having a good night. And we're going to the strip club after.
Okay. So you were going someplace else after this, right?
Yes.
And Timothy was going to come along with you?
Initially, no, but I invited him at that point.
Okay. Do you believe he was going to come with you?
Yes.
Don't want to have a black guy at the strip club.
Where do you go after you have this conversation?
Back down to the dance floor.
Okay. Are you present when Timothy is talking to you about how he's a professional fighter?
No.
And you're not present when he says he's going to knock Mr. John DeLee out?
No.
And you told Timothy at that point that you'd be happy to knock Mr. John DeLee out?
No.
Mr. Mendoza, I have some brief questions for you. You the same Michael Mendoza that was convicted in the state of New Hampshire on a matter from 2008 regarding a shooting incident at 125 North Main Street in Rochester, New Hampshire?
He told him, don't get in a fight. We're going to the strip club later. Can't have open wounds at the strip club, so makes sense. Ugh. Did not have that on my bingo card.
Mr. Mendoza,
Happy anniversary, Angie. Angie Burr, we love you.
do you recall being indicted in the state of New Hampshire in 2008?
Yes.
Do you recall that the indictment that you faced in the state of New Hampshire in 2008 was an indictment for falsifying physical evidence?
Yes.
And you were convicted of that offense?
Yes.
And do you recall as well being indicted in the state of New Hampshire in 2008 for the crime of tampering with a witness?
Yes.
And you were convicted of that offense?
Yes.
And do you recall being indicted again in the state of New Hampshire for the crime of tampering with a witness in 2008, again, for a different incident regarding a lease?
I'm not sure.
Your name is Michael Mendoza?
Yes.
Your date of birth is December of 1983?
Yes.
Happy birthday.
And you recall that on multiple occasions you've been both indicted and convicted of tampering with a witness?
It's all at the same time.
Okay.
Not multiple.
So there are multiple indictments for tampering with a witness?
Yes.
And multiple convictions for tampering with a witness?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Mendoza, on the evening in question, Did you find yourself once again at the bottom of the ramp, close to the dance floor?
Yes, that's usually where at that bar, that's usually where I stand.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you were hanging out in that particular area?
Yes.
For good portions of the evening?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you recall Timothy Pouliot coming back down that ramp?
Yes.
He had a conversation with you, a brief one, correct?
Yes.
A brief one in which he essentially taps you on the shoulder and says something in your ear, correct?
Yes.
And that's at this point that you walk right over to Mr. John DeLee and punch him in the face.
Objection only to leading.
Yeah, sustained.
Mr. Mendoza, I asked you a question about Mr. Pouliot coming down the ramp. Do you remember that happening?
Yes.
Okay. What does he do next?
He tells me that the guy tried to fight him again, and he pushed him.
Okay. And at this point, you walk right over to John DeLee and you punch him in the face.
I don't like bullies.
Okay. Did you punch him in the face?
I believe I did not. I believe I tried to.
Okay. What happened next? You went to the ground with him?
Went to the ground and we was throwing punches.
Okay. You were throwing punches at him?
Yes, we were throwing punches at one another.
Okay. What happened next?
We both was removed from the bar.
Okay. Was there a police officer present?
Yes.
Do you remember having an interaction with that police officer?
He just, I believe, walked me out the door, told me to have a good night.
All right. So you left the goat at that point?
Yes.
Where do you go after you leave the goat?
I went directly across, went to my car.
Who are you with?
Trent Nash.
Okay. Do you recall where Trenton Nash was with you when you left the goat?
Trenton doesn't know anyone in Manchester. He came out, asked me to come out with him, and he followed me along with me.
All right.
To go back. His car wasn't parked there. His car was parked at McGarvey's.
All right. Is McGarvey's on Old Granite Street?
About a 10-minute walk.
It's a 10-minute walk from Old Granite Street.
Yes.
You said you went out to your car. Did you get in your car?
I got in my car.
Okay. Trenton got in your car too?
He was trying to get, I parked too close to the snowbank. He was trying to get in the car, and he wanted to smoke a cigarette, which I don't allow in my vehicle.
All right. So he didn't get in the car?
He started getting in the car, yes.
Did Trenton stay by the car?
Trenton tried to get in the car. I believe he might have asked me if he could smoke a cigarette, and I said, no, you can't, not in the car. And he never shut the door. He was trying to get in with the snowbank and then got right back out. Trenton, we had two friends that walked from McGarvey's with us, which was Alex and Adam. They were still in the GOAT. Their vehicle was also parked at McGarvey's. So we wanted to Trenton was going to go back and get them so that we could all go back to their vehicles.
Okay. What happens next?
Trenton started walking towards the GOAT. John DeLee came out of the GOAT screaming. I was in my vehicle. I was ready to go back to McGarvey's. And I don't know what was going on, what was said between John DeLee and Trent. And Trent was just casually walking that way. Trent later told me what was said between them. And I was watching and I witnessed John DeLee punch Trent in the face.
Okay. What did you do now?
I believe I took my coat off at that point, and waited to see what was going on. Didn't know if it was just let it cool down, if the guy was going to keep going or what. And then he struck Trent again, and at that point I got out of my vehicle.
Okay. You said you took your coat off. Is it cold out?
Yes.
Snow on the ground?
Yes.
Is it icy out?
I guess so.
So why'd you take your coat off?
What do you do next?
I got out of the vehicle. I walk over. John was yelling at Trent, and I pulled out my pepper spray and told him to back off.
So at this point, John's yelling.
Yet he had already assaulted him twice.
Yeah, but he's yelling at him, right?
Yeah.
You said you had pepper spray in your hand?
Yes.
You had it in front of you, behind you, in your pocket?
I had it in my hand. I walked over to him and I told him to back up.
You pointed it at him?
Yes.
What happened next?
Told him to back off or I was going to spray him.
Okay.
I didn't know if he was going to continue attacking Trent. Trent's not a fighter. He's a humble kid.
Where's Trent at this point?
Probably, I don't know, standing there somewhere. At that time,
Is John actively punching Trent when you walk up with the pepper spray?
he punched him once. I waited a couple seconds. I believe Trent tried to shake his hand or something, and then he punched him again. And there was no telling if he was going to keep retaliating or what was going on. Trent had nothing to do with any of the situation.
At the moment, Michael, I'm going to ask you to speak up as best as you can. Could you repeat your last answer?
I wasn't sure if he was going to continue hitting Trent or anything.
At the moment that you walk up,
Yes.
is John actively punching Trent?
No.
About how many people are on the sidewalk with John?
5, 6.
Were any of them pushing or shoving anybody else?
No one else. They were just yelling at John.
What happens when you point the pepper spray at John?
I told him to back up or I was going to spray him to stop. And he pulled out a gun.
Okay.
And said if I spray him, he would shoot me.
Did you drop the gun?
He pulled the gun out, dropped it, picked it back up, and at that point I backed up and I believe he racked the gun.
At some point. Well, what does John do next?
It says he was just yelling. His friends told him, go, put the gun away, go, go, go. And
Did that happen? Did they go?
they started walking down the sidewalk towards
Say they're walking down the sidewalk. What direction are they going?
towards Elm Street.
Okay. Could you give us a landmark? What direction they're going in?
Towards Soho,
Okay. What's the Soho?
a restaurant.
Okay. What do you do?
I was in disbelief that he pulled a gun, and there was bouncers, security outside of Soho, and I was yelling that he had a gun.
Okay. You're telling everybody on the street that he has a gun.
Yes, I'm screaming it.
Do you follow him up the street?
Not necessarily follow. I kept my distance. I wasn't directly behind him. We was in the road. He was on the sidewalk, and I was just yelling that he had a gun.
So he's walking towards the code.
He's walking towards Soho.
Towards Soho. Are the people that are with him walking along with him?
Yes, and they're telling him to calm down. They're also yelling back. They're yelling back, just talking crap.
And you're walking towards Soho as well.
I am walking towards Elm Street, which I'm not walking towards Soho. I'm walking down the street.
Are you walking in the direction of Soho?
No, I'm walking on the main street, on Granite Street, and they end up hitting the corner right there at Soho and went down the alley, and it was me and Trent Nash, and we broke off, and now we're gonna walk back to Trent's car, and we went to the Bank of America or whatever bank parking lot. We went the other way.
Went the other way.
Yep.
Where's Timothy while all this is going on?
I did not know where Timothy was at.
At some point, do you meet Timothy on the street?
I believe we went to the bank parking lot, and there was a group of people there, and we was talking to them, and then I noticed Timothy walking from the GOAT towards Soho. I seen him, and at that point, I started yelling. I said, "Hey, the guy got a gun. He's got a gun."
So you told Timothy he had a gun?
Yes. Well, I was yelling at him. If Timothy heard me, he heard me.
What do you do next?
Timothy came up to the intersection of the Soho, in front of Soho, and I walked over to meet him right there. And at that point, the other individuals that went down the alleyway came back out of the alley.
Are you past the Soho at this point?
Right in front of it.
Right in front of it. And Timothy's right next to you?
At that point, Timothy's right next to me. I believe everyone just met right there simultaneously.
Okay. Who else is with you?
Trent and Ashley with me, and that's it.
You said a group met. Who else is with John?
There was two guys that were with him. I don't know the names. One was wearing blue. He was yelling and screaming along with John. The other individual was initially yelling, and then at some point he didn't want nothing to do with any of it.
Sorry, I just read that.
At some point he wanted nothing to do with it, with the other individual, because John wasn't calming down.
I didn't see any video of the other two yelling.
So at some point, John is standing with one other person wearing blue.
He was standing with two.
Okay.
And then at some point, one of his friends just walked away. He didn't, I guess he just was out of there. He said, "I ain't dealing with this." I don't know.
And at some point, it's three of you and John, or three of you and two people?
It is me, Timothy, Trent, John, his two friends, and then one of his friends, within seconds, just walked away.
Did somebody put their hands up?
I don't remember anyone putting their hands up.
But you were there, right?
Yes, I was there.
You were really close?
I was right there.
The person in blue, if you're facing John, where's the person in blue?
To my left, John's right.
Does that person stay or leave?
He stayed.
Does John push or shove anybody at this point?
No, he was just telling Timmy he would fight him.
Timmy saying the same thing back?
Yes.
Timmy's not backing down.
Timmy said that he wasn't going to get bullied, and if they wanted to fight, they could go in the alley and fight.
John didn't go to the alley, right?
No.
Timmy didn't go to the alley, right?
No.
Timmy throws the punch, right?
Yes.
That's when the shots get fired?
It was simultaneously to a statement that John made.
I want to take this in order. Does Timmy throw a punch?
Yes.
Do the shots come as the punch is thrown or after the punch is thrown?
The shots came after the punch was thrown.
What do you do next?
I back up.
You back up. Do you stay there?
I went behind a vehicle.
At some point, the shots, did they stop?
Yes.
It was quick, right?
Yes.
Do you stay there for the police?
No.
Do you see John get arrested?
Yes.
He's in the alleyway?
He's right there in the beginning of the alleyway, standing there.
Next to the Soho?
Yes.
How long did it take the police to get there?
I don't know. Maybe 2 minutes.
The police talked to you that night?
Yes.
They talked to you on the street?
No.
They talked to you back at the station?
Yes.
Did you speak to a uniformed officer or a detective?
I'm not sure.
Did you speak to a number of officers or just one?
A number of officers.
When did you take your rings off?
I have no idea. I wear rings. I'm not sure if I took them off.
Do you remember if officers took pictures of you?
I'm not sure.
But you were interviewed that night?
Yes.
On camera?
Yes, I believe so. I'm not sure.
You didn't tell the officers the truth that night, right?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure if you told the officers the truth that night?
I believed at that point I was telling officers the truth.
You told the officers a very different story about what happened inside the goat, right?
As I recollected everything that was going on, there was some misinformation.
You told the officers that John swung at you first.
At that point, yes, what I believed.
That's what you believed?
Yes.
But that's not what happened.
After I seen camera footage, I started piecing things together.
See what I mean?
Your statement to the police was that John swung at you, and that changed after you saw the video.
Once I seen the video, I started piecing more things together. At that point in time, when the incident happened, I couldn't remember much of anything.
Mr. Mendoza, you walked right up to Mr. John DeLee, who's 6'6", over 300 pounds. That about right?
Yes.
And you threw a punch at him. Yes?
Yes.
You don't remember initiating that?
No. I do now.
You do now?
I do now.
Now that you're under oath?
Yes, I do now.
You testified earlier your plan was to go to another establishment that evening after the goat.
Yes.
Strip club.
You got in your car.
Yes.
Trenton was with you.
Yes.
You had a phone with you that night?
Excuse me?
Did you have a phone with you that night?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you told the police you had a phone with you.
I just stated I had a phone with me.
You tried to call 911 after the shooting.
Yes.
You were in your car.
Yes. Sustain.
You testified already that you were in your car.
Yes.
Trent was with you.
Yes.
You could have driven away, right?
Not necessarily.
You couldn't just drive away?
I couldn't. We had two other friends that their vehicle was 10-minute walk down the road.
You had a phone, right?
Yes.
Could have called them?
I don't know the numbers.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, let's take a brief recess, since we've gone quite a while, so we'll take a brief morning recess.
Hello to those of y'all joining us. While we're taking a recess, Let me pull this.
Dude, these guys are all tall.
Hold on, I'm just pulling. On this Reddit group, this is the video that they played in court yesterday.
Dude, these guys are all tall. Get the fuck back.
Terrifying. To be there and see that. So hold on, where's this other one? It's taking me to the same one. Hold on. Hold right there. All right, here. This is Lindsay Hendricks sent us this. Lindsay Hendricks. This is him being escorted out.
Who just punched you in the face? Who punched you in the face? No fight! Fight! Who just punched you in the face? Punched you in the face! This is the vibe! That's right. You know what? Dude, hey, God matched us in that line for a reason. For a reason.
He's hollering, who just punched us in the... Here, let's watch again, shall we? We're on break. Look at the band up there like,
Who just punched you in the face? No fucking fight! No fight! Fight! Who just punched you in the face? Punched you in the face! This is the vibe! That's right. You know what?
that looked like... Look, there's Timmy right there.
Who just punched you in the face? No fucking fight! No fight! Fight! Who just punched you in the face?
You can see Timmy back there still looking.
Punched you in the face! This is the vibe! That's right. You know what? Dude, hey, God matched us in that line for a reason. For a reason.
Interesting. I have questions. Why he does look, I mean, okay, here's the thing. John was a foot taller than him. And that's one of the things that the state is really, really making a big point about too, because I think that if they can, looking at this from a prosecutor standpoint, if you can get it in the jury's head that he could not have been in fear for his life because of his size, then it's going to be harder for them to acquit him, right? So, okay, Life Lessons says, sorry, but inviting someone to come fight him doesn't sound fearful. I get what you're saying, but I want y'all to think about it like this too. He just got punched in the face. He's drunk in a bar going, and there's bouncers all around him. And he's like, who punched me in the face? Come fight me. Is he fearful in that moment? No, but that's not the moment that's on trial. So all of this comes from, but also you're not really going to be in fear when you've already got a bunch of bouncers around you, because now you just got sucker punched and everybody's looking at you, and he's going to be loud and, obnoxious anyway. Who hit him? Mendoza hit him. The one who's on the stand right now, or was on the stand. The state is wanting to really make sure that they talk about the size difference a lot. And, okay, like my dad was 6'8", and so my dad is only like an inch taller than the defendant. Was only an inch taller than the defendant. And that's a big dude. My dad is 6'8". John is 6'7". That's a big dude. So everybody's saying like, Tim is so little. Tim is not that little. He's 5'7", and I think is what they said. I mean, Conor McGregor's 5'9". Like that's, so he's, which I think 5'9" is average for a man. Like it's just under average. So he's not that little. It's just that the defendant is so big, he's going to make anybody else look little. Yeah, 6'8" is, my dad he was a big dude. It was always, it's funny because they always get the same questions. Everywhere we went my whole life. First question, how tall are you? And then, did you play basketball? And there would always be like the dad joke of, how's the weather up there? Or you're the first to tell when it rains, or something like that, every single time. So just know that whenever you see a really tall dude, if you say any of those things, that's the same thing he hears every single place that he goes for the whole entirety of his life. The thing about there being a foot difference between them, and this is one of those things I was saying yesterday, like there's, different things in each column that I can see playing a factor into this, because you can say, if you're saying he is, or he was fearful for his life in that moment, the moment that he shot, that he was, fearful or whatever, the state is going to say, they're wanting the jury to see, like, to say to think he wasn't fearful for his life in that moment, because they're wanting to push the height. So like if there's a foot height difference between them, and if Timmy wasn't armed, and if John was out there hollering after he got punched or whatever, and he's hollering that he wants to fight. Well, they're not going to say after he got punched. They're just going to say he's hollering that he wants to fight, or to come fight him or whatever. So you have the state that's going to be pushing that side. The defense, however, is their side that they're wanting to impress on the jury is different. They're, and even in the chat, like the two sides that are split, it's different. you have the state or the prosecutor. Lord help me. Take two. You have the defense who's like, okay, well, he was a trained, like talking about how he's a trained MMA fighter and that they attacked him, sucker punched him first, that when he walked the opposite direction, they still approached him 2 more times outside, that, when they were in that group talking whatever, Timmy punched him. So there's 2 very different narratives of this story that are being presented, which is why this one is so interesting, because all of it comes down to not any one of these things, but all of that leading up to that moment that's all it is these are things leading up to that moment to give insight into his frame of mind, to decide, for 12 people to decide what he felt in that moment.
All rise for the jury.
The not retreat thing, that's for the stand your ground. Or it's called stand your ground in Florida. I think it's Castle something or other. New Hampshire, maybe.
Thank you.
But that's
Mr. Mendoza, my name's Scott Chase. I represent the state of New Hampshire. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to bounce around a little bit here. I'm not going to ask you to walk us through everything
Did our
that you
camera
just
guy
talked
forget
about.
to come back?
One of the things you said was you don't like bullies, correct?
Yes.
What was the size difference between Mr. Pouliot and the defendant? How would you characterize the size difference?
See, they're going to push that.
It's probably twice his size.
Okay. And we heard about your background, right?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say you have
Castle
more of a
doctrine,
street
that's what it was.
life, more street experience?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say, from your perspective, a fight is a fight.
Yes.
2 guys want to square up and fight, they fight.
Yes.
Not a big deal.
No.
Okay. But you didn't like seeing a big guy twice pushing around a little guy like Timmy.
Correct.
Okay. And let's fast forward and let's talk about the fight between you and the defendant.
Camera guys.
Chaos. But in that fight, when you guys are rolling, everything's going on. Chaotic?
It was just a normal fight.
Okay. You go to the ground?
Yes.
Get your shirt ripped?
Yes.
Okay. When you go, let's fast forward. Let's skip ahead to Soho. I think you've described the car situation enough times. Let's talk about Soho. The defendant wasn't calming down, correct?
No, he wasn't calming down.
His friends were trying to calm him down?
Initially, his friends were gassing him up, and then they were trying to calm him down.
Okay. For you, and I'm talking about when you guys are all in the center of Old Granite Street, okay? For you, if the defendant wants to fight Timmy, and if Timmy wants to fight the defendant, square up, old-fashioned fight. Even if Timmy's going to lose, that's his business, right?
Yes, and I'd said that to him.
Okay. You weren't expecting the defendant to pull out a gun if Timmy punched him, correct?
No.
There was nothing that the defendant was saying that was de-escalating the situation, correct?
They was both talking about a mutual fight.
The defendant didn't have his gun out when Timmy walked up to him.
No.
He didn't have his gun out when Timmy punched him.
He was, at that point, he was going for his gun. He had said that he would just shoot him, and then that's when, right when that was said, Timmy swung.
Was that what you were talking about as far as simultaneous?
Yes.
So as Timmy's swinging, he made that statement.
He made that statement, and they were saying
at one point, Timmy said and gestured to the alley, told him he'd fight him. He said, "I'll fight you." I was saying, guys, handle y'all's business, whatever y'all want to do, whatever, one-on-one, whatever. Trent Nash was saying, just shake hands, and that's it. His other friend, John DeLee, his friend was saying, at first, he was talking reckless, and then now he was being peacemaker also. And John DeLee, I don't know why. Maybe didn't. I don't know. I guess he's used to people backing down for him for his size. And Timmy said, "I'll fight you. We can go in the alley." And he said, "I'll just shoot you." And he went towards his gun, and Timmy struck him. I watched the video of it, and I remember, and that's how I'm collecting everything. I remember I'm watching his hand go to his gun as Timmy's punching him, and I back up, and that's how it happened.
And this is all like this?
It's all like that.
Right in an instant?
Yes.
Okay. Timmy didn't pull out a gun?
No.
You had the pepper spray, but you didn't have it out?
No.
Trenton didn't have a gun?
No.
None of you guys told the defendant that you had guns?
Absolutely not.
No one ever threatened the defendant with a gun?
No.
How many times did the defendant holler out, "Please, sir, go away"?
None.
How many times did he say, "Please, sir, I'm scared, go away"?
None.
How many times did he pull out his phone and call for help?
None.
Okay. Now I want to fast forward. Shooting happens, right? You described that you had ran away.
I went behind the immediate vehicle that was on my side, and the gunshots rang out. I wasn't aware that anyone was shot. I looked over and I seen Mr. DeLee standing there, and I was like, I said something to him about pulling. I can't believe you just shot. Like, you just fucking pulled a gun out and just started shooting.
And what was his attitude back to you?
He immediately said, "You might want to check on your boy."
And did he say that like, "Hey, you might want to check on your boy, he's really hurt"? Was that his tone?
No, he was more taunting, and I didn't understand what he said. I wasn't understanding, like, that just happened. I wasn't understanding what just happened. It happened so quick, and he said, I was like, "You just fucking pulled out a gun like an idiot, just started shooting." And then he goes, "You better check on your boy. He's bleeding out." That's what he said. And then I came around the car, and I seen Timmy on the ground, and he was on his back at that point, and I didn't see any gunshot. There was no blood.
Okay.
And I went over to him, and I didn't know to
I
get him
apologize.
CPR.
I want to break some of that down a little bit before we go forward, okay? So I'm just going to back you up a little bit. So you said you better check on your boy. He's bleeding out.
Yes.
And your description was, this isn't a taunting way. This isn't a, "Hey, I'm calling 911. Check on your buddy. He needs help."
Yes.
Okay, and it's clearly evident.
Yep.
Okay. And you guys see each other.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have your pepper spray out at that point?
No.
Did he point his gun at you at that point?
No.
Did he tell you, "Run away, I don't want anything to do with this"?
No.
Did he ask for help?
No.
Did he try to help Timmy?
No.
One moment.
You are. Say there's nothing further.
Any redirect? The Goat Bar, is that right next to the Soho?
Yes.
How many buildings are there between the Goat and the Soho?
I don't think there's any businesses. I think there might be there's no businesses between
Is
the
there
two.
an alleyway?
Not between the two, no.
You sure about that?
Yes, there is like an alleyway, but it's not. Yeah, there's like a small street. You're right.
Okay. All the parties exited the Goat at some point that evening, right?
Yes.
And they walked the distance between the Goat to the Soho, correct?
Yes.
and at least partially into that alleyway, correct?
I didn't, not all
You
parties.
didn't, but other people did, right?
Not that alleyway.
The one next to the Soho.
There's one that's between Soho.
I'll rephrase the question. I just talked to you about an alleyway that's between the Soho and
Yes,
the
no one went down that alleyway.
No one went down that alleyway. Is there one next to the Soho further up the street?
Yes, behind the store there.
Okay. Did some parties at least make it partially into that alleyway?
Yes, they went down that alley, however far, I don't know.
Okay. And people walked there, right? Away from the goat and towards the Soho?
They walked from away from the goat toward, yes.
No further questions.
Very briefly. So, the defendant and his friends go down the alleyway. You don't know how far.
Yeah, when they was walking, as soon as they turned and went that way, I went the opposite way.
So you didn't follow him down the alley?
No.
Okay. No further questions, right?
Okay. All right, you can step down. You may.
So did his testimony change y'all's mind any? Let's see, the comments all on the New Hampshire subreddit with the video of John getting escorted out are worth taking a look at. It seems pretty split if he was justified or not. It's split in here too. Here's my thing. If this had not ended in death, if it had ended in assault, then I would say 100% not guilty. Why is it even here? They were coming at him. With it being
Does the defense have any
death,
further witnesses?
it makes it so...
Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the parties have entered three stipulations in this case, and a stipulation is a form of evidence. So let me explain that to you. I explained to you typical forms of evidence are testimony, exhibits, the view, and a stipulation is yet another form of evidence for your consideration. So a stipulation is proof or is an agreement between the parties that certain facts are true, and you have to accept those facts as established without either side having to bring in outside evidence to prove these facts. And so in this case, the first stipulation that the parties have agreed to is that on the morning of January 28th, 2023, at the time the defendant left the Goat Bar and Grill in Manchester, the car he was driving was parked at the Market Basket parking lot at 460 Elm Street in Manchester. So you have to accept those facts as established based on that stipulation. The stipulation number 2 reads as follows. The state has submitted various video clips into evidence, including state's exhibit numbers 34, 45 to 55, 58, 60 to 67, 69 to 71.
We'll do a poll.
The clips and portions thereof that have been entered into evidence are comprised of the portions and areas of the captured footage that is relevant to this case. Number 2, the remaining aspects and portions of the clips not included within the exhibits did not capture relevant information. Jurors are not to speculate on what may have been or may not have been captured on those aspects of videos that have not been entered into evidence. So that's stipulation number 2, and you have to accept that as established. And number 3, the stipulation is on January 28th, 2023, the defendant, John DeLee, was approximately 6 foot 6 inches in height and weighed approximately 350 pounds. So that's the third stipulation.
Oh,
You
6'6".
must accept
I said
as
6'7".
true. I'll mark each of these as a court exhibit to go back with you into your deliberations as well. Okay, so don't start talking about the case. We're going to break now for lunch. We'll come back after lunch, do closing arguments, and I'll give you the final instructions, and then you can start deliberating. So we'll see you after lunch. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
Okay, they're in lunch till 1. I just did a poll. Yeah, we looked at all the videos yesterday. One of our people that was in here was in the courtroom and said that there were,
Oh, sure.
what was it, 5?
We had discussed with the state, there are a number of video clips that are on DVDs, and while we've reviewed what has been exchanged electronically, we were asking if we could have permission to take those out of the courtroom and check them to make sure that each of them is exactly what it's supposed to be in the video.
Just as long as you do it with Joni, so coordinate with her, just because she's got to take custody and make sure. Fortunately, we've had the experience, somebody's walked off with an exhibit, not intentionally, and we had a lot of scrambling over a long period of time, so I want to make sure that she's there and keeps track of it, so, okay. And so you're free to do that if you want. I know Joni needs a lunch break, so I'll let you coordinate with her in terms of the timing of that. I gave you a copy of the final instructions as modified. There's the section about whether the defendant's right to not to testify is highlighted. I'll take the highlighting out. I just wanted to wait to make sure that in fact was going to be his choice. So, okay.
And Your Honor, could we come back at say 1:30 or something so that the lawyers have time to prepare their closings, or do you want to begin right?
I'd like to start at 1. Yeah, because I don't know how long your closings are, but
Why would they not have
they're
had
going to
a
go
third
at least till 2, and then probably 2:30. We'll take a break, and then I've got to give that's not going to get the jury, not get the case to the jury until late in the afternoon. So I'd like to try to at least get them to start the process of picking a foreperson by, beginning or the end of the day. So.
Can counsel just have access to the courtroom, because we're going to be moving? I think both sides are going to try to figure out the best way to set up the TV so they're not in Your Honor's way.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just going to be in here talking to the class. They're going to leave shortly because they've got to head out for lunch too, but just don't mind me.
For the record, too, the state's just going to mark with, if it's okay, what Mr. Saldana watched, we'll mark it just for identification, just so we have it for the record.
Oh.
That makes sense.
Whatever the next exhibit number is.
That's fine. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can I
Okay.
have everyone leave the boardroom except for the students?
Okay, so out of the jurors that are in there, because they haven't said who's alternate yet or whatever, there were 5 men and 11 women. So when they get ready to do the jury instructions and all that, they'll dismiss the alternates. But that was as of yesterday, so I'm not sure how many of those are alternate, or which ones of those are alternates, but I didn't bring eyebrows. I'm at my brother's house. I came here because they're still doing that, grinding the floors on the floor above me. Oh, they did tell me though that the grinding on the floors is supposed to be done by the middle of next week, so I should be finally back home streaming. At least I'm back home sleeping now. At least there's that. But I should be back home with my own little corner and my own little nomies and all my own desk and my own everything by the end of next week. So very exciting. All right, so let's take a look at the poll. Right now, the majority of y'all are saying guilty for manslaughter. 45% are saying manslaughter. 25% are saying second-degree murder. And 30% are saying not guilty. It's very split. It's very split. The jury instructions, when they go over that part, we will pay close attention to that, because whether or not this man spends the rest of his life in jail is going to come down to the jury instructions. Also, it does surprise me that he didn't take the stand, because I feel like most self-defense cases, the defendant does take the stand because that's the only way I mean, because otherwise you're leaving it up to other people telling the story and having to hope that 12 people are going to all agree that you felt that your life was in danger without you ever saying a word to them about it. That's a scary place to be. So I am glad I am not on this jury. I'm really glad I'm not on this jury. Taking the stand is always a double-edged sword. You know, it's such a bad idea for people who are guilty and people who are liars and people who have terrible credibility and stuff like that. With self-defense, it's one of those things where it is a double-edged sword, because being able to tell your version of the events is, especially if you're sincere, is great, but opening yourself up to cross-examination, especially if it's a seasoned attorney or, you know, good prosecutor, I think it's easy to sit here and be like, oh, well, you know, this should have happened, and, you know, whatever. Could you imagine the pressure on that jury to decide if he's going to, I mean, he was, what, 22, 24? One or the other. One of them was 22 and one of them was 24. I can't remember which was which. But they are deciding if he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail. Yes, we will hear jury instructions. They will go over those after closing arguments. They'll do, the prosecution will do a closing argument, then the defense will do their closing argument, and then the prosecution will get a rebuttal. And the judge just said that they think that that's going to go till about 2 o'clock. Which is short, because didn't he say they're coming back from lunch at 1? Punishment, well, he's facing life in prison if it's second-degree murder. For manslaughter, let's look up New Hampshire law. Oh, I saw this too. Let's pull this up real quick while they're lunching. I'll make it a little bit smaller so we can still see them on the bottom of the screen moving around. Okay, so I found this article which I thought was really, what the heck is that? Is that a cat on her shirt? Odd. Okay. This article I liked because it shows two very split sides, which is how this chat has been. It makes me sick to think he could do life in prison. He was the one being bullied here, and I believe it was self-defense. He wasn't drinking this. See, Peter Grant says if he wasn't drinking, this would never have happened. That's the hard part about all this too. This is one of the things I was saying yesterday too. It's so hard because there were so many bad decisions all night by so many different people. Literally everybody that was there made a bad decision at some point that all led to this shitstorm of, you know, tragedy. There's so many different things that could have so many different points during all of that you look and you're like, man, if only they'd have done this, if only they'd have done this. That's really hard when you're looking at, you know, tragedy like this and a life being lost, because there's so many points during the night And it's not even like a long time frame, you know, like this all happened relatively fast. So looking at that, it's so hard to just be like, oh gosh, if you could just change this one thing or this one thing. I think that, you know, it's so preventable. It's so sad. But seeing stuff like this is also really important for the public to see stuff like this. You know, that these things can and do happen. That one that was in Panama City Beach, right here, at Coyote Ugly, that I was talking about the other day, they got in a fight, went out in the parking lot. Two dudes are fighting. The other dude comes up and, you know, is going to protect his friend, punches this guy in the head and kills him. It wasn't like a beat down. Everything was, you just never know. Oh, so sad. So sad. And having these, you know, these kids are only a couple years older than my kid right now. And I'm thinking like, man, like to have, and that's what I'm trying to think, because I'm trying, you know, I want to keep an open mind about every case that we go into, except for the ones that I already know too much about, like Murdoch or Thommy. But the ones that I do too much research on beforehand. But I try to keep an open mind during the whole thing, because that's what jurors have to do. You have to hear all the evidence before you make up your mind, right? So, and I try to put myself into, to prevent confirmation bias, because I can have like my instinct to be like, oh, he's guilty, or oh, he's not guilty. And then everything that I hear after that that supports that theory is what I focus on instead of otherwise. That's what confirmation bias is, right? So in order to prevent that, I try to put like an emotional connection to it so that I can keep an open mind. It helps me to keep an open mind on stuff like this. So trying to see it from the perspective of, since they're about my kid's age, okay, if I was Timmy's mom, how would I feel about this and this and this? If I was John's mom, how would I feel about this and this and this? And it helps to keep me from only accepting the evidence that goes toward whatever my inclination was and dismissing the rest of it. Kaylin says, I want to know the ages of the jurors, if they're close to the same age or if they have kids around the same age. He said yesterday that most of them were, what do you say, like between 30, like, I think he said like 30s and 40s, it looked like. So most of them would be either, so I mean, if they're the ones who are in their 40s could have kids this age. I'm 40. Ugh, 40. Oh my gosh, I'm about to be 41. Oh my gosh, it's December. I'll be 41 this month. Ugh. Manslaughter is on the table because it's included as a lesser charge. Now, the state wanted on the record that they do not want the lesser charges included because they said that this is murder, flat out, nothing else. The defense says they do want the lesser charges included, and the judge agreed there is evidence that could go towards manslaughter instead of murder, so that will be included as a juror option. But having the lesser charges included is kind of like a safety net. So it's like if you think that, okay, let's say that there's a juror who's like, he really needs to, you know, he took a life, he really needs to do time. If it's all or nothing, they're going to go for all. Not necessarily as an example. I'm not saying everybody will, but I'm saying there are people who will look at it like that. So if you have manslaughter as a lesser option, that provides kind of like a safety net to where you're not having to do life in prison if the jurors think that you need something, but they don't necessarily think it's murder, but they also don't want to let you off. Does that make sense? I look all of 30. Thank you. It's the bad lighting and the fuzzy camera. BuffyBot says, I'm 41 and I have a 22-year-old. I am 40. I'm about to be 41 in, 3 weeks. Ugh. Ugh. And mine will be 21 next year. He just turned 20. I love being a young mom, though. I was 20 when I had Jacob, and I love it because now, like, my friends that have to get babysitters, I'm like, peace out, homie. Not me. Going to live my best life. Not in the carpool lane. I look like 21. Thank you. Jacob gets so mad when we go out and people call, like, we'll be out doing something or whatever, and people say I'm his sister. Even like the people in our condo office when last year, I think, somebody was like, tell your sister, come by and say hi. And he's like, my sister? And he's thinking Lucy. And he's like, well, everybody loves Lucy. So, and he's like, all right. And they're like, and they said something else or whatever. Anyway, and he was like, wait, you mean my mom? I was like, yes. Yes. It's bad lighting. All right, we're going to read this. I also have a 4-year-old and a 13-year-old. I just like to reset the clock when they are halfway out the door. Woo. Not me. I loved being a young mama. All right, so this is the article that I was saying seems kind of split, kind of how ours were, which was really interesting. Kind of how our chat was. All right, so this was written like a month after this happened. All right, and it says, an innocent 22-year-old from Salem bleeding from his face following a Manchester bar fight. Threatened by a man with pepper spray, followed by 3 men, one a self-described professional fighter who aimed to do him harm? Or is he a seething 6.5-foot, 330-pound giant who punched out one Manchester youth, flashed his gun at another, and complained that Manchester is full of Hispanics? That was the thing that they kept out of the video. They didn't want the jury to hear. Compelling and competing, those two versions of DeLee emerged in Hillsborough County Superior Court on Friday, where his defense lawyer asked that he be released from jail pending trial on a second-degree murder charge. He's charged with the January 28th shooting of resident Timothy, and let's see, police say he was shot 8 times after a scruffle at the Goat Bar and Grill after a scruffle on the Goat Bar and Grill spilled onto Old Granite Street. The hearing was held in a tense courtroom. All 6 benches were filled. Friends and family of Timmy sat on the right side of the courtroom, and John's camp was on the opposite side. Sheriff deputies and Manchester police made a strong showing. Manchester police chief was on hand for much of the hearing. He and others wore flak jackets when Judge Stephen called a break, police monitored both sides and kept potential adversaries apart as they exited the courtroom. Apparently it was really tense up in there. Inside the bar on January 28th, John had a confrontation with Timmy's friend, Mendoza. John ended up with a bleeding cheek. It's unclear whether Mendoza punched him or whether John struck a fixture while they wrestled. Once outside the bar, John punched another friend of Timmy's and showed his handgun when Mendoza approached him with pepper spray, according to police reports. Everyone was screaming that John had a gun, but Timmy and his friends at one point followed John and his friends. Timmy eventually approached and punched John, according to Manchester detective James Pittman. Knowledge of the gun didn't stop Timmy, said defense attorney. Unprovoked by any physical contact, Timmy punched John in the face. It's then that John fired 9 rounds, 8 of which struck Timmy, including 4 in the back, according to police reports. Homicide prosecutors frequently played up the size difference. This is what I was saying. They were playing up the size difference, like making sure that that was made into a big deal. Because again, this goes to they're wanting to say, if there was this big size difference, how could he have been in fear for his life or whatever? Prosecutors frequently played up the size difference between the shooter and the victim. John was a foot taller and 200 pounds heavier. John shoved Timmy at the bar. A witness said Timmy bragged about being a professional fighter and said he would take John on. Outside the bar, John was screaming profanities and slurs about Hispanics and challenging Timmy's friends to a fight. He twice punched another friend of Timmy's, Trenton Nash. Trenton's the one that came up to him on the sidewalk right before the Mendoza came over with the pepper spray. All right, he was looking to finish the fight or fight someone else, Pittman said, quoting Olivia Leonardo, who was at the bar with the Salem friends. This was not a fight, this was retribution, said homicide prosecutor Rachel Harrington. Since the night of the shooting, DeLee has maintained that he acted in self-defense, but Harrington said his actions don't fit the legal definition of self-defense. This is the main thing right here. It is not what you think, who did what, whatever. It is the legal definition of self-defense. That is what all of this comes down to, which is scary, huh? He killed out of anger, not necessity, and the law does not allow that. So this is everything that it's boiling down to right here. Did he kill out of law or out of anger or necessity? Interesting stuff here, people. And let's see. Let me pull. This is the indictment. Y'all are asking about the indictments, the other stuff or whatever. One count of second-degree murder for knowingly causing Timmy's death by shooting him. The grand jury also indicted on an alternative count of second-degree murder for recklessly causing the death of Timmy under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life by shooting him. And then reckless conduct, because he recklessly placed another in danger of serious bodily injury by means of a deadly weapon by firing a pistol multiple times in proximity to occupied motor vehicles and or pedestrians. So that was the original indictment. Interesting. These jury instructions are going to be no matter what you think should or should not have happened, no matter what mistakes any of them made leading up to any of this, the part that is going to have to determine this, and the decision will have to be made on the jury instructions and the legal definition of whether or not those shots were justified. Right now, we're at 43% manslaughter. It is so split. 43% manslaughter, 30% not guilty, and 27% second-degree murder. Let's pull up the law for manslaughter real quick. And then we're going to watch, while they're on break, I want to watch Shayna Gardner hearing from this morning. And I need to take Lucy out real quick. All right, let's see. a person is guilty of manslaughter when he causes the death of another, A, under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance caused by extreme provocation, but which could otherwise constitute murder. So let's break that down. If he caused the death of another under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance caused by extreme provocation, but which would otherwise constitute murder. This is easily, in my opinion, I'm only one juror. This for me would be an easy, like, okay, yes, that would check this box, this box, this box. This one's the easier one to say, you know, yes, I could see this. Because if you look at like the, you know, under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance caused by extreme provocation, but which would otherwise constitute murder, this one is so much easier to debate on or determine or speculate on, as far as, because you're not having to rely on how you feel about him feeling threatened or whatever, you know what I mean? This one is the lesser charge. Of course, it would be a lot easier and a lot broader, which this is the one that y'all are, the majority of you are saying that you would, if you were a jury, you would vote on this one. Okay, so that was A. B, recklessly. If he caused the death of another recklessly. All right, so 2, manslaughter shall be punishable by imprisonment for a term of not more than 30 years. So if he's convicted on the manslaughter and not the murder, he would have, the sentence would be up to 30 years for that. In addition to any other penalty imposed, if the death of another person resulted from the driving of a motor vehicle, the court may revoke the license. Of course, that isn't what happens, so we don't have to worry about that part. So that's the manslaughter part. And then, of course, we talked about yesterday the criminal code, the physical force in defense of a person, the justification for self-defense that would get him out of legal responsibility for the killing of another person. Make sense? Crazy, crazy. All right, I'm going to take Lucy out real quick, and then when I come back, give me about 10 minutes, take her out, and then we'll watch, I'll find that Shayna Garter. And I know y'all know this. I think I was in Tallahassee when they announced this for the other trial, but Jose Baez, Casey Anthony, her attorney is representing. No, this is another wild one, y'all. This trial was one we were going to cover, remember? And then not Shayna, but she didn't get arrested until more recently. But we'll go over it in a minute. Let me take Lucy out. We'll go over it in just a minute. I'll be right back. Welcome. All right. Sorry, it took me a little bit longer. I forgot I had to swap some laundry too. Where I had dust all over everything, I'm having to wash every bit of clothing I have. All right, let's see. Uh-oh, something popping up. Let's go live. What's going on at your Starbucks? What's going on at Starbucks? I have the, it's a pain in the butt, where, what is this? Hold on. Okay, sorry. My bad. I think some guy got pepper sprayed. He ran up to the fire truck, knocked on the door whenever they pulled up, and had his shirt off yelling about something. What? Boots on the ground. Lindsay Hendricks. Drama at the Starbucks. Crazy. All right, let me pull that. Let me see if I can find the, I'll watch it real quick. I would walk 500 miles. Ugh.
All right, you may proceed. Morning, Your Honor. Here on Ms. Gardner's case, the state has provided discovery to Mr. Baez this morning. I think we're just going to ask for a pass date.
Actually, let me do it like this, so we can still see what's going on in our court.
Yes, we have received the discovery, and which consists of a thumb drive, and in addition to that, a external hard drive as well. Of course, we haven't reviewed the contents of it. There is one thing I think that the court should be aware of. Since we had the issue, the next point issue come up, it was immediately shut down, so we did not have access to further discovery post the date of it being shut down.
What is that date?
Thank
I
you,
believe it's
Mama.
November 15th, Your Honor. Okay.
Happy birthday.
So essentially, we tried to get through as much as we could, and that's just basically to give the court an idea of where we're at in the discovery review. Not that I think the court thought we would go through all of it in this time, but just there was a hard stop date is basically all I can say. But fortunately, we'll be able to take this back and start up again.
Okay, so it's today that you got the external hard drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I've been handed a form titled Unlimited Waiver Speedy Trial. Have you gone over this with your client?
Yes, we have.
Okay. If you could please place Ms. Gardner under oath.
No, I'm not going to the game. I can't afford it.
I do. All right, thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
I've been handed a form that's titled Unlimited Waiver of Speedy Trial. Have you gone over this form with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and it has your signature on it. Did you sign it indicating that you have, in fact, gone over this with your lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
The form indicates that you've reviewed both the advantages and disadvantages of waiving speedy trial. Is that true?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And has anyone threatened you or coerced you to get you to waive speedy trial?
No, ma'am.
Promised you anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I will find that the waiver of speedy trial is freely and voluntarily entered. I'm signing the form now. Due to some of the amount of discovery and the additional issue in the Fernandez case, my intent is to place this case at the last week of January so that I can have the hearings necessary in the Fernandez case. So we discussed in chambers the February 2nd date. Is that clear for all sides?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay. Then we'll use that date, and I'll come back for pretrial. So it'll be February 2nd. That's a Friday, 9 a.m., and that's for pretrial. Okay. So anything else we need to
Yes,
take
Your Honor.
up?
The defense filed a motion at docket line 38. The state has no opposition to that motion for grand jury testimony.
Yes. Thank you.
That's a beautiful courtroom. Yeah, this is kind of like Wendy Adelson Part 2.
All right, based on the motion and it's unopposed, the court is going to sign the order granting the defendant's motion to disclose grand jury testimony.
That chair looks so comfortable.
All right, thank you for that reminder. Anything else?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, that's her. I think her husband's coming up too, isn't it? Isn't he? Doesn't he come in today too?
Number 9, Mario Fernandez Zaldana.
Yep. This is okay. So this is.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
My name is Jesse Dreiser. I represent Mr. Fernandez. I'm here with my co-counsel, Mr. Hill, and lead death penalty counsel, Mr. Tassoni.
This is her husband. They're both charged with murdering her ex-husband.
From a housekeeping perspective, we also, given the next point issues, we brought the state this morning a 10 terabyte external drive so that they could download as much as 10 terabytes of data that they can onto that hard drive so that we don't need to use next point anymore.
Yeah, it's Florida.
We have downloaded some discovery, so it's not as if we've been in a total standstill since the filing of our motion, which shut down next point. But I don't know how long that will take for them to get everything uploaded onto that, but I assume in short order. In addition, they did hand us a thumb drive of ATF records this morning, which we haven't reviewed, but it was given to us prior to court this morning. And then in addition, I believe there's a number of terabytes of poll camera footage that was downloaded onto an external hard drive that I believe, if I understood the state correctly, took like a month to download onto this external. So it was handed to Mr. Baez and myself and both of our teams, and with the idea of review it, trade it off, figure out a way to download it. And Mr. Baez and I agreed that we would do that. I have it in my possession now, and I'll try to figure out a way to get him a copy or just hand that over to him in short.
This is
whenever
Jacksonville.
we've had a chance to review it.
Okay. And then the defense has, on Mr. Fernandez's behalf, filed a motion to disqualify the Fourth Judicial Circuit, Office of the State Attorney, related to some matters on that next point, correct?
Yes, ma'am, we have.
All right,
We've
and then
received the state's response as well.
the state has recently filed, which this court has reviewed, the defense motion in addition to the state's response to that motion.
It's a beautiful
And
courtroom.
if you all, my understanding is there is an agreement related to a number of the emails that the state is conceding that that would be attorney-client privilege.
Yes, Your Honor. In our written response and conversations with Mr. Dreiser and Your Honor in chambers, there are emails he's referenced. We concede those are attorney-client privileged emails. The state has not reviewed them. Law enforcement has not reviewed them. I provided Mr. Dreiser this morning with reports from NextPoint showing that those emails were never read, opened, or accessed by anyone from the state attorney's office or law enforcement. Additionally, I provided him a report from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Computer Forensics Investigation Unit. They did a forensic examination of the Jacksonville Beach Police Department computer. That report also indicates that the email folder that contains those privileged documents was never opened, accessed, or read by anyone in law enforcement or the state attorney's office. You can see they're privileged. Our position is we did not read them.
All right. But there's one contested document, correct? Or one contested document that the defense is saying it was attached to an email, correct?
Yes, but to respond, they may have provided that information to us this morning. We haven't reviewed any of that. Those emails that they concede are attorney-client privilege were uploaded to NextPoint by the state's own admission. They have been able to be accessed at a minimum by anyone at NextPoint, by law enforcement, and by the state attorney's office. I'm not prepared to respond today as to whether anyone saw it or didn't see it. I don't know that. But to answer your question, yes, there's one document that they intend on using, that they've read and they've reviewed, and the court and the defense and the state discussed in chambers this morning, and I think that's what is really the crux of what the next step is going to be.
Okay. So you're going to take time to review what they've given you this morning?
Yes, and then I would like to come back in short order, perhaps next week, and respond to what we discussed previously as to whether or not an independent or neutral magistrate appointed by the chief judge should have a hearing as to whether the one document they do intend on using is a privileged and work product communication.
Okay. And so, and just for the record, I want to put this court's reasoning on the record. So the court offered, and Mr. Fernandez, you should know, okay, that this court takes the privilege that you have between your attorneys extremely seriously, all right? That is a veil that cannot ever be lifted unless and until you decide, okay? So this is the offer that I have told both the state and your lawyers, and I'm telling you directly that the offer from this court is a layered approach to shield this court from any information that I am not entitled to. So the offer to your attorneys is for this court to refer just the in-camera review of the contested information / documents. My understanding is the state is conceding a number of those. However, there's one document that I have no knowledge of, okay? I can keep it that way by having the chief judge appoint a independent circuit judge to conduct the in-camera hearing the way in which that judge would see fit. I would get an order based on that hearing from that court, and I would conduct the hearing of the disqualification, accepting the findings of whether that is in fact attorney-client privilege or not, without this court receiving the information that is contained within that document. Therefore, shielding this court from any potential of information that I'm not entitled to. Okay, so you can hear it directly from me. Your attorneys will discuss it with you further. And based on, I guess, the new information that's been provided to you this morning, additionally, maybe it changes your position, maybe it doesn't. And then you all can talk about it, whether the defense feels comfortable agreeing that I would just conduct the hearing on the disqualification without the in-camera review, or if you're requesting an in-camera review, that would be this court's course of action, essentially, like if you wanted to have someone independent. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. Which very may well be dispositive as to whether the second your hearing of disqualification will even take place, depending on what the independent circuit court judge found. I mean, I can see.
I don't think it dispenses with the issue that you brought, because it's an access issue at that point in time. I could conduct that portion without getting into the substance, and which I want to avoid getting into the substance of something I may or may not be able to, but I think the issues raised, it has to be a record, it has to be litigated, because you're asking for that remedy. The 66 emails, I don't think that one document necessarily is dispositive of the hearing that I would conduct, is my understanding, because you all are still alleging that it's uploaded into some cloud. So what I'm trying to resolve is what you all can't agree on without me having access to information that I'm not entitled to.
Understood.
All right, so I will see you all back December 11th, 9 a.m. for pretrial. That'll give both sides time to review / talk, see if it changes any position on either side. And you can let me know where you want to go from there. And
Ms. Runner, that's all we have today. May we be excused?
yes.
Thank you.
All right, see you Monday. Next Monday.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Initial thoughts of seeing Brian Kohberger for the first time since January of this year and seeing what occurred in that courtroom.
I found him to be.
Look at Bob. All right, so that is the hearing from this morning. So, yeah, that one's in Jacksonville, Florida, so it's like about 4 hours from me, I think, give or take 30 minutes, about 4 hours. So the trigger man has already pled guilty and is saying that he will testify against Mario, who you just saw. And now they've got Shayna Gardner too, which they didn't arrest her till sometime this summer, wasn't it? I feel like it was this summer. Everything's running together. Yeah, that was Bob. So basically, this one's really sad, and this one's a huge one, and this one is one that I am going to be covering and following closely as it goes. We'll try to watch all of the hearings that we can on it as they come up. But I was actually thinking about, never mind, I'm not going to announce that yet. Okay, so anyway, we will be covering this one very closely. So basically, her ex-husband was a Microsoft executive, and there's movement. The trigger man, Henry, what was his last name? Tenon or something? Henry something. I think it was Tenon. I could be wrong. Henry something. He was the trigger man. So he has already pled guilty.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense rests.
Okay. Does the state intend to call any rebuttal witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
May we approach
You may.
the-
May we approach? The trigger man actually lived, he like rented out an apartment or house or something from Mario. And they hired him to kill Shayna Gardner, and Mario, her current husband, hired Henry to kill Jared, her ex-husband, who's the Microsoft executive, because of custody battle, which is why they're calling this like the, Wendy Adelson 2.0 or whatever. So he did, and he was... he's already pled guilty. Mario is now...
Attorney Chase, had you communicated that part? Yeah, if you would.
Mario is asking to have some stuff thrown out, or to have the prosecutors thrown off the case, because he says that they got things out of his phone that should have been attorney-client privilege, and that they got it illegally, and he doesn't want them to try the case. So that's what they were talking about right there.
Right.
And then
Defense ready to proceed with
Shayna
court.
just
If I may, Judge.
waived her right to a speedy trial.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, that's the Microsoft one.
first thing I want to do is thank you all for being attentive. I thank you. John thanks you. It was clear that everybody paid especially close attention to some very difficult evidence. I want to thank you all for doing so.
Defense is going first, I guess.
Timothy Pouliot's death is tragic, but it is not murder. Let's start again at the beginning of the evening of January 27th, 2023. Now, you heard from a number of witnesses, and you're going to see video, still images. And what I'm going to ask all of you to do, and we talked about this at the beginning of the trial, is use your common sense. It is now time for you to evaluate the evidence. I want you to pay particular attention to the things that people say, but also to the other ways in which people communicate their intentions, their body language, what they say, how they act. And when you're evaluating the images and videos and statements of everybody that you've heard from, I want you to take all of that into consideration when you evaluate the evidence of the events on the 27th and the 28th. Now, you've heard from the state's witnesses, one of whom, Olivia, a friend of Abby, somebody who knew John, testified. And what she testified was they were all coming to the GOAT that evening, and eventually John was meeting up with Abby. They were in some kind of a relationship, or they knew each other, or they had previously dated. And John walks up to the group when they're inside the GOAT. And Abby knows John, and John knows Abby. And you see the video. And there's no sound, but you can see that they're clearly familiar with each other. And John walks up at the same moment that Timothy Pouliot, Trenton Nash, and Michael Mendoza are talking to them. And you heard Olivia talk about what the vibe was with Trenton Nash, Michael Mendoza, and Timothy Pouliot. She described that it was a little creepy, or she was uncomfortable, and John walks up. And you also heard that she said that John said something like, hey, you gotta leave, to Timothy, or you gotta get lost. Or maybe he used a derogatory term like, he's scum. But that's not all that happened at that moment. Review the video. Trenton Nash and Michael Mendoza walk off the screen, leaving Timothy there speaking to John DeLee. John DeLee doesn't have his hands up. John DeLee isn't pushing him away. John DeLee has his hands open. He's opening his body up. He doesn't feel like he's under threat. And at the end of that, back and forth, John offers Timothy Pouliot a handshake. They dap up, and Timothy walks off. And then they continue to socialize and enjoy the evening. But then Olivia tells you something else, that when they go back up to the bar to get additional drinks, they overhear Trenton Nash, Mike Mendoza, and Timothy Pouliot talking about how they're professional fighters and that they're going to knock John out. And it's not that they just overhear this. It's not that they just overhear it. It is said in a way to communicate to those young women in that moment what their intentions are. And so Olivia told you that her and Abby walked down and they warned John, look out, those guys are coming for you. They want to knock you out. That's a warning. That's a communication. And then you see more video of John, right? We see John down there at the bottom of the ramp, continuing to have a good time. And then he walks up to the bar. And he has another confrontation with Timothy. And this time it's not so friendly, right? This time there's some harsh language, there's a shove, and a bouncer intervenes. And you heard from Brian DeLee. Now, Brian DeLee said that they were shit-talking each other. And he pulls John aside, and he says to John, "What are you doing? You're huge. You're huge. What are you doing shit-talking this guy?" And when Brian and John part ways, when he sends John back down to the dance floor, what did Brian tell you? They kind of laughed it off. They chuckled it off. As far as John is concerned, his body language, his communication, this is over. This is over. And when Brian goes to talk to Timothy Pouliot, what does Timothy Pouliot say? "I'm not worried. I'm an MMA fighter. I do MMA." And then Brian told you he knew what that meant. That's two times that it's been communicated what's going to happen. They're going to try to knock John out. So far, it's only words. It's words. And then we see another video. And that's the video, and we start off with the picture of the dance floor, and you see Trenton Nash, Mike Mendoza in the middle of the dance floor. And they're talking to each other, and they're dapping each other up, and they're talking to their buddies. You see Timothy Pouliot walk down the ramp. And for a brief moment, Timothy Pouliot leans in to Mike Mendoza, and I suggest to you he whispers something in his ear. And then Mike Mendoza turns, takes one or two steps, and throws a haymaker at John DeLee. Then you see them both go down. Now we have Officer Smith. Now, Officer Smith testified that he's a detail officer. His job is to be the police presence. His job is to be there to keep the peace. And you have body-worn camera, first-hand, front row seat to that response. And I submit to you that at 22 seconds, you're going to learn everything you need to know about Mike Mendoza. You're going to see Mike Mendoza mouth on that camera, "I don't know," or "I have no idea." But that's for you to decide. And you're going to see Mike Mendoza's rings. And then as soon as that audio comes on, you're going to see John DeLee's face, freshly cut from being ambushed by Mike Mendoza at the behest of Timothy Pouliot. And we heard from Michael Mendoza. The same Michael Mendoza that claimed to police the evening of that he didn't start anything. He didn't go after anybody, that John was the aggressor. And he did that the night of. From the moment that Mike Mendoza throws a punch and has his first interaction with a police officer, he's minimizing his involvement. He's not telling the truth. And he came in here today and told you, well, as soon as I saw the video, well, yeah, he was confronted with the truth of what he had done and what he set into motion. You hear John saying, "Who punched me? Come fight me." He got punched in the face. And you heard Mr. Mendoza say, well, I threw multiple punches at him. And you see Mr. Mendoza get guided out, and you see Trenton Nash follow him out, and then they just put John DeLee and his friends right out on the same sidewalk. And you see Officer Smith's body-worn camera follow John out. But Officer Smith doesn't walk back out onto that street to make sure that the two combatants aren't put there together. He stops. He turns off his body-worn camera. But just before he does, you hear John say again, "Somebody sucker punched me. Did you see that?" And now John's out on the street, and we have video again of John on the street. And we have video of Trenton Nash and Michael Mendoza going to that car. Now, Mike Mendoza came up to you again and said to you, Trenton Nash never got in the car. There was an ice bank, a snow bank. He couldn't even get in the car. They get in the car, both of them. And they're in the car for a little bit of time. And then Trenton Nash gets out of the car and he starts walking across the street. Now, Trenton Nash came in here and told you, I was going to go smoke a cigarette. But he crosses the street and approaches the people he just saw get into a fight in the bar. He clearly knows who John DeLee is. He's been around John DeLee previously in the evening. He just saw his buddy Michael get into a fight with him. And so he walks up to him. He walks up to him. And of course, John notices this. He sees somebody in a dark coat and a white hat, who he probably saw before earlier in the evening. And that guy's coming towards him. At the same time, he's yelling, "Who punched me?" So he thinks that Trenton Nash is coming towards him because Trenton Nash was involved. And you see a defensive, hurt, upset, amped up John DeLee reach out and shove or punch Trenton Nash.
Thank you, Ricky Watson.
Then you see John DeLee reach out and try to shake his hand. And then there's another punch. And what does Mike Mendoza do, who's sitting in his car watching all of this? He doesn't make a decision to walk away. He doesn't decide that it's none of his business, or he had his shot, he got his shot in, and he already jumped John in the bar. He decides to get out and add a weapon to all of this. And he crosses the street with the pepper spray behind his back, and you can see that on the video from the garage. He crosses the street with the weapon concealed and points it at John. Now, Mr. Mendoza, again, has consistently minimized his involvement in all of this. But you heard Officer Smith talk about what the effects of pepper spray are. It can be blinding, it can make it difficult to breathe, and it can be disabling. And if you watch the video, John notices that Michael Mendoza is standing on the snowbank with the pepper spray in his hand, pointing at him. And at this point, seeing pepper spray pointed at him, he pulls a gun out of his waistband. And he drops it because he's not expecting to have to defend himself from somebody with a weapon. But he picks it up, and you see him rack the slide. Why is that important? John didn't go into the goat that night with a loaded firearm. But now he's under threat. He has two people who have approached him outside of the goat after he was jumped inside of the goat. Doesn't know who these people are. He doesn't know what their problem with him is. All he knows is that they keep coming at him. And now they have a weapon that can leave him disabled, unable to protect himself. but he doesn't point the gun at Michael Mendoza. He pulls the gun out, he loads it, and it remains at his side. And it's at this point that you've heard multiple witnesses tell you that they begin to push John up the street. That's credible and that's normal. You can watch that video for yourself and make your own decision. What's most important is John moves in that direction. And Matt Soldano told you why. That is where safety is. The car is at the Market Basket parking lot down that alleyway. They need to get out of there. Matt Soldano knows that, and that's what they tried to do. But Mike Mendoza and Trenton Nash have no interest in seeing them get to that car. Mike Mendoza's car is in the opposite direction. It's across the street from the GOAT. Trenton Nash's car is either 10 or 15 minutes away, or it's in the Bank of America parking lot. It depends on who you want to believe, Mike Mendoza or Trenton Nash. But they're not moving towards their car. Look at the body language of everybody in that video. Mike Mendoza is lifting a middle finger into the air and screaming at John DeLee and his friends as he walks in the same direction that they do, following them up Old Granite Street. John DeLee and Matt Soldano are trying to get back to their car, and these two people who have attacked John twice are following them. Where's Timothy Pouliot? There's video of Timothy leaving the GOAT and walking in the opposite direction for a short period of time down Old Granite Street, away from the Soho. But he stops. He turns around, looks to see where Mike Mendoza and Trenton Nash are and where John DeLee is, and he turns around and he follows. You heard from Brendan Enright. Brendan Enright doesn't know any of these people. He doesn't know John DeLee. He doesn't know Timothy Pouliot. He doesn't know Mike Mendoza. He doesn't know Trenton Nash. He doesn't know Matt Soldano. He's just on the street. And what does he hear? Hey, pussy, this is New Hampshire. We all have guns. And then he turns as Timothy Pouliot walks next to him, and he warns Timothy, that guy's got a gun. You don't want any of that. But Timothy doesn't stop. Michael Mendoza yells out, he's got a gun, he's got a gun. Nobody stops following John DeLee and John DeLee's friends. They keep going. Wherever you think they might have gone, or wherever they think they might have gone, it's on video. It's on video every step of the way, with the brief exception of that blind spot right outside of the Soho. They go from the GOAT, and in the case of Timothy Pouliot, from further down, all the way up the street to the corner of that alleyway. Nobody stops, nobody goes back to their car, nobody thinks better of it. As John is making his way back to his car with his friends, 3 people follow him. Yelling and screaming, he's got a gun. You saw video of Abby Elliott.
Thank you.
Running up the street, trying to stop Timothy Pouliot. That doesn't work. Now, you're going to see video again of the Soho. And we see the alleyway, and we see the area in front of that restaurant. and we see the pursuit, and you see the body language. Chandler Gage, who was identified on video by the detective, with Matt Soldano, who identified himself and was identified by the detective, waving at anybody who will look at them and listen. Stop, get back, stay away. And you heard Matt Soldano say that when he heard that they were being followed, when he realized that they were being followed, he told John to not go down the alleyway. Why? Because nothing good happens in a dark alleyway. This isn't about retribution. It's about the relentlessness of the three people that pursued John DeLee up the street that evening. Michael Mendoza is armed with pepper spray and rings on his hands that he admits to having, that you can see for yourself. John knows that. He saw the pepper spray. These people intend to do him harm. It's not one person. It's not two people. It's three people. At some point, the decision is made to not go down that alleyway. He turns his back and he's in danger. He makes a choice to stay in the light, to stay where there are people. People in light means safety. That's your common sense. And so he stands where he is. And he doesn't point a gun at anybody. He doesn't threaten anybody. He stands there with his friends, hoping that this is going to calm down. But it doesn't. And you don't see John throw punches or shoves or point a weapon or do anything like that in any of those videos. And then Timothy Pouliot, the MMA fighter, and Mike Mendoza, who has already threatened John with a weapon, and Trenton Nash are now arrayed within arm's length of John DeLee at the end of the street across from the alleyway. And then you heard Matt Soldano tell you that he got searched for a weapon and asked, do you have a gun? And you heard what that made Matt feel like. He knew why they were asking him that question. And he puts his hands up and he walks away. In that moment, John is alone, 3-on-1, against three people who have not only told him they want to harm him, who have not only communicated in very clear terms that they are capable of harming him, they have already tried twice. He's at a road. But he doesn't point his gun at anybody. He stands there, and he's staring right at Mike Mendoza. And then Timothy Pouliot throws that punch. The professional fighter, the MMA fighter. And you see John take a step back and fire 8 or 9 straight shots. It's on video. You get to see that. Now, Ayla came and told you that she heard different. She said, well, no, I saw 4 shots and then shots while Timothy was on the ground. That's not what the physical evidence shows you and tells you. You see the cell phone video, you see the bullets hitting the ground, and then you see Timothy fall backwards. And you see him twist to the left and to the right, but he never stops facing John. As soon as the threat of Timothy attacking John is gone, John stops. The police seized his firearm. You watched Officer Smith respond. He's the closest officer at all times. He's the closest in the bar. He's the closest on the street. He makes it up there in minutes. John is there. He has not run away. He has not left the scene. He has stayed. He immediately places his firearm on the ground, and the officer immediately stands over it to secure it. A detective comes and collects that firearm. They secure it. They render it safe. And you've heard testimony from the state's expert, from the state's own detective, that there were 5 rounds left. John didn't start shooting and keep shooting. John shot until the threat was gone. He stopped when there were no longer 3 people arrayed in front of him, intending to do him harm. He stopped when Timothy hit the ground. He didn't stand over Timothy. He stepped away into the alleyway. The police came and he surrendered. Your job is a difficult one. In the moment that John stood there on the street, nowhere else to go, arrayed with 3 people in front of him that he knows mean to do him harm and are capable of it. He believes they're capable of it because it's been communicated to him. They're professionals. They're willing to throw a punch. They're willing to throw a sucker punch. They're willing to pursue him up the street that all of you walked. That's not a short distance. That's not one building over to the next one. John tried to walk away. He was going towards his car. Timothy Pouliot, Mike Mendoza, and Trenton Nash followed him. There is no other definition of what they did. And while they're marching up the street, wagging their fingers, pointing at John and his friends, waving them off. So you may hear that people say, oh, they were talking back and forth. They were being combative. They were being combative as they were walking away. They were being combative as they were trying to get back to their car while they're being followed. John had to believe that he needed to use force to defend himself. Lethal force to defend himself. That he was at risk of serious bodily injury or death. A professional MMA fighter had expressed to him in no uncertain terms that he wanted to knock him out before the end of the night. And he had help. And they know that John is armed. In the moment, if you think that you're going to be knocked out, you have a gun and they know it, what happens next? In the moment, what do you think is going to happen next? His life was in danger. The judge is going to define for you what that is. Serious bodily injury or death. Every step that every person on that street took towards the Soho in pursuit of John DeLee was a choice. Everything that they communicated with their body language and the things that they said was a choice. And it started in that bar when Timothy Pouliot told Mike Mendoza to throw that punch. And it's tragic it ended the way that it did. But it is not murder. It was self-defense. And in that moment, when he's going to get struck in the head for the second time, he has no choice. He has to act. He has to defend himself. I submit to you that when you watch these videos, when you listen to what people have said, when you decide what everybody's intent was, it will be clear. It will be clear that John acted in self-defense and that his acts were reasonable based upon everything that had been communicated to him that evening. It is tragic, but it is not murder. Thank you.
Did that change any of y'all's minds one way or the other?
Come get your boy, he's bleeding out. That's the extent of the remorse that he had. There was no fear. There was no terror, and there was absolutely no reason for the defendant to be in fear. He was bigger, he was madder, and he had a loaded Glock stuffed down his pants. This case is about the defendant's anger, the evolution of anger. You watched the videos. You saw it. You'll be able to see it. I agree with the defense on little, and we're going to talk about some of the things you've been told. But I agree, you should look at the body language. You should watch the reactions. You should watch how they're talking, how they're moving, how they're communicating. Because when you see that, what you're going to see is that this man was a bully. He was a tough guy picking on the little guy. That's who he was. Timmy had been pushed around. Yeah, he went up there and he wanted to fight. He wasn't afraid of the bully. And frankly, that just pissed the bully off that much more. This isn't self-defense. This isn't necessity. This isn't from fear. This is anger. This is absolutely retribution. This right here, the fatal shots to the back as he fell to the ground and bounced off the cold pavement, this is an execution. Absolutely nothing less. We talked about this in voir dire. Necessity is required. Actual and reasonable fear of the threat of imminent deadly force. That's not this. This is not that. You heard in this moment what this was. Mr. Saldana, and we are going to talk about his credibility issues. But what we do know is that he was trying everything he could to get the defendant to stop, to calm down, to walk away, to leave, because this wasn't necessary. Before we go any further, we need to talk about where we're actually at with this case. Not theories, not stories, not movie plot lines about people tactically maneuvering and everything else we heard at the beginning of this case. We need to talk about the facts and the law. We start this case, when you walk back in the jury room, we start this case at this point. The defendant pulled out a gun and he shot Timothy to death. That's not up for debate. The defendant knowingly caused the death of Timothy Pouliot. How do we know that he did it? You saw it. How do we know? Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that if at near point blank, you pull out a gun and you dump 8 bullets into them, into their back as they fall to the ground, it's probably going to cause their death. That's the starting point. Nothing less. You're going to be instructed to consider manslaughter, provocation manslaughter, recklessness. We'll talk about the law, but you know what recklessness is. You know what reckless driving is. This wasn't reckless. This isn't reckless. Boom, 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 boom. continuing all the way to the ground. That's murder. That is knowingly causing his death. But John was in fear. Absolute fear. At least that's what we've heard. When was that exactly? When did we get any evidence that he was in fear? Did you see any videos that he was in fear? And let's talk about the points a little bit where maybe you would have seen fear. There wasn't fear at the bar. Remember? He looked over, he saw Abby. And why would there be? A foot taller, 200 pounds bigger. 200 pounds. And actually, it's more than that. You heard the stipulation. 350 pounds. 230 pounds. More than an average person, an average male in size on him. He towered over him. Feel free to watch this interaction too. I encourage you. And also watch the interaction when the defendant's ex-girlfriend pushes Timmy on the way out of the bar. Because what you'll notice is Timmy's reaction to both. I don't know what he's saying. It's your job to look at his body language. But yeah, Timmy brushed off the scum comment. He moved along. And another reason, and we already talked about this, the defendant was there with his friends. You saw Gage walk up behind the defendant when he confronted him at the bar. He had his buddies backing him up. But this is old reliable. This is the buddy that will never let you down. One squeeze, what was it, six pounds? 6 pounds of pressure. That's the difference between life and death. He had no problem pulling that out and using it. I lost count, frankly, of how many times you heard pro fighter. You've heard it a lot. Pro fighter, pro fighter, pro fighter, pro fighter, pro fighter, pro fighter. Okay. This is what the defendant did with that information. Where was the fear of the pro fighter? Where is there evidence of fear of the pro fighter? Because what you saw, and again, I encourage you, just like the defense attorney, go back and watch the video. Watch what happens when Abby comes back and tells the defendant. Watch the laughter. Watch them laugh. And of course they're laughing. I think Brian DeLee summed it up perfectly, didn't he? Remember what he said? Little dog barking at the big dog. Watch their reactions. But watch the defendant. Watch where he looks after them. Watch where he stares. Even amid conversation as they're having fun. Watch where he's looking. He's looking up here. Because this guy, this little scum, he dared to tell the defendant's ex-girlfriend that he thought he could hit him, knock him out. Who the hell does he think he is? I'll show him what's up. So he went up to the bar. Let's go, pro fighter. Let's go outside. Wait a minute. How fearful are you of someone if you're going to ask them to go outside? Pretty scared of that pro fighter, wasn't he? Let's go outside, buddy. Because what does he know? You got 200 pounds, a gun, and some buddies behind him. And when Timmy says no, he pushes him. I'm not telling you that that's the crime of the century, but make no mistake, counsel just told you that the first physical thing, he skipped over this. This is the first assault. This is the first physical aggression. This is that evolution of anger that we see. All right? It starts with walking up. You don't talk to my girl. Who are you, scum? Or you're going to tell my girl that you think you can take me? Hell no. Watch that video, and we'll see a short clip of it. We're seeing it. We're seeing that anger, the deep-seated anger. We've heard a lot about the punch heard around the world. And we're going to talk more about that punch, the claims you were told on Tuesday that you would see about that punch. But there is absolutely, unequivocally, no doubt that the defendant wasn't scared after the punch. We know that. You heard it, and I know sometimes it probably sounded monotonous because you heard us asking anyone that was anyone that was up there, did he ever say he was scared? Did he ever say he was in fear? Did he ever ask for help? Did he ever say that anyone wanted to fight him? No, he didn't. He wasn't in fear after this. He was mad. You heard what he's screaming. He's swearing, he's challenging, he's demanding. What are we seeing? The next tick of anger. It's that evolution. It's spinning up. He's becoming more angry. More angry, not fear. What fear? And we know he wasn't afraid outside, don't we? Because what does he do when he goes outside? You've had to listen to a lot of curse words and inappropriate language, but that's because those are the words he chose. You heard Mr. Enright testify. Where you at, pussy bitch? And you can hear it. You can hear it on the recording. Then it's out here. What's up? Who punched me? What's up? Who punched me? Where you at? Screaming. Fear? What fear? What fear? And Mr. Nash, all 130 pounds of Mr. Nash that we heard, you all get to judge Mr. Nash's credibility. You all got to see him walk into this courtroom. And you have heard the claims about this interaction. But we saw the interaction, okay? You saw what happened when Mr. Nash walked up there. Mr. Nash doesn't push him, doesn't touch him. No, we don't know what was said. We have testimony about what was said. But what we can see with our own eyes, unequivocally, defense counsel may characterize it as a push or a punch. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a punch. Mr. Nash told you about that punch, and it was a second punch. But that actually gives us some pause, and we'll talk a little bit about this. So now we have the first assault, the defendant. We have the second assault, the defendant. We have the third assault from the defendant. 2 punches. No death. No serious bodily injury. Outweighed Mr. Nash by 200 pounds. No death. No serious bodily injury. Because it's a punch, ladies and gentlemen. And there was no fear of that punch, of Mr. Nash, of any of it. Just like there was no fear of the pepper spray that you've heard all about. It is lawful, and you will see this in the jury instructions. It is lawful to use non-deadly force to stop non-deadly force. What does that mean? That means if somebody is using non-deadly force and punching somebody, it is lawful to use a less lethal, non-deadly force like pepper spray to stop. Okay? That's what Mr. Mendoza did. He didn't even spray him. He walked up and told him to stop. And if you're wondering, well, what was his other motive? If he wanted to incapacitate the defendant with this pepper spray, here's his time. It's here. It's before the defendant has a gun. Mr. Mendoza doesn't know about the defendant's buddy, Mr. Block. He doesn't know about that yet. He's going to disable and take this guy out. It's right here. But Mr. Mendoza doesn't do that. And the defendant has absolutely no fear. No fear, and you know that. You heard the walked up the street. Is this walking, or is this being shoved? Mr. Saldano explained that to you, that they had to push him up the street because he's trying to get back to Mendoza. He's not afraid of that pepper spray, and why would he? He's got the equalizer in his hand. He's not afraid of pepper spray. He keeps John the whole way up the street. That's not fear. That's anger.
Right in that microphone.
Watch the video. If you have questions about what happened in this time frame when the defendant walked down that alley, watch the video. Pull them up full size and watch it. Watch where everyone else is. All the way across the street. They broke off. They went the other way. There was no fear in Soho. This isn't fear. This isn't the face of fear
This is the face of a tough guy looking for a fight. But now it's amped up. We're seeing it again, right? This is anger, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't fear. And Mr. Saldana admitted the defendant ends up going around him. And you'll see the video of Mr. Saldana pointing for him to get out in the alley. Again, we'll talk about Mr. Saldana's credibility issues, about the whole he told him to stop. A little confusing since, 30, 20 seconds after Mr. DeLee stops, Mr. Saldana was pointing for him like this to get out in the alley. I think we know what really happened during this interaction because we have it on video. But what we definitely don't see is fear. Anger, absolutely. Fear, none.
Anger did this. It wasn't fear that made the defendant target Timmy and Timmy alone. You've been led to believe that the defendant feared Mr. Mendoza because he had rings on and because he had pepper spray. Every single bullet, 8 out of 9 bullets, hit Timmy. The smallest guy in the group, but the guy that had talked to his girlfriend, the guy that said he could knock him out, and the guy that stood up to him and punched him. Not condoning it, neither should you. But he shot Timmy out of anger, not because he feared him. Watch the video. We explained to you folks how, Detective Lovejoy explained to you folks how to use that VLC player and how you can go frame by frame. If you have a question about what the defendant was doing, take your time with it. But what you won't see is any deviation from Timmy. He followed him all the way down. Execution style, not self-defense style. He wasn't spraying it around saying, "Get back." It's like this. That's how it happened. Because it wasn't about fear. Now, frankly, that should be the end of this closing. That should be the end of me talking, and you should have this case. But there's been some misstatements, there's been some mischaracterizations, and we need to correct some of that. And we need to talk through some of that. The defendant didn't need to call any witness. That was his right. But he did call witnesses. So you need to judge what you've heard and seen just as critically as you would the state. Let's start with Mr. Enright. Mr. Enright was a bystander. He didn't know anyone. We agree. He didn't have a dog in a fight. He was courteous. He was polite. He answered questions. He swore to tell the truth. But what we saw was Mr. Enright was not accurate on details that we know, on details that you don't have to speculate about. And we talked about this in voir dire, right? The difference between lying and just getting something wrong. All right, and we all agree that there's a difference. Sometimes getting things wrong just happens. We all saw this, right? Mr. Enright explained that they came out of the goat, and there was a large group following him, harassing him. Some girls were spitting at him, swinging at him. And Mr. Enright said that after that happened, and after the defendant pulled up the gun, that the group ran straight across to this end, straight across to right here. And that's where they stayed. If you remember, I asked them, did they go up the street? No. Did they go down the street? No. They went straight across to where you marked the X. Yes. Okay. And that's where you heard them make that statement? Yes. Okay. So what we know, now I want you to think about the time. In this time frame, we have lots of people yelling about guns, right? We have Abby, the defendant's ex-girlfriend, screaming at the defendant to put the gun down. Remember, this is when the gun's out. This is after the pepper spray incident. Abby is screaming, put the gun away, put the gun away. Mr. Mendoza's running up the street, screaming, he's got a gun, he's got a gun. Did Mr. Enright confuse something? Maybe. But if somebody said that,
and it was over here. It wasn't Mr. Mendoza, it wasn't Mr. Nash, and it wasn't Mr. Pouliot. And also,
How does that help you? How does that help us figure out what was going on in the defendant's mind at that time frame? There is absolutely no evidence that the defendant heard that statement. None. There's not even evidence that anyone near the defendant heard that. Mr. Saldano certainly didn't hear that. No one else heard that. So you're being asked to decide this case based on speculation. Speculation that it was said, speculation on who said it, speculation on who heard it, speculation on how that affected them, speculation on why that would cause him to shoot him 8 times. That's not how we decide cases. That is not how we judge someone's guilt or innocence. There is absolutely no evidence that that played a role in any of this. But what is corroborated about what Mr. Enright said? What do we know is corroborated? We know that this was back and forth. Mr. Enright doesn't have a dog in this fight. He doesn't know Timmy, he doesn't know Mr. Nash, he doesn't know Mr. Mendoza, he doesn't know the defendant, he doesn't know his friends. But we know it was back and forth, and he said it was. No one was trying to back down, no one was trying to leave, no one was trying to ask for help. It was a back and forth. Defense in the opening tried to lead you to believe that this was a coordinated attack and the defendant was just scared. Is that what you saw? Is that what anyone described happening? No. So let's talk about a couple other things that you've been asked to believe. You've been asked to believe that Abigail Elliott Ward was a hero. That she was trying to stop Timmy from running up the street. Really? We have the video. That's not a question. Miss Elliott Orr ran up the street and pushed him. And sorry, I don't mean the first time she shouldered him in the bar and then dressed him down yelling at him. I mean this time on the street when she broke free of her friends and sprinted all the way up there and pushed him as physically hard as she could. That's what I mean, that time. The evidence is a little bit different than what you've been told. Mr. Saldano. Mr. Saldano came in this building and he told you some things. You heard some inconsistencies, and I'm not going to go through each one of them. But we have to at least talk about why you should give his testimony very little weight. If he said something and it's not on video, you should be very suspicious about it. We obviously know about his inherent bias. Friends from middle school, typical stuff. This is his buddy. This is the guy, they're tight. Now we again talked about the difference between lying and making a mistake. Lie, lied, lying are very, very, very sharp words. Mr. Saldano, though, took this stand as a liar. He lied to the police. And that may not sound like a big deal, but let's put this in perspective. Mr. Saldano, according to him, is terrified. More terrified than he's ever been. So scared that he ran into Soho Bistro. Ran in. Now remember what he was afraid. He is afraid that these 3 scary men are going to do something to John. And he is terrified. So he runs into Soho. But while Timmy is lying in his pool of blood on that cold pavement, Mr. Saldano is in Soho lying to the police about what he saw and what he heard. And the reason he was lying was because this was his buddy. He knew what happened out there.
He knew how mad the defendant was. He had just tried to get him to leave. He lied to the police because he didn't want to jam him up. Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash were in the thick of it. You've been led to believe that they're the boogeymen. They spoke to police. They stayed. Mr. Saldano, I didn't see anything. Didn't hear anything. Really? You didn't see anything you thought might be relevant to a murder investigation? You're gonna stand there and lie to a uniformed police officer who's investigating the murder of a man who's bleeding out in the street in that very moment? And I'm not going to go through, frankly, every single inconsistency. But there is certainly one that stood out. I told John to stop. You told John to stop. The day after, the morning after he has lied to police, he sits down with the defendant's investigator and he tells her things. Details, super important, right? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Left that out of the report, didn't he? Then you heard he testified under oath before. On this issue, he was handed that very report, and he was asked, is this accurate? Is this complete? Is there anything you need to add? Is there anything you want to add? Anything you forgot? Nope, that's fully accurate. He was handed a business card so that he had an opportunity, if he remembered something differently, to call. But then he comes in here and tells you, John, stop because I told him to stop. Does this look like telling John to stop? This is seconds after the defendant turns around in that silver leaf. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, I can't remember right now. You're more than welcome to watch it. Mr. Saldano didn't tell the defendant to stop. He was telling the defendant to go, which is what he was doing the entire time. And don't forget, Mr. Saldano did admit no one followed them down that alley. He admitted that when he apparently told them to stop, that Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash were across the street. How much sense does that make? You have to ask yourself, is there any reason to believe that Mr. Saldano didn't come up here and lie to your faces just like he did to that police officer that night? Again, if he told you something and it's not corroborated by video, you may want to look at the video. And let's talk about another claim you've heard. We have heard a lot about the punch. A lot. In the opening, you were told direct punch. That first punch, direct punch, caused the injury. That's what you heard. That's what you've heard this whole trial. Direct punch, direct contact. Okay, let's watch it. There's Mr. Mendoza. Ooh, let's watch it again. And again.
See, it looks like he...
Now notice something about what side of the face he's swinging towards and what side of his body that punch goes to. It goes to the opposite side of where that cut is. But John's face hits this when he pulls Mendoza to the ground in the fight. Now why do I tell you this? Why does it matter that there was a strike, swing and a miss? It matters because we don't mischaracterize. You need to judge this case based on the facts and the law. And the fact is that Mr. Mendoza missed. It doesn't matter. The state concedes. He went over there looking for a fight with Mr. DeLee, and he got one. And Mr. DeLee was kicked out. It doesn't change any of the events that happened after. But what it must change for you is think about the bill of goods you've been sold, what you've been told. You were told direct contact, direct punch. Mr. Mendoza's ringed up hand took him out. I think the quote was, darn near knocked him out. And then he had this fear of those rings. Remember? Kept hearing about the rings, the rings. What evidence is there that that the defendant knew about the rings? How did that affect his state of mind? It couldn't have, because he didn't connect. Again, and we talked about this very briefly, the claim that Trenton Nash walked right up and, quote, got in the defendant's face, got in John's face. That's what you were told, got in his face, was continuing the attack. That's what you were told. So let's see. There's Mr. Nash walking up smoking a cigarette. Mr. Nash getting directly in his face, continuing the attack, right? Only after he was punched by a guy 6'6", 350 pounds, he didn't so much as raise a hand. Didn't push him, didn't hit him, didn't kick him, nothing. Now, it's your job to judge credibility, character, all of that. It's not mine. You saw Trenton Nash come in here and testify. You heard his demeanor. You heard how he talks. You got a kind of feel for how he thinks about life and how he carries himself. Mr. Nash wasn't a threat to the defendant, and the defendant knew it. You heard a lot of questions about, did the defendant just tell you to go? And you heard that in the opening, right? The defendant told him to go away. Just go away, sir. I don't want anything to do with you. Okay, well, let's check the video. This is Mr. Nash coming over. Easily confused. I'll smash that fucking face! A little bit different than just go away. Get away.
Oh,
Get out of
God.
here. No. It's a little bit different because this is what actually happened. Just like you heard, I think we just heard that the defendant was out of road.
That just destroyed my
That's what we
ears.
heard at the moment of Soho. The defendant was out of road. You went out there. You saw it. Out of road? Out of which road? He could have walked behind him 20 feet and gotten to the, busiest road in New Hampshire? He could have walked into Soho. Because remember what Mr. Soldano said he did when he was in fear? Ran into Soho. Fancy that. A business is open, and if you're fearful, you can walk in there for safety. Something that just didn't happen.
That killed my ears.
I'm not going to spend a lot of time on going through the series of events, but given the back and forth, I'm going to spend a couple minutes just going through what happened, what the evidence actually shows happened, and then we'll talk about the law. Oh, my apologies. I forgot about some of the other claims that you heard. The planned attack, the tactical maneuvers, the lookouts, the hiding. That's what you were told on Tuesday. How much of that did you see? How much planning and coordination happened? And when did that happen? When did Timmy, 007 Timmy, have time to coordinate this attack? And what tactical plan did he devise where instead of taking Mr. DeLee and spraying him when he's punching Mr. Nash, did he think it was a good idea to wait until he had brandished a gun and walked up to him in the middle of the street? There is a difference between what is factual and a characterization. And I encourage you to follow the facts and the law.
can't hear
This
anything.
is where it started. This is what started it that night. The defendant up here and Timmy talking with his friends. If you watch the video, you'll actually see Mr. DeLee come up here first, talk to a couple of the friends, and then he comes down. He walks up.
I am.
This is where it's beginning. This is the moment where he's telling Abby, what are you doing talking to these scum? You know what happens here. This is where that tough talking Mr. Mendoza and Timmy are talking tough to the girls they've been hitting on all night. The ones that they were just embarrassed in front of, called scum. And they say, I'm a pro fighter, I'll knock them off. That's what they said. And Abby went and told the defendant. I already said this. If you're interested in the actual reactions to that, watch the video. You know what actually happens. This is what happens. The challenge to fight. Remember this? The big dog showing the little dog who's boss, pushing him down the bar like he's a sheet of paper. And then we know what happens. Mr. Mendoza comes down. I'm not going to go through that video again. You saw the swing. You saw the scuffle.
That's great. You know what? Hey, God matched us in that line.
That's the one we watched at lunch.
You were told during closing that the moment before this, when the defendant had pushed Timmy and walked down to the bottom of the ramp, how happy John was. How he was just dancing and having a good time. Right? That's what you were told. Yeah, of course he was. He did the typical bully thing. He had just walked up, flaunted his size, flaunted his strength, put this little scum in his place and slid him down the bar. And watch who's watching when he's doing that. And you will see Abby looking up there, watching, going like this. Ooh. Stuff like this. He was happy because he just played Mr. Tough Guy. You know what happens here? We showed you. He comes out of the bar. He goes up the street. You heard Olivia describing the anger that everyone was trying to calm him down, but John wasn't having it. He wanted to finish this fight. Who dared to hit John DeLee? Who dared to do that? In front of his girl? Think about how mad he was that Timmy was talking to his girl. How mad he was when Timmy simply said something to his girl. You're going to punch John DeLee in front of Abby? Not and get away with it? And he wasn't calming down for anyone. You know what happens here. You know the pepper spray comes out. You know the defendant's tone and demeanor. You heard characterizations of it, but this is what was actually taking place. You also heard a lot of discussion about where everyone went, and it's all captured. I know it's not great quality, but from the parking garage that captures from the far right to the far left, you can watch all the movements. You can watch that and then the Soho video, and you can figure out where everybody is. But this is where everyone goes. The red line is John and his friends. The blue line is Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash. And whether you like Mr. Mendoza, whether you think he's a bad guy, it happened just like that. That's what happened. You can watch it on the video. That's where the people went. No one was following them down the alleyway. He could have kept going. What was it? They were going to their home, the safety of their car, right up here. On his way. The other guys are going the other way. But instead, you saw this. You saw this happen. You saw the defendant turn around. You saw him throwing his hands. You saw him pulling that gun out and hollering over to those people. Apparently in so much fear. He was so scared of these three guys, he thought it would be a good idea to be challenging them to come over. And as Mr. Saldana was telling him to leave, nah, I'm going to these guys. There is a gap between these two cameras. Call it the arena. He was going into that arena. They were out there. He was stepping into the arena because he wanted to fight, not because he was scared. There's no evidence of that. And what follows this? What follows the defendant entering into that arena after he has demanded to fight? After he has pushed people and hit people and used derogatory names and swore at people, had to be pushed up in the street? What followed that is this.
These guys are awesome.
Hey, get back here, back here. Think about just how ready he was to use that gun. Now, you know he had pulled it out a couple times. How he had racked that gun. You can watch him on the Soho clip pulling out that gun. Think about how ready he was to use that gun to be able to pull it out that quickly, target Timmy, and put bullets in him all the way to the ground. To the point, the detectives told you, and you saw, bullets ricocheting off the pavement. That's intentional, ladies and gentlemen. That is anger. That is not fear. This wasn't a spray and pray. Get back! It wasn't any of that. It's this. All the way to the ground. Execution. There's a question about his state of mind. The question about what was going on. You heard witnesses describe his state of mind. And defense is right. You did get a glimpse into that in that minute or so after the police got there. You heard what happened, and maybe you didn't pick up on it. So let's think and let's listen about how the defendant is describing his state of mind in this moment. Three fucking Manchester fucking scrubs, dude. You stood in that spot. You stood in that exact spot on the view. And we asked you to turn around, to look around. He is standing 15 feet from Timmy's dead or dying body. His body filling up with blood because bullets that he shot ripped through his organs and his heart. And he is standing there calling him a Manchester fucking scrub. A lot of fear, isn't there? No anger, just fear. He was terrified. That is not fear. That's the bully. That's the anger. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you know, when you go back there, that he knew what he was doing and that he caused the death of Timothy Pouliot. There is a lot of charges for you to consider.
Here we go.
This is what the defendant did.
This is
But
the
we've
most
got to
important
talk
part.
about the law on fear, because you have been told John feared for his life. Okay. Let's start first with what's not self-defense. You can't use deadly force against the threat of non-deadly force. You can't kill somebody who is using non-deadly force against you. Excuse me. Street justice, and we talked about this in voir dire, just because somebody punches you, just as somebody pisses you off, just because they wronged you, doesn't mean you get to execute them. In retribution, those Manchester fucking scrubs, that's not self-defense. Deadly force is defined as this. Someone any assault that someone commits with the purpose of causing or which he knows to create not just death or serious bodily injury, substantial risk. So not just a chance that it could do it, not just a one-off, a substantial risk. Now you may be wondering, well, how do we know that that's not a risk? Did Trenton Nash come in here and testify? Was he still walking, talking, breathing? Did you hear any evidence about any serious bodily injury? This man, who you saw stand up when witnesses went to identify him, towered over everyone, punched scrawny Trenton Nash in the face, not once, but twice. No serious bodily injury, no death, because that's not deadly force. That's a fight. Again, Mr. Mendoza has a different idea. He's from different background, from the street. For him, a fight is a fight. All right? That's what this was. That's not deadly force. Fear. We've talked about this. It's not just fear. It's an actual belief that you are faced with the imminent use of deadly force. That deadly force is right about to come upon you. You have to actually believe it, and it has to be reasonable. We already talked extensively. There was no actual fear. The defendant wasn't afraid of anything. And if he was afraid of anything, it wasn't reasonable. But again, we don't get here because we know there was no fear here. Excessive. This is common sense. We all know this. We agree. Use your common sense. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't use excessive force in self-defense. Only a reasonable amount of force. All right? This case, what happened here? In this case, excessiveness was the difference between life and death. You heard the medical examiner describe that for you. If the defendant had stopped shooting, if when Timmy goes like this and starts falling to the ground, that was the end. That's when the threat was over. So even if you believe he was justified in pulling that trigger, they can't use excessive force, and you own every bullet that comes out of that gun. There was no more threat, and he kept going, and he kept going. And as Timmy fell to the ground, he kept going, and he kept going, right to the point where Timmy's body bounced off the pavement as he tried to get away. And what do we know from Dr. Weinberg? That those shots, those ones to Timmy's back as he fell away, that's what killed him. He would have survived this one. He would have survived this one. He would have survived this one. But when you watch the video, take a look at what way Timmy falls. You'll see this, and you'll see this, and you'll see him fall. All of them while he was falling. And it did happen quick. It happened quick, though, because the defendant made it happen quick. He chose that. That's his choice. He's responsible for those choices. He's responsible for going like this and tracking Timmy as he fell to the ground and continuing to shoot until he took all of the life out of him. That is not justified. Now, you didn't hear anything during closing about provocation, but you're going to see you're being asked to consider provocation manslaughter. To be clear, the defendant did not act under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance, and he was not under extreme mental or emotional disturbance which caused extreme provocation. That's important. This is extreme. You're being asked to consider whether 5'7", 121-pound Timmy's single punch to the defendant, who was armed with a gun and outweighed him by over 200 pounds, caused such a reaction that it overwhelmed the defendant to the point that he could not consciously think about anything, that he couldn't understand what was going on, and it was purely a reaction without any thought, process, or any ability to react any other way.
Another way to look at this is part of that instruction is going to tell you that not only would you have that, but that a reasonable person would have that. You all went through the jury selection process. You were all picked because you are reasonable, everyday people. You would have to believe that if you were in that same situation, you would have no ability to control yourself, that you would have such a rush, surge, emotion, and you'll see in the instruction, not just anger and not just hatred. This is beyond that. This is
My ear is literally still ringing where he screamed in it. But other than that, when they
I've
finish,
you on this in the past, but I want to emphasize it at this point. You're not to put yourself in either Mr. Pouliot's position or Mr. DeLee's position. Your job is to review this case objectively, looking at the evidence dispassionately. So disregard the prosecutor's argument just now to put yourself in that position and guess or think about what you would have done in that position if you had been there. That's not an appropriate framework to consider the evidence in this case.
a reasonable person. So a reasonable person in that same situation would have had to been overtaken by such extreme emotion, beyond anger, beyond basic hatred, emotion that is uncontrollable. A reasonable person, not just him, but a reasonable person would have to react the same way. You heard the defendant's reaction. You heard that minute after he killed. You heard his first statements to the police. There was nothing about, I saw red, I didn't know what I was doing. There was nothing about, I don't know what happened, I was just overwhelmed. There was nothing about that, ladies and gentlemen. It was, you punched me in the face, I was defending myself, they threatened to kill me, and Manchester fucking scripts. That's what you heard. There is absolutely no evidence that the defendant was extremely provoked to the level that a reasonable person wouldn't have been able to control themselves.
Dude, these guys are awesome. You fall back. Hey, get back here, back here.
That's not self-defense. That is second-degree murder, and that is reckless conduct. If you go back to that jury box, and you're wondering about reckless conduct, listen to the audio from 54 Old Grand. Listen to the bullets whizzing down the street as people are walking across the street. That is reckless conduct, and it is second-degree murder. You've sat in a trial where you've been able to see what happened before, during, and after a murder. And as everything played out that night, you saw people's reactions, you saw their body language and their emotions, you saw the defendant's actions and his emotions. At the beginning of the trial, Attorney Harrington told you that you would see the defendant's anger, that you would see someone looking for a fight, and you did. That you would see someone with countless other options before having to resort to shooting Timothy 8 times. And you did. And she told you what you wouldn't see. You wouldn't see from the defendant at any point any fear. No fear of Timmy, no fear of Timmy's friends, no actual fear at any time throughout the night, because there was no reason for fear. And just like Attorney Harrington said, there was no actual and there was no reasonable fear. Timmy and his friends were unarmed. The defendant towered over Timmy. You know how much bigger he was. Timmy's punch was not deadly force, and he knew it. That's why he kept trying to fight him any chance he got. That's why this continued, going back and forth. You saw the evolution of his anger, his rage, the jealousy, the bullying, the tough guy showing the little guy what was up. This was a bar fight. The defendant had a lot of choices that night. He could have walked away. He could have gone into Soho. He could have gone up the street. He could have punched him. He could have pushed him. He could have tripped him. He could have yelled out for help. He could have done a lot of things before he pulled out a gun and shot Timothy to death. He made 9 choices that night in that split second, all the way to the ground. And he is responsible for every squeeze of that trigger, every choice that he made. He chose over and over again to shoot Timothy. Those choices recklessly endangered every bystander on that street that night, every pedestrian, every person in a car. In those choices, shooting unarmed Timothy Pouliot until he was flat on the ground and dead, were the choices of knowingly causing the death of Timothy. And that's why we're asking you to find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder and for reckless conduct. Thank you.
Okay. So we just approach the objection.
Okay, did that one, I asked this at the end of the defense's closing too, did that one change anybody's mind? And did comparing it to the law, as he said it, which we'll go over that again in a minute, we'll break it down a little bit more, but when we go into verdict watch. Did not change anybody's mind. Oh, changed Sully's wife's mind. Interesting. Sully, what was...
Short recess. I'll come back and finish the instructions so you can start to deliberate.
Sully, what was the part that, or was there a specific part that changed her mind about that? I'm curious. We're about to do another poll. Went from manslaughter to not guilty during that, okay? Peter Grant.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes,
I'm interested. Let's do this. Instead of, I'm not going to include manslaughter this time. Since the state wanted to do, they didn't even want manslaughter included. They said it's murder, second-degree murder. I'm going to do a poll. Do you think if you were a juror, would you vote guilty to second-degree murder? And first is going to be yes, second is going to be no. I don't know. Some of y'all can't see the polls right now. I don't know why. I think it might be Android users. Okay. Would you vote guilty to second-degree murder? First, would you vote guilty to second degree? First is yes, second is no. I just put the poll up. I wish we had heard from Abby too. There's a lot more that I thought we were going to hear. Because if, like with me, I'm thinking like, you know, I want to know how much they all had to drink. I want to know their violent past, you know, or lack thereof. I want to know, you know, if they, obviously they're not going to remember how many drinks they had. I don't remember how many drinks I have when I go out. Like, you know, I don't count it. I don't pay attention. I mean, I just, not that I'm like always slinging back drink, but like if when I go out and watch football with my friends every weekend, I don't know how many I have. Some of them get watered down, and you know, because I nurse them and I order another. Some of them, especially if we're doing good, go down a lot faster. I don't know, but I'd be out there pulling their bar tab receipts, their bank records, all these things. I have so many questions still. I want to know all the things, but they didn't tell me all these things. Germany, who said football? Yes, football. Oh, football. Big game tomorrow. Big game tomorrow. Big games. Multiple tomorrow. Yeah, the reckless is a separate charge. That's just it's a lesser charge. I'm not. That one's not the one that carries a lot of time, so to keep the polls simple, I just kept it at the murder.
So we should plan for
It is, crazy, it's crazy how much it's split right now.
Do they start at 10 with deliberations, or do they start at 9?
Chunk of bacon, I would like to hear the motions in limine for this one. I can pull some of that stuff. There were some weird ones, like one of them was not allowing witnesses to say this was an execution, like to use the word execution. That reminds me. It is so split. Let me go spy around the internets. I want to see what other polls, if they're as split as we are. With it being that split, might be a chance at a hung jury.
Innocent, and I'm not.
Oops. Oops. My bad. See if I can see who else is. I'm trying to spy and see who else is.
So here's the, Mr. Exhibit list. Oh, I'm proposing. And she'd read it by the judge, said that, if all of you agree on it, then that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, they cut audio. I was like, oh my gosh, what did I press? All right, let's see. The Law and Crime, take it with a grain of salt. Law and Crime, their verdict thing is 71, no, well, it keeps changing. 72% guilty. They did guilty, not guilty, or hung jury. 70, it keeps going back and forth between 71 to 72% guilty. 16 not guilty, and 12 hung jury. And I don't think Mel did a poll. I'm trying to ask him. See if there's any others. I like getting opinions. Because if we're this split, yeah, most of our people, when I had manslaughter on there as an option, most of our people said they would vote manslaughter. Most of our people. In it, oh. Why? Okay, so Mel, their poll that they did, see, everybody is so different. That's crazy. Theirs was 79% guilty and 21% not guilty. So ours is more I guess lenient's not the right word. Whatever you would call, I don't know. I did not get to throw their numbers. Melanie over there causing trouble in their polls. Coming back for the stuff now. They're going to do the jury instructions, which again, this is going to be the most tolerance, not the word. I can't think of the word that I'm looking for. You know, like you have a word and you have it on the tip of your tongue and you can't think of what it is. It's not that. It'll come to me. The jury instructions here are going to be the most important part because of. I know he put part of it in his little PowerPoint thing, but remember, the PowerPoint's not going back with them. The jury instructions are. So this is going to be how the jury decides. I ain't turning it up. They ain't going to trick me. I'm not going to bust my eardrums out again.
And again, I'll remind you of the laws. I give it to you in the instructions. This is the law you have to apply regardless of any opinions you think that you may have about what you think the law ought to be. Now, under the constitutions of both the United States and New Hampshire's own constitutions, all defendants have an absolute right not to take the witness stand to testify. So the fact that Mr. DeLee has not testified in this case cannot be considered by you in any manner or in any way in deciding the outcome of the case. It's the state that has the burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and the defendant has no obligation to present any evidence or to prove that he's innocent because he is presumed to be innocent
All right, I'm
until
going to end
the
this
state
poll.
convinces you otherwise. The laws of the state of New Hampshire set forth certain crimes, and those crimes each have a precise definition. And the definition of a crime is framed in terms of certain elements that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So the state doesn't have to prove each and every fact in the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Rather, it has to prove each element of the definition of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. And in a moment, I'll explain to you more precisely what the elements are of the crimes charged in this case. But in general terms, all crimes have at least two elements, intent and an act. So in order to determine if a person has committed a crime, it's absolutely necessary for you to know both what the person's actions were and what his intentions were. So unless the person has both acted to do something that's criminal and has acted with the required mental state at the time those acts occurred, the person has not committed a crime. So those two things have to coincide at the same time in order for the defendant to be guilty of a crime. And so in deciding, it's important, moreover, to keep in mind that the definition of the level of intent required by the definition of a crime I'm going to define that for you more precisely here, but pay attention to the definition of the level of intent because sometimes the law treats the same physical act differently depending on what a person's mental intent was at the time that act occurred. So let me give you an example. Let's assume you have two cases. In the first case, the evidence is the defendant gets behind the wheel of a car, drives the car, strikes a pedestrian, causes serious physical injury to the pedestrian. And in that first case, the evidence is that the defendant has the specific intent, purposely wants to run over and hurt that person, and does so. Second case is the defendant gets behind the wheel of a car, drives the car, strikes a pedestrian, causes serious physical injury to the pedestrian. But in the second case, the allegation is that the defendant was negligent or reckless, like doing something, not paying attention, or consciously disregarding some serious risk of harm. So the physical acts in both cases are exactly the same. Defendant got behind the wheel of a car, drove the car, struck the pedestrian, caused serious physical injury to the pedestrian. But the defendant is guilty of very different crimes depending on what his mental intent was when those physical acts occurred.
So that's why it's important to pay attention to the definition of the level of intent required by the definition of a crime. And whether a defendant acted with the required intent is a question of fact for you to decide. Keep in mind, there's often no direct evidence of a person's intent because there is no way to examine the inner operations of a person's mind. So you should consider all the facts and circumstances and evidence in deciding whether the state has proven that the defendant acted with the required intent. So in this case, the defendant's charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder and with reckless conduct with a deadly weapon. So the 2 charges of second-degree murder are what we call alternative theories based on the same underlying conduct. So the law provides that crimes can be committed in different ways, and the law allows the state to present alternative theories to a jury. So if you find that the defendant's guilty of both versions of the crime based on the same underlying conduct, the defendant would only be sentenced on one of those convictions. And the crime of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon is a separate charge, an independent charge from those other 2. So each of the charges against the defendant does constitute a separate offense, which you have to deliberate on and determine if the state has proven the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So the fact that you may find the defendant guilty or not guilty of any one of the charges should not influence your verdict with respect to the other charges. As I said, the defendant's been charged with the crime of second-degree murder, and the first version of that is knowing second-degree murder. The definition of knowing second-degree murder has 3 elements, and the state must prove each element of that definition beyond a reasonable doubt. So for this crime, the state has to prove the following. Number 1, the defendant caused the death of Timothy Pouliot. Number 2, the defendant acted knowingly with respect to causing the death. And number 3, the defendant's conduct was not justified on the basis of self-defense. So a person acts knowingly when he's aware of the nature of his conduct or the circumstances under which he acted. To prove the defendant acted knowingly, the state does not have to prove the defendant specifically desired or intended a particular result. What the state must prove is the defendant was aware of the nature of his conduct or the circumstances under which he engaged in the conduct. The defendant has been also charged with the crime of reckless second-degree murder, and the definition of that crime has 4 elements, each of which the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So for this crime, the state has to prove the following. Number 1, the defendant caused the death of Timothy Pouliot. Number 2, the defendant acted recklessly with respect to causing the death. Number 3, the defendant acted with extreme indifference to the value of human life. And number 4, the defendant's conduct was not justified on the basis of self-defense. So part of the definition of the crime of reckless second-degree murder is that the defendant acted recklessly. And to prove that the defendant acted recklessly, the state must prove the following. First, that the defendant was aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk. This means there must be proof that the defendant knew that there was a substantial risk that his conduct would cause a particular result. Second, if the defendant was aware of the risk, there must be proof that he consciously disregarded the risk. In other words, the defendant decided to disregard the risk and took a chance that his conduct would cause a particular result. Third, you have to examine the circumstances known to the defendant. From what he knew of the circumstances, you must decide whether his disregard of the risk was a gross deviation from what a law-abiding person would have done. So here the key words are gross deviation. If you find that the defendant's actions were unreasonable or thoughtless, that is not enough. To find the defendant acted recklessly, you must find that his disregard of the risk was a substantial departure from what a law-abiding person would have done under the same circumstances. It's not enough for the state to prove that the defendant acted negligently. That is, it's not enough to prove the defendant failed to become aware of the risk involved. The state must prove the defendant was aware of the risk and consciously disregarded it. Now, the crime of reckless second-degree murder requires the state to prove more than that the defendant acted recklessly, as I've just defined that term for you. For the crime of reckless second-degree murder, the state must also prove that the defendant's conduct occurred under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life. This means the circumstances must show a blatant disregard for the risk of human life. So if you find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all of the elements of either version of second-degree murder, then the charge may be reduced to provocation manslaughter if the murder was the product of provocation. So, like self-defense, the state has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the murder should not be reduced to provocation. So the state has to prove two elements with respect to this. The state must prove, number one, that the defendant did not act under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. Extreme mental or emotional disturbance means acting with sudden passion, greater than anger or resentment, which so dominates and clouds the thinking that reason and normal control are lost, resulting in a killing. It does not mean merely a subtle hatred. It means being virtually swept away by passion and not in full control of oneself. It means that there was no cooling off, that is, no thought about and consideration of a course of action. And number two, that the extreme mental or emotional disturbance was caused by extreme provocation. The law which distinguishes provocation, which will mitigate an offense from murder to manslaughter, cannot be clearly defined. So reasonableness is the test. A murder is manslaughter only if there is provocation, which would cause a reasonable person to kill another out of passion. The law requires that the provocation must be so great as to reasonably excite the passion and heat of blood. Passion without adequate provocation is not enough. There must be provocation to the extreme so that the defendant, in the anger of the moment, kills another person. Mere words are not enough for extreme provocation. Also, a lawful act, even if it involves physical force, is not recognized by the law as sufficient provocation. So if you find that the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt all of the versions of second-degree murder, then you must go on to determine whether the state has proven whether the defendant is guilty of a similar but less serious crime of reckless manslaughter. So reckless manslaughter has three elements, each of which the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So for this offense, the state must prove the following. Number one, the defendant caused the death of Timothy Pouliot. Number two, the defendant acted recklessly, as I've previously defined that term for you, with respect to causing that death. And number three, the defendant's conduct was not justified on the basis of self-defense. So the difference between reckless second-degree murder and reckless manslaughter is that for you to find that the defendant committed reckless manslaughter, the state does not have to prove that the defendant was acting with extreme indifference to the value of human life. As I mentioned, the defendant is also charged with the crime of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon. So this crime has four elements, each of which the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So for this crime, the state has to prove the following. Number one, the defendant engaged in conduct that either placed or may have placed another in danger of serious bodily injury. And number two, the defendant acted recklessly, as I've defined that term for you. And number three, the defendant used a deadly weapon. And number four, the defendant's conduct was not justified on the basis of self-defense. So the state alleges that the defendant used a handgun as a deadly weapon. A handgun is not automatically a deadly weapon. Rather, the term deadly weapon means any object which in the manner it is used, intended to be used, or threatened to be used is known to be capable of producing death or serious bodily injury. And the term serious bodily injury means any harm to the body which causes severe, permanent, or protracted loss of, or impairment to, the health or function of any part of the body. So in this case, the defendant has asserted that his conduct was justified based on self-defense. So when there's some evidence of this defense, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's conduct was not justified based on self-defense. In other words, if you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant's conduct was justified based on self-defense, then you must find the defendant not guilty. On the other hand, if you find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed all of the elements of a crime charged, including that his conduct was not justified based on self-defense, then you should find the defendant guilty. So the law distinguishes between
Thank
the
you,
use of deadly force and non-deadly force. So the term non-deadly force means any assault which does not constitute deadly force. And the term deadly force means any assault which the actor commits with the purpose of causing or which he knows to create a substantial risk of causing death or serious bodily injury. So except in situations that are not relevant to this case, all persons have a constitutional right to keep and bear arms. So whether a person is lawfully entitled to use a weapon for self-defense is a question of fact for you to decide. With respect to the defensive use of a firearm, the following considerations apply. Number one, purposely firing a firearm capable of causing serious bodily injury or death in the direction of another person or at a vehicle in which another is believed to be constitutes the use of deadly force. Number two, if the defendant merely produces or displays a weapon, the defendant has used non-deadly force. If you find that the defendant responded to a threat which would be considered by a reasonable person as likely to cause serious bodily injury or death to the defendant or another by displaying a firearm or other means of self-defense with the intent to warn away the person making the threat, then the defendant has not committed a criminal act and you must find him not guilty. If the defendant's use of a firearm falls somewhere between numbers 1, 2, and 3, or is not otherwise covered by the definitions of 1, 2, and 3, as I've just explained those concepts to you, then it's up to you, the jury, to decide whether the use of the firearm constituted deadly force or non-deadly force based on the facts and circumstances of the case as you find them to be. So the defendant has a right to use deadly force on another person to defend himself if, number one, the defendant actually believed the assailant was about to use deadly force against the defendant. In other words, the defendant could use deadly force if he actually believed he was in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury by an assailant. Number two, even if the defendant actually believed that such danger existed, his belief must be reasonable. In other words, there must be reasonable grounds for the defendant to believe that the assailant was about to use deadly force against him. Self-defense does not require an actual danger to the defendant. Rather, the defendant must reasonably believe that the assailant was about to use deadly force. For self-defense to be justified, the defendant must have a reasonable belief that the danger presented is imminent and in the present. That is, the defendant must reasonably believe that the assailant's use of force is immediately forthcoming. The defendant must reasonably believe that the amount of force he used was necessary for self-defense. A person is not permitted to use excessive force in self-defense, only a reasonable amount of force. The defendant can use the amount of force which he reasonably believed was necessary under the circumstances, so long as, at the time, there were reasonable grounds for that belief. The defendant is only allowed to use deadly force to defend himself if he actually believed the other person was about to use deadly force against him, and that belief is reasonable, as I've explained those concepts to you. The defendant is allowed to use non-deadly force to defend himself if he actually believed another person was about to use non-deadly force against him, and again, that belief was reasonable. In other words, a person is not allowed to use deadly force to protect himself from non-deadly force. Self-defense is not justified if the defendant knew that he could retreat from the encounter with complete safety. However, the defendant was not required to retreat if he was in any place he has a right to be, and if he was not the one who started the encounter. In deciding whether the defendant was justified in his use of force, you should consider all of the circumstances surrounding the incident. You should consider how the defendant acted under the circumstances as they were presented to him at the time, and not necessarily as they appear upon detached reflection. So you should consider whether the defendant had a reasonable belief that he was justified in using force when he acted in the heat of the moment. A past danger will not support a finding that the defendant was justified in using force upon another person. Self-defense does not permit acts done for purposes of retaliation, revenge, or redress. Sorry, I just saw a typo. All right, so members of the jury, the principles of law that I've given you are intended to guide you in reaching a fair and just result in this case, which is important to both the parties and to the court. So you're to exercise your judgment and your common sense, as I've said before, without passion, without prejudice, and without sympathy, but with honesty, understanding, and due deliberation. And so when you've considered and weighed all the evidence in this case, you must make one of the following findings with respect to each of the charges that are before you. You must decide if the state has proven each element of a charge beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have a reasonable doubt, in other words, if you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the state has proven any one or more elements of the offense charged, then you must find the defendant not guilty. If you find that the state has proven all of the elements of a charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find the defendant guilty. Okay, so let me explain how this is going to work with the second-degree murder, just in terms of deliberation. So with respect to the charge of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon, if you find that the state has proven, if you find that the state has not proven all the elements of that charge beyond a reasonable doubt, of course you have to find the defendant not guilty. If you find that the state has proven all of the elements of the charge of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty with respect to that charge. With the respect to the charges of second-degree murder, the process of deliberation is as follows. If you find that the state has proven all of the elements of second-degree murder beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must go on to determine if the murder should be reduced to manslaughter, as I've explained that to you. In other words, the state must disprove beyond a reasonable doubt that the murder was the product of extreme provocation, as I've defined those concepts for you. If you find that the state has not met its burden with respect to that question, you should find the defendant guilty of provocation manslaughter, but not guilty of the second-degree murder. On the other hand, if you find that the state has proven that the charge should not be reduced to provocation manslaughter, then you should find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder. And I'll remind you, that concept reasonable doubt is just what the words would ordinarily imply. The use of the word reasonable means the doubt must be reasonable rather than unreasonable. It's a doubt based on reason. It's not a frivolous or a fanciful doubt, or one that's easily explained away. Rather, it's such a doubt based on reason as remains after consideration of all of the evidence the state has offered against. So your verdicts in this case have to represent the considered judgment of each juror. So in order to return a verdict, it's necessary that each and every juror agree with that verdict. In other words, you have to be unanimous. So when you've arrived at a unanimous verdict on each of the charges, let the bailiff know, and then you'll be brought back here to the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver those verdicts in response to questions that the clerk of court will ask of you. It's the foreperson's job to see to it that the jury takes up the issues that are before you. So he or she should see to it that each juror has a full, fair, and adequate opportunity to explain his or her views with respect to both the law and the evidence. And as your first order of business, I'll have you choose from amongst yourselves whom you want to serve as the foreperson, and then once you've selected the foreperson, just let the bailiff know so we know who that person is. All right, as I said, the case is important to both the parties, and in your deliberations, you must follow the instructions which I've given you and make a conscientious effort to determine what a fair and just result is, because that is your highest duty as officers of this court. It's also your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view towards reaching an agreement, if you can do so without violence to your individual judgment. So each of you have to decide the case for yourselves, but do so only after impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. So in the course of your deliberations, don't hesitate to change your mind or re-examine your position if you're convinced that you were initially wrong. But don't give up your honest conviction as to the weight or the effect of the evidence simply because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or solely for the purpose of returning a unanimous verdict. Now, if you have any questions about the law that applies during your deliberations, have the foreperson write that question out on a piece of paper, put the date and time on it, notify the bailiff, and I will get you an answer most likely in writing as quickly as I can. If you have any questions, though, about the facts or the evidence in the case, I can't help you with that. As I've told you before, you and you alone decide the facts based on the evidence presented. You'll have the exhibits we'll introduce, that'll go back with you into deliberation, and you'll have to rely on your collective memory about the testimony of the witnesses. And so there are 3 alternates.
Oh, that's adorable. He's pulling his little.
All right, so jurors number 7, 12, and 13. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think you're 7, and then 12 and 13. So the 3 of you are alternates. So I can't excuse you yet, because it does happen even at this point that a juror becomes sick, has a family emergency, or something happens, and 1 or more of you might be brought into the deliberation process. So it's essentially you continue to abide by my instructions not to talk about the case with anyone else, but also not to talk about the case with each other, because it does happen, as I said, 1 or more of you might be brought into the process, and you need to come at it without those outside influences. And so the remaining 12 of you can retire to deliberate. We'll get you the exhibits, and I just caught a typo I need to correct, and I'll get the instructions back to you as well quickly.
All rise, please.
Did they say if they're going to go later today? I didn't hear that, if they did.
We had talked about maybe sending the TVs back for the jurors.
It's fine.
That you found that?
Do you have a clean laptop to send?
Yes, and
Okay.
both parties have checked it.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, thank you.
And, Your Honor,
yes.
also, I think, the exhibit list that we had just prepared without the IDs, we were asking, I think, joint
Correct.
government to go back.
Yes, and you're okay with I mean, my only concern was whether there was agreement about the descriptions. Candidly, I didn't read through the descriptions, so I just wanted to make sure there was nothing that either side had any objection to, but that's fine with this number of exhibits to send them. Okay, as long as you're okay with that, then that'll go back with them as well. Okay, thank you.
All rise. Okay, counsel, I just need to go over the exhibits with you.
Yes. Yeah, that's all right. Just use those.
Merry happy anniversary. It's our anniversary. Manslaughter is not off the table. We're going to go over all of this because I really want to, because everything's so split on this one. Yeah, I didn't bring my verdict, but I forgot this morning. Because everything's so split on this one, I want to go back and break it all down, piece by piece. Yes, he's in custody, I believe. Trying to listen. Most of y'all think that we'll get a verdict today. It's 3:11 there right now. Puzzle pieces. Do you know what today is? No, I don't bite my nails.
27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. No, that's right, I'll fix it. 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42.
They're numbering the exhibits. Okay, so,
43A, B, C, D, E, F.
yeah, they've been starting at 10 a.m.
45, 46.
Was that, did you pull that?
Yes.
Oh, like I said, I get confused because I saw 54, that's why.
They're counting exhibits. They're going through the exhibits right now. They've been doing 10 to 4 every day, which is a short court day. All right. Let's see how.
55, 56, 57, 58,
I know, it's just.
59, 60, 61, 62, 60.
Oh, Sandra Day O'Connor died.
66.
She was 93 years old. Sorry, I'm pulling up something real quick.
69, 70, 71, 72 is ID.
She was 93 years old, Sandra Day O'Connor. She was the first woman to serve on the Supreme Court.
75 is for identification.
Yes, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I twisted the,
Look, this is like
It doesn't have any.
not the Matrix. What's it called? Oops.
Yes, yes. We're gonna send the speaker and the TV.
I can't remember what it's called. What's it called? Why can't I come up with my words today? Where there's like multiples of you? I don't remember. Whatever. All right, let's do this. Eating my hair. Do you know what today is? It's our anniversary. Do you know what today is? It's our anniversary. Inception. Yes. Right now, 47% of
You
y'all.
said you wanted to send back the speakers?
Just one.
Okay.
We didn't recommend the signature, but we're generally
are saying that you think we'll get a verdict today. All right, we're about to, let me turn the volume down on this one. They're not saying anything exciting. And I'm like,
Nancy, we're just talking to the defense, because they're gonna have a laptop, does the judge try to access Wi-Fi or anything?
dang it.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but I mean, they can always theoretically, figure out how to turn it on if they try.
It's clean as in there's nothing on it, it's not connected to the internet right now, but they could obviously
We don't talk
try to
about
connect to the court's Wi-Fi or something like that.
I'll be ready.
I don't know what this is the one we normally send out.
I'm trying so hard for them to give us a hot, juicy, like just a big hot mic moment that just makes us all excited. But no, they're boring. Super boring up in there today. That's okay. We're about to deliberate. We're going to deliberate.
Quick question for you. Yes. Some of the media outlets are doing you a ban and some of the
I go by both.
Okay, I just put out the final photos.
So one,
Talking about the media outlets.
again, it also doesn't actually bother me.
Talking about the media outlets. What are they saying?
Constantly FAULKNER doesn't really matter, but if you want it accurate,
Yeah, no, I looked your name up actually, but Ben and Ben, I'm Jacqueline Jeffrey, so it's like usually.
My mouse just stopped working.
right, yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I go by either, it doesn't matter.
Okay. I just didn't want you to be offended. No, I want from the least of the greatest.
Yeah, that's, out of all the things to worry about, it's not that.
My mouse stopped working. I can't see anything y'all are saying right now because I was pulling something up and my mouse stopped working. So, un momento, por favor. Let me get my life together. Nope, that didn't help either. No.
I don't even know what I'm doing yet,
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Has that come up before, done an instruction, and said as long as it's not connected to the internet. I don't know, like if you have administrative controls, make sure that it's
Oh no.
Wi-Fi is not, like you can't turn on Wi-Fi unless you're.
I don't even know if there's a way to do that.
Yeah. I mean,
Hi. Oh, I can see only one comment. It says RA rate. My mouse just frozen. I can't see anything on here except
Pop
for
off the keys and move them around, like.
this much of this screen.
Yeah. We've been told pretty clearly not to.
Oh my gosh.
If they're getting on the internet with that computer, then they're disregarding a whole bunch
Yeah.
of other things.
And I hope that one of the 12 would be like, hey, I don't think we shouldn't do that.
Hey, guys, maybe we should ask them.
I mean, they want to watch cartoons or something. Right.
They want to watch cartoons. The jury wants to watch cartoons. It's productive. It's almost a weekend. It's Friday. Why is this not working?
I just laugh every time. It's like, we just wrap up a murder trial, and here we are doing like this, and everyone, every time we go to like a party or something, they're like, doctors and lawyers, and I'm like, yes.
So the last murder trial I had, there had to be 270 exhibits. And you wouldn't believe, the jury goes out at like, I don't know, 3:30 or something. And the lawyers are in the courtroom and, they're not so involved. The clerk is not involved at all, so go have at it. And we're counting through and, you got the physical bullets, and then you got the papers, and then you got these like little tiny.
Y'all talk amongst yourselves. My mouse has stopped working, and everything I was pulling up on jury instruction stuff is on my screen, so I can't see any of y'all. So if you're still there, if you're out there, talk amongst yourselves until I figure it out.
Yeah. I'm sure we will see. I prefer to shake before verdicts. Yeah, that's a good, yeah, Brandon, shake, always shake before. Otherwise.
I don't know why it's not working. And I turned it off. I turned it back on. I took the batteries out. Batteries weren't showing that they're low.
I'll go back to Janet right now. Pretty quick turnaround. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Well, I think in this case, being able to do it so quickly and everything is just.
we're stuck. If anybody's still there, just hang out. I'll be with you shortly.
And you know, it's good for a criminal case, okay? But I don't know that it's good for every moment of everybody's life to be recorded like that. It's creepy, especially with the audio everywhere. Yeah.
They're talking about how it's creepy to be recorded and listen to us listening to them. Like that's not creepy.
You saw yourself in there?
Every time I see it, I laugh.
They're
I couldn't stop laughing. I watched it.
they're really kind of talking about how we're creepy, honestly. Because they're it's creepy to be broadcasted. And look, here we are. I don't know what to do because
You didn't really think.
it's not working. And let me see if there's any other batteries. I just swapped the batteries the other day, so it shouldn't be batteries. But this is my life. This is my life.
I mean, sorry. The microphone. I don't know.
Yeah, other than the microphones, I think we've got, this
Yes.
is this whole panel and everything. down.
Literally all of it is on. All
Right,
these are.
okay.
I'm gonna go get the boxes.
We're good.
No other cases hanging over.
Yeah, just pulling cords, I'm like.
Break it down.
Not this afternoon, no. All this, they're gonna take TVs and things before.
They're taking the TVs.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. And so Monday, we're gonna have, just a regular I think he'll probably.
I'm going to steal them from his remote. Just don't tell him. Don't tell him. They are secret.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it all gets.
Me and you and whoever's in here, because I can't see anything on my screen right now. So if there's anybody still in here, don't tell my brother I'm stealing his batteries. It's fine. Everything's fine. If I didn't have old eyeballs, maybe I could see. Okay, manifest it. This is going to work. Manifest it.
Any manner or in any way in deciding.
It worked!
the case.
We're just gonna.
It's the state that has the burden of proving guilty on every.
We're gonna put my brother's. We're gonna put the dead batteries in my brother's remote, and then just pretend like we don't know what's happening. Okay, let's see. Now I can see y'all. Hey, hey. Oh, of course, of course. Oh, we got raided, which means this is now the second time that y'all have come over when it's a hot mess over here in our little neighborhood of the internets. But that's okay. That's okay. I was pulling up.
No, actually,
They cut our audio. I was pulling up stuff about jury instructions because that's so important in this case specifically. And then I had that in front of the screen, so I couldn't see anything. And then all of a sudden my mouse stopped working while everything was on there. So don't tell my brother when he comes that his remote batteries are dead. But hi. It's always a mess when y'all show up over here, but that's okay. Hello. Surprise. I get my life together and then realize that We have a whole bunch more friends in here. Denise, member for 7 whole months, sending you love, Brandi. Hope you get to go home soon. Thank you so much. I have got to sleep at home for the last 2 nights. I've been sleeping at home, but they're still doing all of the construction stuff during the day, and it's super loud. It started at 7:08 this morning. Incredibly loud, but I think they're going to be done with all of that stuff next week. So at least I'm getting to go home in the nights at nighttime. No, so that part is good. So just baby steps. Feels like between the doors and now the floors, like there's been construction in my building now for 84 years. Ellie, member for 4 whole months. Our A-Raid, yay! Happy anniversary. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here. Yeah, we doubled our viewers when my life is a mess, which is about how it goes. Welcome to y'all. Welcome. Eating my hair. Welcome. It's Friday, and we're in Verdict Watch, and we're about to go over some of the jury instructions because they're so important on here. Kay Scarpetta, new member, welcome to the jury box. We are glad to have you here. Welcome. Ow. I keep saying welcome, and Lucy keeps going to the door to look like, who's welcome? Who's here? What are we talking to? Who are we talking to? Yeah, there was hot mic. They cut our hot mic. Heck yeah. This might be one of those things where I couldn't see anything that was going on because my life was a mess. Yes, I will. RA is always welcome here. Let me send him a link. Let's see. Invite. Copy. Little B, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. All right, I'm sending the link. Sent. Getting my life together. I don't have the eyebrows because I'm having to stream from my brother's. Hey, Ari, headed to the post office. I expect to find more gifts for my cat. Yeah, my post office box is pretty much just Lucy's post office box. They just have to put my name on it because I have to sign for things sometimes. But that's all right. We could do a new poll if y'all want to. The poll that we have up right now, and for some reason some of the polls have been showing. Quit. Knock it off, kid. Lucy wants another treat, so she's over there slinging her stuff around to make noise. The poll that we have up right now, I know some people are having a hard time reading them or whatever, but it's about when the verdict is going to come back. And right now, the vote is 60% say that they think we'll get it back today. And then that's 60%. 19% say Monday before lunch, 17% Monday after lunch, and then 4% say Tuesday or later. So, but I'll end this one. We can do another one now that we have more people here. I was curious too because it has been pretty split, and we're about to go over the jury instructions, kind of break down the jury instructions a little bit because we're so split and because the jury instructions are going to be such a big part of, obviously the biggest part of this. So, trying to figure out intent and, what parts of the stipulations on everything that that he's guilty of. I'm interested because I had asked, ICADMEL too, I think the poll that they did when they were watching it was like 70, I can't remember what it was, like 70% guilty or something on his. So there was a lot of discrepancy in different chats and stuff on this, which is really interesting to me. But I enjoy the, one thing I love about this is that it's been split almost 50-50, but I love how respectful everybody is to each other for, having different opinions. Yes, the jury instructions are very specific, which is what I was pulling up when everything did whatever. I had stuff pulled up everywhere, and then my mouse stopped working. So that's what we're about to go over. And then I wanted to, going back, I'm going to keep this live right here so we can see action in the courtroom. But I want to go back and kind of break down a little bit of, oh gosh, I'm eating my hair. Break down a little bit of, piece by piece of what he's saying, because this part's really, really important. And this is exactly what the jury is going to be doing back there right now, is going through those jury instructions, piece by piece, and saying, okay, did they prove this? Did they prove this? So I want us to do that and see, what everybody comes up with. All right, let's see. For now, until we go through all of that, I'm going to do a poll and we did this one a minute ago, but we're going to do it again since we have some new friends here. Since the state did not want to do the lesser charges, they wanted to keep the charge at just the second-degree murder. We are going to, for this poll, while we're going through the jury instruction stuff, for manslaughter and all that stuff too, we're going to do just, do you think that they proved their case for second-degree murder? So this one's not manslaughter, this is just the second-degree murder, guilty or not guilty. So do you think they proved their case for second-degree murder? Yes or no? Start poll. We'll see. We'll see how different it is after we have new friends arriving. All right, let's see. So while we're doing that, let's take a look at all the stuff that was getting me completely shut down while I was trying to get everything going. All right, let's see. All right, we'll do our little list over here. Okay, so we're going to go over the jury instructions. This is per the judge, and we'll kind of go piece by piece and break it down, because this is what they're going to be doing back there. And I'm curious to hear everybody's thoughts on each individual part. We've done a great job, and let's just keep it respectful. Keep it respectful. There are a lot of good points on both sides, and I think that the biggest thing is, I think the thing we can all agree on is that a lot of mistakes were made on both sides. This is a tragedy and a life was lost, and I want to make sure that we're very respectful of that. A lot of mistakes on both sides were made, and this could have been prevented, and it's really sad. But having said that, they have to go by not which side made the most mistakes, or which side, anybody feels any certain way toward. They have to go by the law, which is why I wanted to go through, because this is such a seeing the debates in here and like the talks back and forth about thoughts and interpretations of behavior and stuff like that was really interesting, because everybody perceives things so differently, which is why they have 12 jurors and not one. I say that all the time, but I want to see, we'll go through and kind of break each part down and see if it changes your mind based on breaking it down a little bit, if that makes sense. Let's see where we're at
Reasonable
with
doubt, and the defendant has no obligation to present any evidence or to prove that he's innocent, because he is presumed to be innocent.
About what you think the law ought to be. Now, under the constitutions of both the rights of the case,
the laws of the state of New Hampshire set forth certain reasonable doubt.
Let's get to the charge. Get to the charge.
Intent was at the time In that first case, the evidence is that the defendant has the specific intent, purposely wants to run over and hurt that person, and does so. Second case is the defendant gets behind the wheel of a car, drives the allegation is consciously. Physical acts are the defendant's occurred.
He does a good job of
Physical
explaining.
Intent because you should consider
I think.
all the facts with the and with what we call alternative theories based on the same.
All right, so these are the
underlying
two
crime.
alternative theories.
The law provides that crimes can be committed in different ways, and the law allows
So,
the state to present alternative
remember, there's
theories
two
to the jury.
alternate
So if you find that the
second
defendant's
degree
guilty of
charges.
both versions of the crime based on the same underlying conduct, the defendant would only be sentenced on one of those convictions. And the crime of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon is a separate charge, an independent charge.
We won't get into that
from-
one too much.
From those other two.
Yeah.
So each of the charges against the defendant does constitute a separate offense, which you have to deliberate on and determine if the state has proven the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So the
Beyond
fact
a
that
reasonable
you may
doubt.
find the defendant guilty or not guilty of any one of the charges should not influence your verdict with respect to the other charges. As I said, the defendant's been charged with the crime of second-degree murder, and the first version of that is knowing second-degree murder. The definition of knowing second-degree murder has 3 elements, and the state must prove each element of that definition beyond a reasonable doubt. So for this crime, the state has to prove the following. Number 1, the defendant caused the death of Timothy Pouliot.
Okay, that
Number
one's
2, the defendant acted knowingly with respect to causing the death. And number 3, the defendant's conduct was not justified on the basis of self-defense. So a person acts knowingly when he's aware of the nature of his conduct or the circumstances under which he acted. To prove the defendant acted knowingly, the state does not have to prove the defendant's.
Okay, real quick. So this is to prove, this is the knowing, this is part of the, in the first theory of the indictment, or whatever, the first indictment. Remember, they did the 2 alternates. So obviously, cause death, yeah, we can, yes, that's proven. It was, he shot, and obviously Timmy died. So now the other 2 are the parts that have to be proven for this one.
Specifically desired or intended a particular result. What the state must prove is the defendant was aware of the nature of his conduct or the circumstances under which he engaged in the conduct.
Okay, so do y'all think that he was aware? Because these are the things that they're going to be going through when they're back there. Was he aware of his conduct and acted knowingly? Who thinks manslaughter is not an option? What? Manslaughter is there are a couple different manslaughter options. We'll get to those. It starts with this. See, it's so split. No drinking impaired awareness. It is a very difficult case, I agree. You're welcome. Can you see it better now? I tried to make it bigger. No, John did not testify. Which is, it's surprising and it's not. I mean, normally in self-defense cases, you kind of expect the defendant to testify because, a jury is going to want to hear that. But he's aware his life is in danger. Oh, no, if you're confused by what I said, I'm just not including manslaughter on the poll for right now. But we'll get to that. We'll get to it. Let's see.
Defendant has been also charged with the crime of.
Hold on.
The state does not have to prove the defendant specifically desired or intended a particular result. What the state must prove is the defendant was aware of the nature of his conduct or the circumstances under which he engaged in the conduct.
Okay, so aware of his conduct. So yeah, we watched that. I don't think it was a fake punch. I think he just missed, or maybe grazed like his nose or something. He didn't like. I don't think it was fake. I think he just maybe drunk and missed. It'd be real stupid to walk up to that. Well, it was real stupid to walk up to him and do any of the crap that they did, but it would be. I think the fake to do a fake punch would have been even stupider than. But I think he just missed. I don't know why Abby did not testify. The only thing I can say is if neither side that talked to her believed that her testimony would have been valuable or admissible, I was kind of shocked that they didn't call her. I was definitely expecting to hear from her. But yeah, I mean, she may have been like, I don't know, I don't remember. She could have been like a Felicia in the Millie trial. Felicia, who like all of a sudden, after giving all the information, then all of a sudden she got to trial and had amnesia because she had a few $1,000s in her that was added to her bank account, which gave her amnesia. Could have been that. Not that she got paid. Not that Abby got paid. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying maybe she all of a sudden got amnesia. Didn't want to talk. How did the bloody face happen? Well, keep in mind, this, like, that inside getting punched is not the only time that there was a punch thrown at him, because that was by Mendoza. And then when they got outside, Timmy did punch him. And when they started wrestling after that punch in the bar, you know, they start wrestling around after that. So it could have come from any of that. But that punch that's thrown, when they showed it from that second angle too, you can see that the punch did not land like, you know, he didn't clock her or nothing. Maybe he had trouble reaching. But it looked like, to me, it looked like it maybe like grazed his nose or something. For him to start, for John to be like, who punched me in the face? I feel like there was likely some type of contact. But to me, it looked like he maybe grazed his nose or something like that. Just enough to like let him know that there was an attempt on his face. But, well, I say trouble reaching. They keep talking about how big he is, so. It's like, you know, whatever. All right, so acted knowingly. So acting knowingly, I mean, he shot, that would be acting knowingly, right? We can all agree on that. He acted knowingly. He knew what he was doing. He wasn't like, you know what, if I shoot him, maybe nothing will happen. So those two parts we can all agree on, right? This is the part that a lot of people don't agree on. Conduct not justified by self-defense. Okay, well, let me rephrase on the knowing, because you also have the option of it being reckless instead of knowing. So let me not just jump to yes, because you do also have the option of it being reckless on the second indictment. The defense went first in closing because the state deferred. They allowed them to go first. So in that way they could just take everything they said and go against it. Yes, the judge does outline manslaughter. Are some of y'all behind on, or paused or something? I feel like I'm like going over some of the same things, repeating myself. I think some of you may be just behind. So when you see this, welcome. All right, let's see. Sorry, but in my book, intoxication is not a defense for his actions. I don't think anybody thinks it is. Portal lag. No, he's not claiming intoxication as a defense for his actions. All these individuals believed that Tim was a pro fighter. Why? Because that's what Tim kept saying. Okay, but see, maybe I should just be quiet. No, no, don't be quiet. Keep chatting. I thought Johnny asked to take it outside. Johnny got once. Have y'all seen everything? Did y'all watch all the videos? Okay, so I think there's some confusion about what happened. Timmy, okay, so they're in the bar. Timmy is talking to Abby and the girls. John walks up. They're, fussing back and forth or whatever, but they end it on an okay note. They're like do that whole thing, whatever. Like, that's basically like a dude. That's the equivalent of a dude cuddle puddle, like a hug. And they go their separate ways. Maybe not a hug. Maybe not a cuddle puddle. But at least they made it okay. And they went their separate ways. Everything seemed fine for a bit. They went to, Timmy then walked up the ramp. They're talking to the girls. A little while later, they're talking to the girls again for a little bit. And then after that, the girls and Abby walk down and are talking to John. So this is what they said in the openings, were the part where I guess Timmy was saying something about how, he's an MMA fighter and he doesn't care about him and he'll take him out in one punch and whatever. And so Abby goes down the ramp and tells John this, and tensions have started escalating a little bit because there was some crap talking earlier, but it ended with, remember, the cuddle puddle, but cuddle puddle is over. So tensions are kind of escalating at this point. Abby has gone down and told John that Timmy was talking crap. Timmy tells his friend Mendoza that John was talking crap. So everybody's tensions are rising. John approaches Timmy again after all of this. They argue back and forth. This is when they said that John pushed him and he bouncers broke it up or whatever. They'd go outside. Or no, this is before they went outside. John goes back down the ramp. This is just after their little argument. Nothing major happened yet. John goes back down the ramp. Timmy is talking to the bouncer at the top of the ramp and then comes down, talks to Michael Mendoza. That's when he tells Mendoza that, whatever the version of the story was for that was that he tells Mendoza that John's trying to fight him or whatever after all that. So then Mendoza goes up and tries to sucker punch him. John is drunk. It looked to me like he just maybe like grazed his nose or something. Like he didn't make enough contact with him in any way for him to like, you know, move like this or anything like that. There was none of that. But it looked to me like he just maybe grazed the front because it was enough for John to be like, who punched me? Who punched me? So if he had just, like, he's not, I don't think it makes much sense for him to like go just like, ha, faked you, you know, but, you know, it looked to me like he tried to get him and he just didn't, and he just grazed the front. So then drunk John, or he sounds drunk. They never did give us that information. He starts, you know, getting mad, like hollering, like, who punched me in the face? Who punched me in the face? Because remember, it was a sucker punch. He had no idea what was happening. He had no idea what was happening, or it was an attempted sucker punch. He had no idea what was happening. So he's hollering, you know, who punched me in the face, whatever. And he is then escorted outside. When they get outside, he's still mad, still hollering. He turns to the right and starts walking this way. They come out a little bit later. Timmy comes out a little bit later. He walks the opposite way. Nash follows John, and as he's on the sidewalk, comes over to him is, you know, you can't hear audio on that one, but you can see them arguing back and forth or whatever. And then John reaches out and clocks Nash. They are still arguing. He hits him again. Mendoza comes over with the mace, like, you know, points the mace at him, whatever, tries to mace him. Then that's when John pulls out the gun, drops the gun, then picks it up and racks it, and then continues to walk away. Then they go out of the camera sight, and a few minutes later, you can see Timmy coming back, and they go approach him again. Which was, I think this is the part where everybody seems to be debating the most on in here, because at this point now, again, John has continued to walk toward the right. Now Timmy has come from the opposite direction, come back over. They just had this big argument, scruffle, whatever. He racks his gun and walks to the right, and then they come again, and there's another argument, and that's when Timmy punches him, and John turns around and shoots him. There's 1.4 seconds of 9 shots fired. So that's where all of so many mistakes in that short time frame. So many mistakes. But keep in mind, the jury is not going back there to figure out who made what mistakes or who made the worst mistakes. Everything, yeah, I still say scruffle. Dramanique ruined me on that. I'll never say scuffle again. It will always be a scruffle now. But all of the mistakes that were made, all of the different opportunities to do something different, to act, you know, more better, more reasonable, more mature, more everything. All of those chances were missed by so many people during that whole entire thing, and it led to this tragedy. But the jury doesn't go back there to determine who made what mistakes or who made the worst mistakes. And Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Anne. Thank you. The biggest thing that they're going to have to go back there and debate on now and decide on is the actions based on the law. So, which is very, very different than debating who did what wrong. It is very, very different. because it's not, they all did wrong stuff. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. It all comes down to, was his use of force justified legally by self-defense clause in the New Hampshire law. Everything just comes down to that. So the knowingly part. Because the first second degree murder indictment is one count of second degree murder for knowingly causing Timmy's death. The alternative count for second degree that one was knowing. This one was, what was it, reckless, right? Recklessly causing the death. So, and then of course there's the reckless conduct, and then the lesser charges, which we'll get to. So for these two, the jury will have the option to do both, or one, or neither. I'm reading some of y'all's stuff. I think a lot of the debates that are still happening are not about the law, though. Keep in mind, this is a jury's debate. It's not about, again, it's not about who was wrong in any of these situations. So the knowingly.
The defendant has been also charged with the crime of reckless second-degree murder, and the definition of that crime has 4 elements.
Four elements for this one.
The state must prove beyond a reasonable
Cause
doubt.
death.
So for this crime, the state has to prove the following. Number 1, the defendant caused the death of Timothy Pouliot. Number 2, the defendant acted recklessly with respect to causing the death. Number 3, the defendant acted with extreme indifference to the value of human life. And number 4, the defendant's conduct was not justified on the basis of self-defense. So part of the definition of the crime of...
And then not justified. Self-defense. So this is for the second one. So the first one, for the first indictment, was knowingly, and the second one was acting recklessly with respect to cause death. Now, for those, the reckless part means that he was aware that his conduct, there's a substantial risk that his conduct would cause that result. That's one part of it. Also, that he disregarded the risk. He knew that there was a risk, and he disregarded that risk and took a chance anyway. And the third part of it is that there was that disregard of the risk was a gross deviation. It went black. was a gross deviation of what a normal, regular, reasonable, law-abiding person would have done. That's the legal standards for it to be reckless, considered reckless. So, okay, on this one again, yes, I think is the only thing that everybody agrees on. We'll get to the self-defense part, but so acting recklessly, do you think I'm reading some of y'all's stuff. Harley Girl, I agree. It is so sad and it could have been completely avoided. That's one of the things that was so hard yesterday too, watching the videos, because it's like there's so many times where you just want to say, this would be a perfect time to walk the other way or do this or do that. For the knowingly part, I never did put that because we kind of went back on that. Before we skip to this, let's finish this. I'm not going to get to the self-defense part yet because that's going to be a whole separate thing. Because that's where there's a lot of argument too. But for the acted knowingly, acted knowingly with respect to causing death. I feel like that one would be a yes, but yes, acted knowingly. Okay, that is one that most of us are, some of y'all are still debating things that aren't even what we're talking about, so we're just going to skip over y'all's stuff, and I'm just going to pay attention to the ones that are paying attention to this part for now, so we can get through our jury instructions. The self-defense part we're going to come back to. All right, so for the knowingly, first 2 out of 3 for now. We'll go with those. We'll come back to the self-defense since that's going to be part of what is still dividing everybody. Holly Mack, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see. Just Reset, Nikki, Brooks Mason, the girl with the animals, and Harley Girl were all gifted memberships by our very own Holly Mack. Thank you, Holly Mack. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're so good. You're so good to us. All right, so everybody can kind of agree acted knowingly. All right, so we're going to come back to self-defense because that's a whole nother instruction on its own. Okay, so the reckless part. So the reckless thing, in order for it to be reckless with respect to death, there are 4 parts. 3 parts. 4 parts. For it to be reckless, 3 parts. Yeah, 3 parts. For it to be reckless, he has to be aware that there is a substantial risk that his conduct would cause that result. Do you think he was aware that there's a substantial risk that his conduct would cause Timmy's death? Shooting somebody, I think you're aware that that risk is there, right? So that's 1. Did he disregard that risk and shoot anyway? Well, yeah, he shot. Okay. And remember, this is not the justification for the self-defense part. This is just, ignore self-defense for just a moment. This is just to get through the reckless intent or reckless part. Okay, so that's 2 out of 3 for the reckless. Okay, so the next part, I'm like the jury foreman. Look at us go. Look at us go. All right, so the third part would be, was the disregard of that risk, so his choice to shoot anyway, knowing that there is a great risk that this would result in Timmy's death, him knowing that and shooting anyway, was the disregard of that risk a gross deviation of what a reasonable, law-abiding person would have done? Do you think that a reasonable, not him, don't think about him, don't think about if you thought he was too big, or you thought he hollered and you didn't like it, or you thought, you know, he's bigger than that. Don't think about anything to do with any of that. Think about just, would somebody who was not him, if you do like him, don't like him, whatever, a reasonable, law-abiding person. Oh, our stream ended, so they must have sent them home for the day or weekend. Would a reasonable, law-abiding person have, is that a gross deviation from what a reasonable, law-abiding person would have done? For baby's mom, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so I'm getting yeses on that one. Okay, so then, so far, without, keep in mind, we're not even talking about the justification for the self-defense part yet. Not even there yet. This is just to get through the other part, because this is exactly how the jury is going to have to go through all of this. So the third part, because this indictment has an extra part as well. The act of what he did, his reckless behavior. We agree. Okay, we made it through the 3 parts that got us to reckless. So was that reckless behavior? Did it show an extreme indifference to human life? For baby's mom, thank you so much. While y'all are discussing that part amongst yourselves, let me see. Frenchie Mom, Barbara Farthing, Sue Stiff, Bad Juju, and Marsha were all gifted memberships by Fur Baby's Mom. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, they just ended the stream, so I guess they sent the jury home. Okay, so this one is kind of split. Interesting. Let's do a poll on it. See, if we were a jury, we would be a hung jury. We are a jury, but there's 800 or 900 of us and not 12. Okay, so this is the part we're going to do the poll on. I'm going to give y'all just like a minute to vote. Did his reckless, because majority agreed it was reckless. We're going with the majority here for now. There's no way we would be a hung jury. Let's just acknowledge and understand and move on with that part of our lives. But I'm trying to go with the majority here for these. Did his reckless behavior, which is the shooting in the crowd, whatever, in the alley or whatever, did his reckless behavior show extreme indifference to human life? Yes or no? Erica says, oops, where'd it go? Erica says the word extreme makes it a definite no. Ariel says shooting a person in itself shows extreme indifference to human life, in my opinion. But keep in mind, this is we're breaking it down the way that they're going to have to. And this is not for this part is not for the self-defense. This is still, we're still trying to get through the first part of it. Because, okay, look at it like this. Take the self-defense part out. If you, because this is just based on his actions. Does shooting a person show extreme, take out the self-defense. Does shooting a person show extreme indifference to human life? Like, if I shoot this person, he's probably going to die. Here, I'm going to shoot this person. Well, yeah, right? Because keep in mind, this is not, we're leaving the self-defense part out for now. So to me, that's an easy yes. That's extreme indifference to human life. Like, here's a human life. It's probably going to end right here. I'm going to shoot anyway. Because this is not about the self-defense part yet, you know? Sharon Ken Sharp, thanks for explaining everything so well. You're very welcome. It's interesting to go through it the way that a jury has to, you know, and actually break it down piece by piece. Kimmy B says, no, John's life was also worth something. I know, that's not what any of this is. That's what I'm trying to say. For completely leave out anything to do with him having to protect himself or fight back or leave anything of that out. This is just we're not on intent yet. This is just the action. This is just the action. If somebody were to just tell you, this guy shot this other guy, and he probably knew he was going to, you know, that shooting him was going to take his life, and he shot him anyway. Not anything about the self-defense part. We're not there yet. This is just the action, not the intent. Laundry's done. Okay, 60% are saying yes. Okay, so we're going to go with it because we need to move on. All right. Now, I'm going to end that poll. All right, the self-defense. Let me pull up actually, let's listen to the judge explain.
Reckless second-degree murder is that the defendant acted recklessly. And to prove that the defendant acted recklessly, the state must prove the following. First, that the defendant was aware would cause was a gross deviation. That is not at the risk under the negligently. That is, it's not enough to prove the defendant failed to become aware of the risk involved.
This is all about the risk. This is all the stuff I just kind of said.
Prove number one, that the defendant did not act under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance.
Oh, this is the manslaughter part.
The murder was the product of provocation produced to a blatant disregard. For the crime of reckless second-degree murder, the state must also prove that the defendant's conduct occurred under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life.
That's the part we just went over.
This means the circumstances must show a blatant disregard for the risk of human life. So if you find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all of the elements of either version of second-degree murder, then the charge may be reduced to provocation manslaughter if the murder was the product of provocation.
Okay, so
like self-defense, the state has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the murder should not be reduced to
this one's the provocation manslaughter.
So the state has to prove two elements with respect to this.
Two elements.
The state must prove, number one, that the defendant did not act under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. Extreme mental or emotional disturbance means acting with sudden passion, greater than anger or resentment, which so dominates and clouds the thinking that reason and normal control are lost, resulting in a killing. It does not mean merely a subtle hatred. It means being virtually swept away by passion and not in full control of oneself.
Okay, so that's
It
the first
means
part of
that
this
there
one.
was no cooling off, that is, no thought about and consideration of a course of action. And number two, that the extreme mental or emotional disturbance was caused by extreme provocation. The law which distinguishes provocation, which will mitigate an offense from murder to manslaughter, cannot be clearly defined. So reasonableness is the test. A murder is manslaughter only if there is provocation, which would cause a reasonable person to kill another out of passion.
Okay, so for this one, if there is provocation that would cause, we're going to get to the self-defense because that one I feel like everything's going to go haywire when we get there. So we're going to do this part for a minute. All right, so provocation manslaughter. Extreme mental, emotional disturbance was caused by extreme provocation. So here's the part that they would have to debate on this part, is what counts as extreme provocation. Think about it like extreme provocation, the buildup. If you look at the series of events leading up to it, so let's look at what could be considered as provocation. And this part is specifically about the provocation of what could lead him to that state of mind, right? So the extreme provocation elements to this, what could be included in that? The attempted sucker punch issue, nose punch, whatever that mess was, and then them fighting in the bar. The mace. One thing that the defense attorney said that was something that I thought was a good point on his part. He said, this night Timmy had been talking, all night about, or not all night during this time. This wasn't like an all night thing, but you know what I mean. Timmy had been talking about how, he's an MMA fighter and he's going to knock him out. They know that he has a gun. When he said that part, I was like, if they know that you have a gun and there's a chance of them knocking you out, what's the first thing they can do? Grab your gun. So when the defense attorney said that, I thought that was a really good point. So on this one, which is something we'll revisit on the self-defense part too, because I do think that was a really good point on the defense attorney's part. The extreme provocation, if he is walking in that opposite direction too, keep in mind they came back to him again afterwards. That could be considered provocation. So to me, there are plenty of things that could be considered provocation in this, honestly, in my opinion. Are those things enough to be considered extreme provocation that would cause him to react like that.
The law requires that the provocation must be so great as to reasonably excite the passion and heat of blood. Passion without adequate provocation is not enough. There must be provocation to the extreme so that the defendant, in the anger of the moment, kills another person. Mere words are not enough for extreme provocation. Also, a lawful act, even if it involves physical force, is not recognized by the law as sufficient provocation. So if you find that the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt all of the versions of second-degree murder, then you must go on to determine whether the state has proven whether the defense...
Okay, that's another thing too. If so, a lot of you are saying yes for that part, for the. He was provoked even by Abby. With some of the stuff that we heard, it sounded like I could see that, Jamie C., where it's almost kind of feeding into that escalation of everything. Like, you know, all the different elements of it, making it bigger and bigger. Assault is not sufficient provocation because it is lawful? I don't understand that. Assault is not lawful. What do you mean? Where was Tim's car parked? Maybe he was just going to his own car, as John wasn't in his sight, but in the alley. Tim had already walked over the other direction. He came back because they were fighting. Shaky Ground says, if we are this confused, the state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt. I think this could take them a while to decide. If they go through it all like this, you know? Listen to the judge. Yeah, I can rewind it.
Defendant is guilty.
Oops. Oh no.
Sufficient provocation. Force to only was not and form that with disturbance.
Rewind. Some of this he repeats himself because it's
to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the murder should not be reduced to provocation. So the state has to prove two elements with respect to this. The state must prove
This is to prove that it's not. This is to keep it on second degree. So let's listen to this part
one,
again.
that the defendant did not act under the influence of beyond provocation.
I want to explain that part.
Provocation manslaughter. A reasonable doubt all of the elements of either version of second degree murder, then the charge may be reduced to provocation manslaughter if the murder was the product of provocation. So, like self-defense, the state has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the murder should not be reduced to provocation. So the state has to prove two elements with respect to this. The state must prove, number one, that the defendant did not act under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. Extreme mental or emotional disturbance means acting with sudden passion, greater than anger or resentment, which so dominates and clouds the thinking that reason and normal control are lost, resulting in a killing.
Make that a little bit clearer.
It does not mean merely a subtle hatred. It means being virtually swept away by passion and not in full control of oneself. It means that there was no cooling off, that is, no thought about and consideration of a course of action. And number two.
Okay, so no cooling off, no, he's caught up in the moment. Everything has been, led him to this sudden passion, like we were saying, like all the, keep in mind, like the adrenaline is pumping, there's now been, multiple scruffles between him and these other guys. They've now, at this point, this is now, the third time they've approached him right in a row. Alcohol, I think, it is obviously not a defense, obviously, but I think that does play into the extreme mental or emotional disturbance. I think you are not as reasonable if you are drinking. I know I'm not, but we don't know what his, we don't know how much he had drank or anything like that. So this is, no cooling off. Is that an excuse? It's not an excuse. This is saying that he's explaining what this specific part means. How this differentiates between I think a lot of this is getting lost in emotion. Keep in mind, these are, one of the jury instructions is they have to go back and talk about this in a completely dispassionate way. I think a lot of the arguments and debates, I think that because there are some who have made up their mind already, you have to undo that. You can't make up your mind yet. This is the part where you make up your mind. You have to take what you feel about what you would have done or what they should have done or who should have done what different. All that goes out the window. You can't go into the jury room having made up your mind, because you can make up your mind about what you think should have happened on, different or whatever, but as far as guilt, you have to go by the law. So I think that a lot of the debates that are still, and deliberations that are still going on within here, it seems, are based on the overall view of what the thoughts are and where your stance is, and not each individual aspect of the jury instructions. They have to go through each individual aspect of the jury instructions in order to reach their decision, which is what we're trying to do. Does that make sense? So these are the things that they have to prove. He was just explaining this. These are the things that they have to prove in order for them to keep it at second-degree murder, at one or both of those indictments, and not drop it down to provocation manslaughter. So him saying the stuff he just said, and we'll get to the self-defense part in a minute, but this is just to keep it on the second-degree murder instead of dropping it to manslaughter. He did not act under extreme mental or emotional disturbance, such as sudden passion greater than anger or resentment, that a normal reason and control are lost in the moment. And then the extreme mental emotional disturbance was caused by extreme provocation. How do they decide that it's not provocation manslaughter if they decide it's not second degree murder? So they have to go through this first. If it's like, if it doesn't meet the requirements for this, and it was because there's also the two different manslaughter options too. There was the provocation manslaughter, which is the one that he was just talking about dropping it down to, and there was the reckless manslaughter, which was he caused the death. You had to prove cause the death of Timmy, act recklessly, which we went over the 3 things for recklessly earlier, and then conduct not justified on self-defense. Yeah, they're gone for the day. We can continue doing this on, it's Friday, I know it's getting, and they're gone for the day. We can continue doing this on Monday. I think this will, think about how much everybody's debating it in here and how strongly people feel in here about it. And keep in mind, they're going to be doing the same thing in there, having to go by each part. Oh, okay, for this, for example, to keep it under second degree murder, they have to prove, the jury has to decide that they proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not act under extreme mental or emotional disturbance. So, do you think that he acted under extreme mental or emotional disturbance? Which would be sudden passion. Okay, let's look at the sudden passion part. Think about sudden passion. Think about what was happening in that moment that he shot. Sudden passion. In that moment, he just got punched in the face. That could cause sudden passion, which would be greater than anger or resentment, and normal reason and control are lost in the moment. So if he just got punched in the face, there has been a build-up to this. Do you think that, because take the self-defense out, we haven't even got to that part. We're still having to go through, his instructions are still going through whether or not to keep it at second degree murder or to drop it down to manslaughter. Because you have to figure out which charge is the one first and then decide if it is an exception to the self-defense clause. So in that moment, do you feel like to keep it at second degree murder, they would have to, all 12 of them would have to agree that when he shot Timmy, he was not acting under extreme mental or emotional disturbance, which would include sudden passion, greater than anger or resentment, where normal reason and control are lost in the moment. Do you think that they proved he was not in that mind frame when he shot Timmy? If John was your son, how would you vote? I'd expect mine to do time. I said the opposite yesterday. I said if John was my son, I would be like, no, they provoked him. They, came after him. They approached him multiple times. And if I were Timmy's mom, I would be like, he needs to do time. But that's why I can't look at it as a mom. I have to look at it just by the law. Dispassionate. Every decision on their jury sheet has to be dispassionate. Because while we're sitting here debating and stuff, like me saying yesterday that if I were, I would change what I thought based on which, because they're so close to my kid's age, which one, because it could happen, it could happen. It's terrifying. But if I were either one of them's mom, I would change it. Change my mind on what I expected. Because if it's my kid. But that's why I think it's important to go through the jury instructions, like he said, dispassionately. Okay, let's do the poll for this part real quick to see if it would drop down. Okay, this is, again, keep in mind, jury instructions. Not full-on personal feelings about everything. Just specifically, no emotion attached to it, just following jury instructions is how we're going to answer this. Did state prove he... And also keep in mind, he is innocent until proven guilty. So we are still looking at this as, did the state prove this to us? So, did the state prove that he did not act under extreme emotional disturbance? Yes or no? Brandi, the instructions were very clear, dispassionate or not. The state absolutely did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt. That's in jury instructions, however people think otherwise. But that's what we're going over is the jury instructions. This is how it's not just a guilty or not guilty. This is how they get to the guilty or not guilty. It's like, remember in school, you had those things where like people would fold them and you'd be like, all right, pick a number. And you do it, and then you'd have to pick, a color, and then you do that. And then you finally get your answer of, like whatever it was, like who you're going to, which celebrity you're going to marry and what kind of car you're going to drive and what you're going to do for a living and all that. Like, remember you have to go through like all these different things to get your full answer? That's how jury instructions are too. The double negative, did I word it wrong? Did the state prove that he did not act under extreme emotional disturbance? What do you mean? Double negative. Jersey Jen, hey beautiful, I've been lurking all day at work. You have done an incredible job. Thank you, Jersey Jen. Glad you were lurking with us, hanging out. The poll is not a double negative. It's worded exactly how the instructions are. It's, did the state prove that he did not act under extreme emotional disturbance? Because in order for it to stay at second-degree murder and not drop down to manslaughter, because we haven't even got to the lesser charges. This is still the debates on the two indictments of the different theories of the second degree. So in order to keep it at, okay, well then, okay, that's fine. Then that's the other way to word it. I went by the way the jury instruction. Y'all are so hard on me sometimes. That's the way that the jury instruction said. In order to not move it down to manslaughter, you have to prove that he did not act under extreme mental or emotional disturbance. Did the state prove that he did not act under extreme mental or emotional disturbance? I bet the jury's in there doing this. I bet they're doing the exact same thing we are. No, they've gone home now. We're about to go home too. I have a surprise for y'all in just a second. So far we're saying no. I need wine. Hello? Hi.
Anything. Hang on.
Oh.
Brandi, I think you can hear me. Thumbs up, can hear me.
I can hear you.
And I cannot hear a word. Let me turn my camera off for just a second because I've got to stand up again past Friday. I don't want to.
Okay.
Give me just a second. I'll be right back.
Oh no, there's an echo for RA. We always have problems with. I don't know why. Okay, y'all are saying that it doesn't make sense the way it's worded. That's literally how the instructions are worded.
I'm live right now. I'm literally.
It says, in order for it to not drop down, it makes sense to me. I don't know why. It makes sense to me.
And you could hear me the whole time, right?
Yes.
Is that?
They're saying that there's an echo. I don't hear the echo, but I don't know if that's because I have to change something on my end, but I don't hear the echo. But the echo.
Okay, is that? Can you hear me now?
I hear you. They're saying there's an echo. I don't know how to. This happened before. I don't know how to change. I don't know if it's something on my end. He's going to come back. It did this once before, though, remember? When we had Jessica on. Hi.
So I guess I have to go old school and use my phone because I don't know how to use technology.
Well, you know, I use StreamYard because I'm not like tech savvy like you.
Well, apparently I'm not either. So in a world of hurt.
We're going over. We've been going over piece. This is taking longer. I have officially become the jury foreman for right now.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I voted myself that. I didn't give anybody else any.
That's one way to win.
Yeah, it's the only guaranteed way that I know of, anyway. So, but we've been going over the instructions like piece by piece because this one's kind of complicated, and I don't know if you did any polls in yours about who thought, guilt on the second degree murder or the manslaughter or not guilty or anything like that. Did you do any polls on yours?
We did one poll where you could say either not guilty, guilty of second degree, or guilty of reckless, and then not hung jury. So we just had the 4 options, and I don't think anybody had over about 32%.
Yeah.
So it's pretty well divided. There's a lot of feelings. I mean,
yeah.
First of all, it involves a gun, and
Right.
There's a lot of feelings about guns, but. A lot of people, even the people that are for self-defense, had a hard time saying he did everything right.
Yeah.
And it's like there's so many chances for this not to have gone wrong, not to have ended up like this, that it's hard to say, yeah, he's good. He got punched first. I mean, if you break it down to just that little moment, sure, the guy hit him first, he defended, but then you have the whole reasonable side. Was this reasonable force? Was there an expectation? That he was in reasonable danger, and there's just so many pieces that the jury has to go through. I don't know how they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah. Well, and see, that's what we're trying to do now because there are so many pieces to it. And one of the things was, going through the instructions the way he's giving him is before they even start on the justification clause because they have to prove that it's second degree murder first, right? And then once you see, okay, like the way that this happened would fall into the second degree murder. But
that's an easy one because that's just part 3. That's all they really have to answer, right?
Right.
Because we know he shot him, and the knowledge that a gun's going to cause that.
Right.
That's there.
And they have the 2 different alternates there. So, and this is one of the things we're talking about too. They have and the jury has the option to find him guilty on one or both, or of course neither. But one of them was reckless, like this happened because of his, he was reckless with respect to, causing death, and that he acted knowingly. So everybody kind of agreed on those parts. So those parts have been agreed on.
Okay.
Now we haven't got because in order to make it second degree, it has to fit into this box first to be to be second degree. And then once you get it to like, okay, this would fall into second degree, then it's like, okay, but does this count because it could have been under the self-defense clause? So we haven't even got to the self-defense part yet. We're still debating, on the other stuff. So we've gotten to the yeses on they meet these requirements, like he shot, knowing that there was, he caused the death on both of them. It's, caused the death, of course. One of them was acted knowingly. Yes, he acted knowingly. And then on the other one, it was caused the death and then acted recklessly and then with extreme indifference to human life. So we've made it to the yes on those. So now the question is, before we even get to the justification part on self-defense, they have to prove, in order to not drop those down to manslaughter, provocation manslaughter, they have to prove that he was not acting, we just listened to this again, that he did not act under extreme mental or emotional disturbance, including sudden passion, greater than anger or resentment, where normal reason and control are lost in the moment. So that's one of the things we were just talking about. Did the state prove that he was not lost in the moment. And that's one of the things that we were just kind of going back and forth about too, because in that moment he had just been punched in the face. So
Yeah. So when I think of sudden passion, I think this is a situation where, husband comes home, wife's in bed with someone else. That's a sudden passion situation where in a fit of rage he kills the lover, and that would be provocation with the extreme emotional that would be sudden passion. I think the greater, it has to be greater than anger or resentment. I think that's what he had. He was angry and resentful for whoever punched him in the face back in the bar. That was it. And so I don't think it was more than that. I think that's exactly where he fell on that spectrum.
So I think that's one of the things that has been one of the debates. And again, if our jury that's in here, if our 800 were the jury, it would be a hung jury, because we have not been able to get everybody to agree on any points with this. The sudden passion is the part in which we haven't, you can see we haven't answered that part yet, but that's kind of the part that everybody's been debating back and forth right now, is that in that sudden moment, because, and then even on top of that, that's only the first part they have to prove to keep it at second-degree murder. And then the second part is that if there was that extreme mental, emotional disturbance, that it was caused by extreme provocation. So the jury instructions are so,
And that's why it's so hard, because you heard so many times from the state, they're like, this is just a normal fight. This is a normal fight. This wouldn't be an extreme provocation. What would be a good example of extreme provocation? Somebody tortured and killed your child. Extreme provocation. But if somebody crashed their car into your car, that's just normal, right? That's either it's accident, it might have even been on purpose, but I don't think that would be extreme. Maybe if they drove on the sidewalk and chased you down the sidewalk in their car or something, that would be extreme provocation. But
yeah,
I think they're going to pin it on him. I think they do. Even I was talking to Brandon, one of our viewers. I'm not sure if he's over here or not. As USMC retired, and he's a firearms instructor. And he was saying he feels this is pretty strongly. This is self-defense, but he breaks it down, and I think he says you can look at the fact that because the defendant was walking away and was headed to the car, that the last incident can almost be treated in isolation. That you just have him being called out and sworn at as he was walking away, and that's basically the beginning of the situation for the law. And then he was not the instigator in any of that. But
yeah,
I have a hard time separating everything from what happened before.
Yeah.
It all seems to be one big puzzle.
Yeah. Amy Lee wants to ask, thank you for the super chat, Amy Lee. If I have to pay, I will. What are yours and RA's thoughts on instructions? And one side agree it's been proven, and one side don't think it's been proven. Well, that's the thing. It's like if it's not unanimous, then it's either hung jury or if it's not unanimous, it's hung jury.
I think if it's a hung jury, it's because of the instructions. This case doesn't turn on the facts of what happened that night. It's all on video.
Right.
There's very little that's disputed as far as who said what. There are a couple things that we didn't hear. One guy says, "Oh, we were peaceful. We were just going up to shake hands," and he was saying, "Go check on your friend. He's bleeding out in the street." I discount all those. Those are like outlier things. Everything that really happened was on video, and you can see what's happening. If there's body language to support it, then we can think there's some talk that happened. We don't what the actual words were, unless it was a threat to kill someone. It's probably not as relevant. But I think this case is going to turn on the instructions, and there are so many instructions, and they overlap and depend on each other so much that's where the jury's flipping through the pages, going in a circle, trying to find where's the way out of these jury instructions to find a verdict.
Because it does get complicated, and it's not even, so many of the cases are kind of cut and dry. Like, did he do it? Did he not? Or did she, do it? Did she not? But this one is we know that it was done. It's having 12 people all come to the same conclusion as to if the actions were legally justified. And that is the hard part on this, because it is, I compared it to, you remember in school, you had like the things that people would fold the paper and you'd write the different things. You do like this.
Well, yeah,
Do it back
you
and forth.
choose a number and it does that.
Yeah, I feel like that's what the jury
I could never
instructions
make
are.
those.
I
Those
couldn't
are too
either.
complicated for me.
I couldn't either. But, they actually don't come true either, because I was supposed to marry Leonardo DiCaprio and drive a Ferrari and,
You chose wisely.
Yes. Yeah, I'm 40 now. He'd have been done with me, years and years ago. Those aren't accurate anyway. But this kind of reminds me of that, where it's, you have to pick one thing and then move everything around and then pick another thing, and then because there's so many different questions that you have to go through to answer first before you even get to move on to the next one. So it's if this is a hung jury, it will 100% be because of jury instructions. It's
like one of those those puzzles where all the pieces fit each other.
Mhm.
Have you ever seen those? They're incredibly frustrating. I don't recommend them at all. But every piece fits every other piece, and it's like that. They almost have to build the entire puzzle and see if they can use all the pieces the way they want. The one wild card I have in this whole thing is that New Hampshire has a unique mindset. Their state slogan with the "Live Free or Die" is more like flamboyantly towards freedom than most states, right?
Mhm.
Most states have different freedoms and celebrate different things, but this is like deeply rooted inside them. And so I can't get in the mind of the jury because I wasn't raised there. I don't know how much that "live free or die" burns in their blood. And if it's strong, I would say that they would vote to acquit, because in the moment, he's allowed to carry, he's allowed to be there. The other guy put through the punch first. I think that's where they're going to go. But if that little phrase, that little catchphrase, doesn't resonate in their hearts and sing from their soul, I think this guy's going to spend some time behind bars.
Yeah. Amy Lee says, if both side read instructions different, who's wrong? Well, I think in that situation, they normally have the judge, try to clear it up. I've seen them ask judges to break things down a little bit differently, and if jury instructions aren't clear, and which we might see some of that next week, because these jury instructions are kind of
they're crazy. Can I say something?
Yeah.
As is always the case when we're on verdict watch, I just found out I have a Christmas party that I get to go to tonight.
Good catch.
and I'm in charge of the music. It starts in 57 minutes, and I have to tear apart my studio one more time to take all my stuff over to play Christmas music tonight. So I'll be watching you. I'm going to have to bail on the live stream. I apologize. Thanks for letting me come in on short notice too.
No problem, no. I think we're
Sorry
about
about
to
the
call
audio
it a
issues.
night for the night too. I've got, the jury's gone home for the day, so
Okay.
we're gonna
Oh,
pick
good.
up again Monday morning and continue our debates, but,
Sounds good.
but.
I
I'm
love how
glad
you're
you
breaking
came
this down. I didn't go into any of this, so I'm so glad you did.
Well, I
Makes
figured there's
sense.
nothing else to do, and it's so complicated. I figured this will be like, we're 13th jurors. Why not go through and do the same exact thing that the jurors are, supposed to be doing right now? So
You'd think, compared to like the Maya trial or something, it's so much easier with just a simple murder case, especially when it's not a whodunit.
Right.
But these things are hard to sort out, and one of the reasons why I'm happy that I've never been called to sit on a jury
Yeah.
to make these hard decisions.
Yeah, and I even said too, like both of these kids are only a few years older than my son is, and if it were me, that would be so hard because I could picture my son being being their age. Like I'm like, well, what if this or what if that? And I think having the jury instruction to be dispassionate about it would be really tough as a mom to be able to separate that emotion. So, but go to your party that you get to go to. Enjoy, and we
Thank
will
you.
see you on Monday.
All right. Have a good one. See you guys.
Bye. All right. either side, Megan Easton, yes, either side is rough from a mom's point of view. And that's one of the things, too. I have gone back and forth about so many parts of this. I can see so many parts. It's a tough one. I think the jury might take a little bit longer to do this than our poll from earlier said, because these are complicated instructions. We only have to consider provocation manslaughter if we think John was not justified. Yeah, it goes, yeah. These next two instructions or whatever about proving this part, we'll pick back up on it on Monday with fresh brains. It'll give us stuff to do while they're in verdict watch. But this was just to keep it at second-degree murder. So when we pick back up on Monday, we'll go over it, and let everybody decide. But this is just to keep it at second-degree murder. So let's say y'all agree, just for example, that you did not act under extreme mental or emotional disturbance and extreme mental emotional disturbance caused by extreme provocation. Let's say, like, you say agree on those, then it kicks it or keeps it at second-degree murder. So then we don't even have to look at manslaughter. Like, manslaughter is just off the table now because it's stayed at second-degree murder. So then we go into okay, now we're at second-degree murder. Now we look, was it included in self-defense justification? Make sense? Maybe. Everybody has opinions. And one of the things I have loved so much in this specific trial is how split everything is and hearing everybody's perspectives on things. And keep in mind, we have sat here and talked about this while it's going on. They don't get to do that. This is the first time that they're getting to speak at all about anything. So while we've been sitting here kind of like working through it, and by the time we got here, we all knew who was leaning what way or who was passionate about one way or who was whatever. This is the first time that they've spoke to each other about any of this, So they're going to have to go through each of these things, which might actually make it a little bit easier for them, because not being able to talk to each other about it might make it easier, because they haven't. The more you talk to somebody about something, the more you kind of work things out in your own mind and come to your own decisions and bounce things off other people and stuff like that. But if this is the first time they're getting to talk to each other about it, then it might make it actually easier on them than it is on us, because I think the complexness of all of this is going to make it really interesting to watch. Really interesting to watch. So we'll continue with all of this stuff on Monday, and we'll do this while we're in verdict watch. They're supposed to be back at 10 o'clock Monday morning Eastern, so we'll start about that same time. And we'll break it down. Maybe at some point over the weekend, not tomorrow, tomorrow's football day. Maybe Sunday, if I get a chance, I'll see if they've filed the documents yet where we're not having to just listen to him read them. We can actually pull them. I'll see if we can pull them. If not, then we'll just go by what he has on here. And we'll keep trying to break it down and debate it by law. Sound good? All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all hanging out. It has been quite a day, huh? Quite a day. I'm reading some of y'all's stuff. I think I missed something. I don't know. It's almost football. It's almost football time. So I'm going to go. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Thank you so much. I'm going to leave everything on my computer exactly how it is because I don't plan on being here again until Monday. But I'll have my laptop at the condo, so I'll try to get those documents. 10 o'clock Monday morning. Don't be late. We have jury instructions to trudge through miserably. Also, go Dogs. Big weekend for us. Big weekend for football in general, but go Dogs. Very excited about that too. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Thank you so much. I will see y'all bright and early, hopefully as SEC champion on Monday morning. All right, love y'all.